messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of like hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini, yes or no?
59.
We go with this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
It is Dirty Work on a Wednesday afternoon. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb already got his ass in the chair today.
How about that?
He's not waiting for Walt to move or waiting for whoever's sitting on the board for Walt. Danny, he's not grabbing Pat H from the lobby.
Nope, butts and seats.
Butts and seats.
Butts and seats, and we're good to go.
Since we last talked to you guys,
Since we left our heroes.
Giants have won twice, and the Warriors won.
But we really lost.
Sort of a dubious win, as Steph Curry is going to be out for
Won the battle, may have lost the war.
He's going to be out for at least a week. Monty Pool joins us coming up this afternoon.
Easy, Copes,
we'll
easy.
Talk to Monty at 5:30. Come on, man. And then Diners Nightly tonight at 6. We'll be with you for almost a full show today, till 6 o'clock. Also means that, just like I told Derek yesterday, the reason we do the NBA grab bag on a day like yesterday, even on a short show, is because we could be loaded with content today in terms of
NBA grab bag.
9 runs in the 11th inning for the Giants last night. Steph Curry goes down with an injury. Warriors grind out a win. All 4 road teams, as you pointed out yesterday, had an opportunity to win in the conference semifinals, and they did. Won their first round games, and then Indiana wins again yesterday. An incredible win
That was nuts.
on a Tyrese Halliburton game-winning shot. Anyway, could be loaded today. We're still delivering the NBA grab bag.
We got to.
A big old beefy,
I promised the people.
A big old beefy NBA grab bag. Plus, coming your way later this afternoon, a Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. And we'll get to plenty of your calls and your thoughts on what happened with the Warriors last night. But first, just some business to attend to. Giants win 2-3 against the Cubs. A blow-up last night in the 11th inning. Incredible. They put up 9 runs, the most ever scored in any extra inning in Wrigley Field history.
Nice.
Which is incredible. Then they come back, win today, 3-1. Robbie Ray, sharp yet again, gives him 6 innings. Still can't lose that guy. He's 5-0.
I know, but just a Verlander, God, tough last night. Tough last night.
Tough deal for Verlander. First time in his career now that he's gone 8 starts to begin a season without a victory.
And how about, so Ryan Walker was in the 9th last night.
Yeah.
And then was pulled for Eric Miller. And they survived, but I thought that was an interesting choice. It didn't blow up in Bob Melvin's face, obviously.
I saw JT Snow tweet, is he over-managing right now? I kind of thought the same thing. Like maybe we're over-managing.
But they got the win. They come
away with a win, so it's it is something I've questioned with Bob Melvin for a long time. Bullpen management and in tough situations, what do you do? When you've got guys who are in roles, it makes it a little easier.
Yeah.
And we became accustomed to that with Bruce Bochy and knowing when to go to what guy, because you knew if there was a lefty coming up and dudes were on base or to lead off an inning, you were going to see Javier Lopez. If you wanted to sandwich a righty in between 2 lefties, you're probably going to see Jeremy Affeldt in one of those situations. You knew Romo had the 8th and Wilson had the 9th. The more that guys are comfortable in thew roles, even when there's a blow-up like Tyler Rogers had last week and the last Justin Verlander start. But it is funny now. This has happened 3 different times the bullpen has blown a game for Justin Verlander. I don't mean funny like a clown, funny ha-ha.
Just kind of like, that's unfortunate.
It's unfortunate. Yeah, but hey.
Ironic even, like Warriors winning the game and Steph Curry being injured.
It's like 10,000, it's like Tim's situation from earlier today at lunch. It's like 10,000 plastic knives when all he needed was a fork.
We'll get to that discussion today too, because the irony of winning last night's game for the Warriors, is that even irony, or is that just a weird situation?
I don't think it's irony. Like I said,
the song is misleading. I love Alanis Morissette, that whole album, Jagged Little Pill. Fantastic. But
I would say it was a costly win.
Exactly. Costly win, and that song is riddled with just inconveniences, not actual irony.
It's the Thanos. What did it cost? Everything, dude. Yeah.
And I get no pleasure in this because
I wanted that stone. I told you yesterday. Give me one of the first 2, and I'm going to feel different about the series.
I know.
I don't know how to feel about the series now.
We'll get into it. And I know I picked the Timberwolves to win this series, not happily. Like, I didn't want them to win this series. I would have gladly slept at night knowing that the Warriors lost in 7 to this team fully healthy. And now I don't feel good about this at all. Like, this is, like, for NBA fans, like for whatever reason, my little brother on my mom's side is a diehard Timberwolves fan. And even he's like, I can't get behind this.
It's like my brother being a diehard Memphis Grizzlies fan. What a bizarre win.
Just very weird. But as far as the Giants today, I mean, yeah, just impressive road series wins. You had winning 2 out of 3 against the Yankees, splitting the series in Philadelphia, if I'm not mistaken. Obviously, the Padres series didn't go your way, but it was just 2 games set. and then winning 2 out of 3 against the highest scoring team in baseball, pretty impressive.
Yeah, I mean, really impressive in terms of the fact that they got blown up in the first game. They didn't play tight defense at all, and they got destroyed, and the Cubs took advantage of all of it. And we're like, man, this team's fast. They take advantage of mistakes. Even today, they grinded out some at-bats. I mean, they got Robbie Ray out of there in the 6th inning because they were going deep into counts. I mean, at one point, I think it was the 11th batter of the game, and Dave Fleming said to Hunter Pence on TV, Hunter, it's the 11th batter of the game. It's already their 5th hitter with a full count, which is pretty crazy early in the game to work that kind of magic. He wasn't all over the place, but they were fouling a lot of pitches off. The fact that they gave up like 11 runs in the first game or whatever it was and got blown out after it was 2-2 late in that game, not late, in the middle innings of that game, and then scored 14 yesterday because of 9 runs in the 11th. I mean, pour it on, keep them coming. And then today, just 3-1. That's okay. You got to win the close ones. They played good defense again today, got out of some jams. Positive for me.
And just 1 run off. You know that we do the 0-13 pool here at KNBR.
We should explain what that is.
Yes.
So we do a pool here at KNBR where there are, I guess it's 10 of us get 3 teams, and it was all done in draft order at the start of the season. And what happens is the teams you get have to finish a game scoring all the numbers 0 to 13?
0 to 13.
0 to 13, and whoever gets one of their 3 teams to do it first wins. Getting to 14 hoses you. Who had the Giants?
Marcus Boucher.
Marcus Boucher has the Giants. That's right. And Mike Holler last night said
one meaningless run.
He said there was that one meaningless sack fly there that scored a 14th run. Marcus
Pat Bailey sack
did not get his Giants crossed off the list, so he's still
tough.
looking for it. Even tougher is that Jack Loader, I think, is the leader in the clubhouse.
Forget him. But today's, I love listening to the broadcast. Dave Fleming and John Miller do a great job, and I love talking to both those guys at the pregame show. But they paint the picture beautifully during the broadcast. But when Elliot Ramos misjudged that ball in left field and let it drop, it led to 2 great calls from both John Miller and Dave Fleming. Dave Fleming on radio broadcast and John Miller on the TV broadcast.
This is today?
This is today. So let's hear from Dave Fleming first.
Still 0-2. The pitch. A swing and a high fly ball left field. Ramos coming in, and he doesn't catch it. Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, and not funny in the moment.
Is that the one where he dove and hit off his glove?
No, that was when he was trying to.
It was a fly ball that was out there, and the wind knocked it down. And he looked real leisurely, and then it was a bad.
It was like 20-mile-an-hour winds out there. He had one where he ran into the wall, and it bounced off the wall. He had one where he dove in front of him. They scored a run on that one after that.
Unfortunate, but Dave getting animated, just it was funny. And then there's John Miller on TV, and this was his call of the play.
High in the air. Looking up into the sun and battling the wind. Ramo, look out, no! And that's a run.
Very similar. So I know today's tough, Warriors fans. We have a 1-0 victory over, or not 1-0 victory, but 1-0. But
you're talking about they have a 1-0 series lead.
1-0, yes.
What are you setting up here, Derek?
What I'm saying is,
stepping on yourself.
I know. Bringing a little levity to today to have a good laugh. We heard that call, and Tim Webb got into the studio, made himself a nice little funny rejoin.
About 90 seconds. It starts as that, and it just kind of takes a turn. You might enjoy.
Sorry, this is a rejoin?
Well, no, just a little
audio package.
It's a little audio package.
Yeah, audio package.
Based on those 2 plays, and it is hopefully going to bring levity. I haven't heard this. I don't know what's coming. The hope is that it brings some levity to Dubs fans.
It brings a smile on your face.
We have a bit of a torn heart today after the win.
Giants fans and Warriors fans.
All right, here we go.
Coming in, and he doesn't catch it. Coming in, and he doesn't catch it.
Look out, goal! Look out, goal!
Coming in.
Look out, goal!
And there you go.
Look out, goal!
Oh, there's more. Is that
Hi, I'm Dave Fleming, and I hate kids.
Hello, kitty. Hello, kitty.
Still going back into Death Valley. It goes right over his glove. He missed it, but Ruben Rivera missed second base. Now he's heading for third, and they're going to throw him out by plenty, but the throw to third is flat. Now he's heading home. plate. And that was the worst base running in the history of the game.
Okay, that took a turn. I actually didn't know the direction it was going in. That was all over the place.
It started as me putting that together because I thought the calls were good, and then it was like, well, I just love these guys too much, so I'm going to make a full montage.
I thought the call matched the song very well. I thought you could just do that over and over again, but then you put in the Ruben Sierra play and everything else.
Rivera,
yeah, sorry. Yeah, that went all over the place, Tim. I probably should have previewed that before we...
I mean, I love him. I just, I don't get it. Were you guys riffing on this before I got here?
He played a snippet for me, and I was like, this is pretty funny. I didn't know it was going that direction.
Yeah.
But, you know, solid job, Tim.
Hey, man.
So we have all day to be bummed, okay? Let's just have a laugh at how stupid that was and move on.
It brought a smile on my face. So, yeah, Warriors up 1-0. Steph hurt. But hopefully that made you smile. It made you forget about it for like 90 seconds. Hey, we got a ticket giveaway.
We are giving away tickets. It's 2 Sunday tickets to go see Metallica with Pantera and Suicidal Tendencies at Levi Stadium Sunday, June 22nd. They're going to be for 2 days, but you're getting 2 Sunday tickets. We're giving them away all week. All you got to do is listen between 3 and 6. We'll give you the cue to call. Be caller 10 to the studio, 415-896-KNBR, and you'll win Furnished by Live Nation. Get the rules at knbr.com. I'm nervous now about what it could be. Tim, what's the cue to call?
That's too damn bad.
Yeah, okay, all right. Holes. I got some holes in last night, dude. I watched Holes last night. After we were talking about it and riffing. All right.
Sorry, go ahead.
If you hear that cue to call, caller 10 415-896-KNBR, and the tickets are yours, furnished by Live Nation. Get the official rules at knbr.com. What you got?
Was that movie uplifting after the Warriors? They won the game, but obviously feeling down the dumps with Steph Curry's injury.
You guys got to stop acting like these games ruin your lives for a day. We're going to bring us up. Everybody's so upset today. I was like, yeah, they lost. Steph Curry got hurt. It's a basketball game, man.
I know.
This series isn't over. They're up 1-0. Could be worse. They could have lost the game like yesterday and not had Steph.
That would have been the worst scenario.
So here's what's up. They win that game yesterday. I was giving them game 2. Weren't you?
Yeah.
I was giving the T-Wolves game 2. So Steph's out for at least game 2, 3, and 4.
Yes. But the next 3 games.
I didn't need to be uplifted last night. I was like, basketball game's over. I think I'm going to go to bed after I have a beer. And then laid down. I was like, hey, Holes is what I think I'm getting into tonight.
All right,
so,
okay.
Nothing brought me down last night. I was hyped about the Warrior win. Bum Steph was out, but he went out in like 10 minutes left in the second quarter, didn't he?
Yeah.
I mean, he went out early. I know they were up
only
10.
13 minutes played last night.
They were up 10 in the second quarter, so I don't know exactly.
Yes.
I can't remember exactly the minute mark when he went out, but he was out and ruled out pretty quickly. My whole thing was, I wasn't real bummed about anything and was wondering to see how long they'd keep him out. I figure he's at game 2 anyway, right? After the sprain yesterday.
That's what I thought, yeah.
And I thought even if it's a first-degree strain, he's probably out game 3 as well. That would be my thought.
I thought that maybe there was a hope for him to come back for Saturday's game, but the way that, Rick Cilabrini is, being overly cautious.
It's a hamstring, though. So even if it was grade 1, my thought last night before we got anything about the MRI was he's out game 2, and Steve Kerr said as much. So when they ruled him out for
immediately after the game,
when they ruled him out immediately in the game, I was like, okay, he's probably out for game 2.
Yeah.
Right? Even if you lose this one, he's probably out for game 2.
So you needed to steal last night to feel at least comfortable about splitting the series, and then you could play it however you like the next 3 games. I mean, regardless, you have to get one without him. The best case scenario is getting a 2-2 series tie with hope that he comes back for game 5.
Well, and as hesitant as I was and as worried as I was about this series because of the exhaustion, and maybe that's part of it, dude, when you get to be this age, I mean, putting this many miles on you after playing 46 minutes or whatever the hell it was in game 7 every other day until you get to game 5 or whatever it is, like, it makes it really, really tough. I mean, I joke all the time. The reason Chris Paul's never gone that deep into the playoffs or has done it one time with the Suns or whatever is because the Warriors used to beat the brakes off of him. He'd get hurt. And I go, yeah, because they'd make him run enough to play at a level that he hasn't had to play at all season long. Steph does play at that level and is running around at that capacity. But having to do it this many times every other day, I mean, that's where this stuff just comes in. Injuries happen, especially in soft tissue. My assumption immediately when he was ruled out immediately was he's out at least game 2 and game 3. So my hope was initially, let's hope that they're at least it's only 2-1 at the very worst after game 3 if Steph doesn't play game 2 and 3. Now you got to survive 3 games without him. It's
going to be tough.
Say you stole one yesterday, didn't feel like a steal. That's kind of the thing.
Well, that's just the terminology you say when you win one on the road.
Minnesota didn't look Everybody yesterday, the credit to the callers and the texters who were like, yeah, rest versus rust is going to be a thing. They looked rusty yesterday. By the way, I should let you know, Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home or planning your children's future or your growing business, Redwood Credit Union is your financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUN. Should we take a break?
Let's do it.
Let's take a quick break. When we come on back, by the way, keep listening for that cue to call for the tickets. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. We'll get to your thoughts and your calls all day long on now that you know Steph is out through at least Game 4. And by the way, that's just we're going to reevaluate after Game 4. We'll see what happens. They get 3 days off, I believe, between Game 4 and Game 5. Or is it Game 5 and 6?
Game 5 and 6.
Game 5 and
it would
6,
go from Wednesday, I believe, to Sunday.
So again, and by the way, I was wrong on my math yesterday. They mentioned it on the broadcast. If the Warriors have to go through Game 5 and they don't sweep Minnesota, they will have played 10 games in 20 days. I mean, it's
taking a toll on their bodies.
It's going to be a whole lot. We'll talk more about this one. 808-KNBR, 415-808-5627. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. We'll keep throwing crap at the wall, huh, Tim? Only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Curry dancing with Alexander Walker. Got it. Stephen Curry, as only he can do.
And Steve Kerr just shakes his head. Not in disbelief because he's seen it for a long, long time.
Curry's hurt though, Coach. Someone grabbed him. He's asking for relief from from that bench. I'm not sure what it was, but he came out of there hobbled.
Yeah, guys, I just got some unfortunate news from the Warriors PR staff. Steph Curry, officially a left hamstring strain, will not return to tonight's game.
Butler finds Green, the hot hand, and he stays hot. Oh, Draymond Green delivering 1-3 after another. He's 4 for 5. Out to Butler with DiVincenzo on Butler. Oh my goodness, he fires it off the glass, knocks in a prayer. Warriors lead is 9. Here's Buddy Hield. Catch and shoot. The stroke is pure, and Buddy Hield delivers another big three-pointer.
Day to day, he'll get an MRI tomorrow. I talked to him at halftime. Just, he's obviously crushed, but, the guys picked him up and played a great game, and obviously we're all, concerned about Steph, but it's part of the game. You just, guys get hurt, you move on. Our guys did a great job at moving on and getting a great win.
I'll tell you what, it was a great win. I mean, it was a win that doesn't happen with teams that don't have guys like Steve Kerr and Draymond Green. And props again to Buddy Hield, man. 2 points in the first half. He came back and reigned in the second half and had like 3 straight possessions where he was putting up points. Jimmy Butler did a nice job distributing.
Yep.
Draymond was owning the offense anyway. Prior to Steph going out, Draymond was knocking
4 or 5 from 3.
Came out red hot and scored early, and I thought, okay, great. This is the kind of start you need. Pair that with Anthony Edwards starting like 0 for 8 or 0 for 9, and he missed his first free throw.
He looked rusty.
He was terrible in the first half.
The whole team looked terrible shooting-wise in the first half. Awful. They were 0 for 16, I believe, from their first 16 three-pointers. I mean, they were looking like the 2018 Rockets in that Game 7 in the Western Conference Finals.
Yeah, it was bad. And my thought in the second half was they can't play this bad the whole game, can they? And they did turn it on. I mean,
they did.
Cut it to 10 points a couple of different times, and just props to the Warriors' defense, because there was a few and props to Minnesota's defense in the second half. There was a few possessions in the fourth quarter where the T-Wolves were pressing back, and the Warriors came down, and the T-Wolves put together a couple of good stops, were out-rebounding the Dubs in those few possessions, were getting stops. I mean, the Moses Moody play where he just had the shot clock run out in the first half was tough. There was a few different moments like that where Minnesota's defense looked better to me than I thought it might, but it was because also Steph's not out there. When you can change your defensive game plan, you don't have the gravity of Steph tilting the court in the same way. Things aren't going to be quite as open for everybody. It was a resilient finish. And Draymond's legs looked, by the way, like he lost them by the end. I mean, he airballed a couple of threes, missed a couple of threes way off, but props to Buddy for stepping up. Pajemski, I thought, played pretty well. Kuminga had to play some minutes, and I didn't totally notice him, which is, I guess, a good thing, a positive thing. How about Pat Spencer? We had the caller yesterday who said, does Pat Spencer need to play some more minutes? And I said, well, how many is more? And I think he said 10. I think he got 11 minutes last night. Draymond praised him after the game, and 650 says, just throw the Buddy statue right up there next to Clay.
Easy.
I mean, we're tempering the expectations on that, but if he's hitting some kind of rhythm or this is some sort of hot hand that they can ride, my thought is if he's only out for 3 more, you're just going to need 1 more game of the next 3.
No, definitely, and
and one of those is at home, and 2 of those are at home.
Exactly, and the way the night started, I mean, I actually missed the beginning of the game because I was watching the end of Cavs Pacers. And TNT didn't do a good job of saying...
I was watching the end of that, too.
Yeah, TNT didn't really do a good job of saying, heads up, this game's going to NBA TV.
Right.
So I missed the beginning of it. I missed the whole thing with Buddy Hield having the wrong basketball shorts, basically pulling a Brandon Ayuk, although he handled it a lot better than Brandon did on the practice field. But no, I mean, Buddy Hield had an amazing performance last night, scoring 24 points, majority of it in the second half.
He's a leading scorer for the Warriors. Again, he had 2 in the first half, 22 in the second.
Exactly.
7 of 19 shooting.
And 16 in the third quarter. I mean, it basically was the same formula as it was in Game 7, just, same starting lineup, and they knocked down their shots. They, not as good as Game 7, but, I mean, both teams were very sloppy in the first quarter. The Warriors had their 13-6.
First quarter, yeah.
Warriors had their 13-6 lead, and then the Minnesota Timberwolves went on a 10-0 run. But Minnesota's just ineffectiveness carried over to the second quarter where the Warriors got hot. And Draymond was incredible to start, 3-point shooting. I mean, it was deflating once Steph Curry got that injury, and you saw immediately he was grabbing the back of his leg, and I was like, that's a hamstring.
It was deflating, maybe to fans. I didn't notice any deflation of anybody on the court. None of that changed anything about what the Warriors did. That was my thing, was they held the line. Not only that, they extended the lead in the third quarter.
Yeah.
That was my thing, is we can say it's deflating. I don't know what the emotions are that everybody has when they're watching the game. If you're a Warrior fan and you want to win, the emotions in my mind are never, oh, Steph's out now, man, but they're up 20. Like, in my mind, nothing was deflating at all. I thought yesterday was a hell of a game. It was an exciting game. It was an up-tempo game The issue I had was how exhausting it was not knowing when Steph will be back. But I don't know how deflating it was considering they were up by 10 when he got injured. And at halftime, they were up by what, 12 or 13? I think they were up 13 at the half.
I mean, they only
at the end of the third quarter, they were up 20.
They allowed 31 points in the first half.
He was scored by Minnesota in a half all season.
Yes. So
to me, nothing was deflating. To me, everything was encouraging. Draymond was working his ass off, was not going to allow them to lose that game. Came out with like 6 minutes left, and then Kerr threw him back in there to make sure he finished the game. I was impressed by the defense. Podziemski didn't score, but he did everything else in terms of being on the boards. I mean, they were all over. By the way, huge 26 minutes from Gary Payton also. Huge 26.
How about Kevon Looney? I mean,
Kevon Looney played big. He came in for Draymond.
Huge defensive rebounds.
So, he was working his ass off.
It's deflating in the longevity of the series.
I just don't think negatively about it like that. I don't think.
I know.
Deflation.
I mean, I felt good about the game. Like, I realized they have to win this game. I mean, and also when you don't have Steph Curry out there, that gives an opportunity for the Timberwolves to potentially come back in the second half.
Of course, yeah.
But the fact that they build on that lead and maintain that lead, and Jimmy Butler was making ridiculous shots. I know that we're not, we're accustomed to seeing ridiculous shots with Steph Curry, but sometimes with the way Jimmy Butler gets closed in the corner and just like lofts it up in the air and it goes in, it's either a 4-point play or a 3-point play. You're like, God, that's incredible what Jimmy Butler's doing right now. So he came up clutch, but Buddy Hield was, these last two games, I mean, say what you will about the majority of the season with Buddy Hield, it was hit or miss. He was electric when the season started, and then as most NBA fans would tell you, Buddy Hield reverted back to the Buddy Hield that most fans expect him to be. But these last two games, he's been incredible, almost Steph and Clay-like in the postseason. And he was magnificent in the fourth quarter to establish and maintain that lead. But yeah, like when you're thinking about the grand scheme of things for this series, yeah, it hit me like they won this game. But the way I'm feeling today is, damn, what's going to happen these next three games without Steph Curry? I have my doubts that they could win this series with Steph Curry, and now, my confidence level is at an all-time low, so they need to steal another game. And I know that they didn't steal it last night because they took it. They were the better basketball team, and when I'm watching the Minnesota Timberwolves, I was not impressed whatsoever with their shooting ability. I know that...
Well, why would you be? They shot 17% from three.
They were terrible, and I think it's the worst two-game stretch when it comes to three-point shooting. They were abysmal. They asked Anthony Edwards last night about it after the game. He was like, damn, you got to be kidding me. It was that bad? Yeah, they managed to win that game against the Lakers, but they shot horribly.
Yeah, yesterday they were 5 of 29 from three, and the Warriors 18 of 42. Warriors shot 43% from three. Timberwolves overall 39.5%. Warriors, they shot overall better than the Warriors, but attempted 16 fewer threes and only made 5 of them.
And over these last two games, they are 12 of 76 when it comes to three-pointers.
3 of them were Naz Reid, by the way. So,
yes.
the starters from three-point range for Minnesota yesterday, 6-8. They were 1 for 13.
Yeah, so, and I would anticipate, as I said before during the Rocket series, no two games are alike in the NBA playoffs. So I would anticipate that Minnesota is going to hit their shots the next game. And we'll see how into Game 2 the Warriors will be, because we saw last series, when they could kick a game, they will. And when they are on the road, sometimes they're not really into a game. But when you know that Steph Curry's not going to be there for the foreseeable future, maybe you have to change things up. And I thought that Draymond Green, the way he sounded in the postgame presser last night, he's taking the ability on, or taking accountability for being the leader of this team right now, and not being negative. And just, this is what we have to do. Steph Curry's not here. They've won playoff series without Steph Curry before. It's just different this time. They're going to be on the road for the majority of this series, so we'll see what happens. But yeah, a credible win last night. They needed to win that game last night. But as far as this series going forward, yeah, it's not looking great.
I'm on record as saying, based on the situation and how tough the road was to get to this spot, that I wasn't super confident after a Game 7 win either that they would win this series. I said, but I'm not betting against them. I'm betting against Steph and Draymond and Jimmy and Steve Kerr. And then I think what Tim and I were saying yesterday is we thought if the Warriors were going to win this one, it would be in 7, that this wouldn't be a beat you down, handle you type of series. I just think I think higher of Minnesota than I do of the Houston Rockets just in general. So, but I think Tim and I both said yesterday, if you win Game 1, everything changes. Everything changes in how you scope this series. It's tough to feel like it's changed a ton because now you don't have Steph. Now my thought again is they got 3 games at minimum without Steph. Give me one of the next 3. Give me one of the next 3.
You have to.
You can't be down 3-1 if and when Steph comes back for a Game 5. You need to be at least at 2-2. If you're at 2-2 into a game 5, you get 3 days off after that, and you pick up and you see where you're at. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How has your confidence changed? How you feeling after last night's win? Are you ready to go to battle without Steph Curry? Because you're going to have to. Let's go to Fozzie, who's in the East Bay. What's up, Fozzie? You're on the Sports Leader.
Yeah, what's up, boys? Thanks for taking my call.
Brother?
What's up, Fozzie?
Yeah, man, I don't want to get on here and sound like a troll or anything, but to me, even with Steph out, and look, thoughts are with Steph, and I hope he gets back, but I'm not too, concerned about the Wolves, and this is why we got Jimmy Butler. And you know what? Minnesota's game plan has now changed. They got 2 names circled right now, which is Jimmy Butler and, believe it or not, Buddy Hield. So now those guys are going to grind it out, do the dirty work.
Hey.
You know what I'm saying? And everybody else is going to be stepping up too. I think, Wolves, they rolled over the Lakers because Lakers had no size, but we're different. We got Draymond, and, we got Post if we need him. And you know what? No shade, but he hasn't seen any minutes, but we'll see what TJD could do.
Yeah, he didn't play yesterday.
We'll see what he looks. Yeah, he didn't.
Hey, Fozzie, I don't think you sounded like a troll at all.
Not at all.
Let me face it. Let me ask you this: if you're going to go, it sounds like you're going glass half full. If you're going to go positive on this, do you think there's a case that the Warriors are better? I mean, Steph has improved his defense a lot. If they're going strict defensive units, I mean, I'm just looking for scoring. I think that's my biggest fear: is where does the scoring come from? There's a case to be made. You're going to get more defensive units out there with bigger minutes defensively than you would if Steph were here.
Definitely.
Oh, definitely. Defensively, I think Warriors have been the best in the playoffs so far. And, no shot at Steph either, but we all know he could be a little bit of a liability, especially who he's guarding. But Steph off the floor, and you know what? If the guys can play lock up and Nas Reed, I mean, they don't really have anybody else to go to. So we'll see what this series looks like. But Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield, I feel like they'll carry us, and I got us in 6.
Warriors in 6, even without Steph for the next 3. All right. What else you got?
And I also wanted to shout out you guys real quick, man. I had the day off, so no dirty work for me. I enjoyed a beer at 11 o'clock.
Hell yeah.
It was nice, and now I'm listening to you guys. You guys are doing a great job covering both Warriors and Giants. Cheers, boys. Have a good one.
Much love, Fozzie.
Thank you, Fozzie. Waka waka.
I love that, dude. I love having a beer at 11. Hey, good for him, dude. Good for him.
Good for Fozzie.
I mean, we're getting into summertime. I'm almost ready for when it gets warm. I love a shower beer.
Oh, shower beers are great.
Shower beer is one of my favorite things to do in the world.
Oh,
shower beer. I don't think I discovered it until I was, 25, 26. I was like, didn't know it was a normal thing.
That was definitely a college thing, but also like it would suck when you get like a beer bottle and the shower water would get in the beer. Like,
yeah,
bad mixture, but
that's not a problem I've ever had.
No, that's just me.
I've never had that problem.
But hold on, just real quick to what Fozzie was saying was Steph being a defensive liability. Maybe early in his career, he's definitely improved his game. I mean, he had 10 defensive rebounds at Game 7, so I wouldn't sleep on him defensively. But yeah, offensively, he's going to leave a lot desired with now him not being there anymore. So we'll see what happens. And I did say, Copes, remember when Steph was out for a week? Maybe this could be good for the team. Maybe this can show everybody else, have everybody else grow a little bit. And now, we kind of need everybody. We need more. We need more for Brandon Pajemski. We need more from everybody else.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627. How has your confidence changed, if at all? Fozzie's still like, nah, man, we're going to sweep him if not for Steph going out. Rick and Pacifica, Greg and Gilroy, I see you've been waiting for about 15 minutes. We will get to you first on the other side. Aaron and Petaluma, we see you waiting. Morton, Merton, Milt, they're all confident about the dub still. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627 is the number to call if you want to get involved on some Dubs talk today. 510 says shower beer overrated. Doubtful. I don't think so. And then also somebody else asked, give me an NBA grab bag. It's coming your way at 4:15.
We'll get you Levity today.
Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
In a mistake never to be made again, Dirty Work brings you the NBA Grab Bag after 4 o'clock. The audience has spoken and we listened. For all things bag, keep it locked to KNBR, the Grab Bag leader.
Back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty work on a Wednesday. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with the Warriors win, but they lose Steph Curry. You feeling negative about the team? Because you keep talking about bringing up the spirits and the gut punch that it was. And
well, I mean, anytime you lose Steph Curry, he's the best player on the team. So, yeah, it's a huge gut punch. I mean, we'll see how it goes tomorrow. You
didn't think they would win the series anyway, so now you feel more negative about it?
I mean,
Not negative, but just more pessimistic about the win?
I would say so. I mean, you got to play 3 games without him, and I know in the past they've won playoff series without Steph Curry, but you had Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson to basically carry the offense. And let's be real, when Steph was out that week, when Jimmy was here, they looked putrid offensively. So someone needs to step up big time.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at, obviously, Jimmy Butler, and I say the usual thing, I need more for Brandon Pajemski and Moses Moody, but Buddy Hield, I mean, Minnesota was interviewed today about, how this is going to impact them with Steph Curry being out. And they were like, we're going to treat Buddy Hield like Steph Curry now because he's the one getting the open look. So it's going to be difficult. And I don't know how you do the starting lineup. We can ask Monty Pool about that later on at 5:30. Do you go with GP2 filling in for Steph Curry? I would go the other way and maybe go big and have Kevon Looney start these games because he was fantastic last night. But maybe you want him coming off the bench. I don't know.
You probably need him to come off the bench to spell Draymond because Draymond's going to be asked to do so much more.
You're probably right. But as Steve was saying, going into Game 7, everything's on the table. Yeah, right now with Steph Curry out for 3 games, everything is on the table right now. So best case scenario is, to me, you got to win 1 game at home. I don't think you're winning tomorrow. And I know that anything could happen, and I think they'll probably have more intensity because, like last week, all right, well, we're up 3-1 against the Rockets. We could kick a game. But without Steph, every game matters so much now. So I think they'll come to play tomorrow, but I think Minnesota...
Every game matters just as much.
Of course.
Every game matters just as much as it did before, and you have one in hand at least without Steph. And you only played 13 minutes in the one that you won where he got hurt. So.
Yeah, but I would anticipate that Minnesota's going to shoot a hell of a lot better than they did last night.
I would anticipate they'll have another game where they shoot 17%, but hey, if they do, it's on the table that you're the better defensive team anyway.
So to me, I don't know if you think differently. I mean, obviously, best case scenario would be you try to go up 4-0. But in reality, I think best case scenario without Steph Curry for the next 3 games, probably go 2-2 and see what happens when he comes back for
just
Game 5.
Give me one. Give me one of the next 3. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Let's go to Greg in Gilroy. He's been waiting a while. Greg, what's up? Where are you with the Warriors after last night's win and loss of Steph for at least the next 3?
Yeah, I mean, obviously you got the world's greatest, in the history of the NBA, the greatest shooter ever, and he's out. I don't know how that would ever be. I don't know how you could ever say Steph would be a liability. I don't even say that even on defense. But going forward, I think Game 2 is going to tell a lot, obviously, where Minnesota's at. But I don't see any advantage of telling the entire world that you're going to have Steph out for the next 3 to 4 games. I just think that of course, you tell your locker room that he's going to be out. But I don't see any advantage of telling Minnesota that he's going to be out like that. That's one thing that I would.
There are health rules that they do have to report.
Yeah, but you don't have to absolutely say that he's going to be out through Game 4.
Yeah, but Greg, that's how Warriors PR has always done it.
Bill Belichick never did that.
Well, I mean, but nobody has to. I mean, he has to divulge.
You have to divulge certain injuries to the opposition. And the league can fine you if you lie about injuries.
No, I get that. I get that you can say grade 1 strain.
So if you know it's a grade 1, when they're playing every other day, it's at least the next 2.
Well,
otherwise it's not a grade 1.
Who's to say that?
And if it was less than that, who's to say what?
Who's to say that he can't come back on Saturday?
I hear you, Greg, but the way we're nitpicking this because we're in the situation right now, but the Warriors. I mean, in the 10 years that they've been a dynastic team, they've always done this. They've always put out PR statements saying we're going to reevaluate this player in 1 week or however long it takes.
Also, since they ruled him out immediately at yesterday's game, I think it gives you a little bit. I mean, you make a case there, Greg. I appreciate the call. He does make a case about some gamesmanship.
But that's hard to avoid.
I don't really fault for that. I mean, that's something
in today's age with reporting, Shams Charania is going to have that report, so it's best just to have the PR release and just tell everybody, this is what's going to happen in the next week here. So
somebody here says on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line 650 says, following what we just said, goes, all I know is that Scoops Callahan needs to show up and ask Steve Kerr about the plan in Steph's absence. I agree with you there, which pretty good. Somebody else checked in 510 said, Thin Tim, the Horn Man is the true butter and egg man if he gives us both the NBA grab bag and his takes and trivia today. You will get both.
Oh, you will.
Tim the Horn Man Webb will be the butter and egg man for KNBR today.
Who's going to be the Warriors better egg man the rest of the way?
And for Dirty Work,
champ. It's
going to be Draymond and Jimmy Butler. Let's go to Rick in Pacifica. What's up, Rick? You're on the Sports Leader.
Well, hey, fellas.
What's going on, Rick?
Can you hear me okay?
We got you.
So, on a personal note, I got to say that I love your guys' show.
Appreciate you, Rick.
You are just priceless.
Me?
Adam, you're hilarious, and Derek, you're a perfect sidekick. I love it.
Oh, thank you. I'm the sidekick.
Well, whatever you want to call it.
Okay, no, it's good. I'll glad. Even though Buddy Hield doesn't like to be called Robin, I'll gladly be Robin.
Yeah, all right, run with it. So now, you're the Debbie Downer here. Did we watch the same game last night?
Yes, we did. No. Hey, look, Rick. Last night's game was incredible.
I'm galvanized by last night, Rick. That galvanized me.
It's just going to be tough, though. Don't you agree?
Well, I totally agree. But hear me out. So,
okay.
Might you feel the same way when you watched the Houston series? Did you not watch every game thinking Doom is on the next dribble or next pass? Those guys were insanely effective against us. And Steph commented after the series was over, that was the hardest defense the team had ever played.
Right.
And so we were watching the game last night. My wife and I were watching, and I look at her and I go, I don't want to say like this is a cakewalk, but just don't seem like it has remotely the same energy as the other series. And in the end, it bore out. They didn't have it. We smashed them.
Yeah.
We smashed them. They didn't have an answer for us last night, and they won't the rest of the series. They're going to have their runs. No question. They're going to have their runs. But I tell you, the Warriors defensively, to me, look like the best team in all of the playoffs right now. And one last thing, on another personal note, Derek, I think your voice is so soothing at times, I think you could run a meditation group.
Why, thank you, Rick. I appreciate that so much.
We didn't record a book. We'll appreciate you, Rick. Call anytime, brother. That's pretty funny.
You know me. I always am the soothing voice on the show.
I was like, damn, he's putting people to sleep, huh?
Hey, easy. It's all good, everybody. Steph Curry's not around for a week. All good, my babies.
Dude, 707 immediately. I was thinking the same thing. 707 says, wait, if Depop is Robin, does that make Tim Alfred?
No, Tim's like, God, who would Tim be?
Yeah, Tim be Mr. Freeze.
I'll think about it. Mr. Freeze.
Commissioner Gordon.
One guy got upset, 510 says,
who's the crooked cop on Batman? That's Tim.
The crooked cop. I don't know. Every cop's crooked in Gotham City except Gordon. I think that's kind of the point.
No, but the one that was in the cartoon series, the guy with like the hat. I can't think of his name.
It's a good reference. 510 says, calling Derek the sidekick, WTF. And then he follows up and he goes, Cope's Batman. Derek is Robin the Boy.
Oh, come on
and then he
now.
goes, the Boy Wonder.
No one wants to be Robin. Let's
go to Aaron in Petaluma. Aaron, what's up? You're on the Sports Leader.
What's cracking, fellas?
What's up, brother?
What's cracking, Aaron? I said Robin.
So, first of all, I totally agree with Copes. And when it comes to how you feel about things being a realist, I'm the exact same way. So I really relate to what you say in general. But, like, the Timberwolves lost the entire series in the last 2.5 quarters of the game yesterday. Their motivation and confidence is a real thing, and it's not something you can put in numbers. And I think Buddy Hield has evolved. I think Draymond Green has evolved. I think the team has evolved. I think everybody's running scared, and I don't think anybody's going to give them as much as a defense as the Rockets did. And I totally agree with the last caller, Rick. I think they're going to win this. Not easy, but I think they're going to win it 5 or 6 with or without Steph.
Damn. All right, Aaron.
Five seems almost. It seems aggressive. I mean, it seems really, really positive considering where we kind of thought they'd be yesterday. I really thought yesterday if the Warriors would have won it, it'd be in like 6 or 7. 5 to me would have been a little bit surprising because I wasn't as confident in the series. If they had Steph healthy, I wouldn't have written off 6 or 5, I don't think. But now that he's not, and somebody was asking me, by the way, Aaron, on the text line, they were like, is Steph for sure out the next 3 games? What they say is it's a grade 1 strain. An MRI this morning confirmed the diagnosis. The team said they would reevaluate him in 1 week, meaning he would not return until at least Game 5 in Minneapolis. So he is going to be out for at least the next 3. I'm hopeful that they get one of the next 3. That would put them at 2-2. If you're at 2-2, you give yourself a shot for a Game 6
that's
return. For a Game 6 return by Steph at the very least, right?
Yeah.
Maybe that's the latest. And then even if you're down 3-2, you know you got a chance for 6 at home and 7 in Minnesota.
I agree until I watched that game yesterday.
Yeah, so,
I was thinking 6 or 7 games because it's going to be a tough series. Edwards, Ant-Man is talking all this crap. Draymond went out there. He's been practicing threes nonstop.
Obviously, it's pretty clear because it's pretty clear of the way this postseason's gone that he's been shooting and he's been working on it. Yeah.
And now they have a starting stretch 5 in theory, and it's dangerous. And I'm not really sure what the Timberwolves are. I don't watch them all. I haven't watched them all season.
Yeah,
but I don't know what to tell you. They did not look good.
I wouldn't sleep on them, Aaron.
Yeah,
I wouldn't sleep on them.
I just don't think they're as bad as they played last night, and I think you're hoping for a lot of scoring from the Warriors. Without Steph there, it's going to change their defensive scheme. I just want to allot for a little bit of the correction to come for Minnesota before I'm writing them off completely. But I'm not doubting what you're saying in terms of banking on the defense. Aaron, we got to run. I appreciate the call, man. Call anytime. Many people checking on the text line. Harvey Bullock is the guy you're looking for.
Harvey Bullock.
The crooked cop from the Batman animated
That's
series.
Tim. So crooked.
Tim's
What killed the dinosaur?
You just wanted to play that.
The Ice Age.
510 says Copes is the Dark Knight. I'd say medium night.
Okay.
I'd say dawn night. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty work on a Wednesday. Avery in San Francisco, Mac in Sonoma. I see you guys waiting. We will get to your calls and your thoughts next. Are you as confident as some of these other callers? Are you more confident now with Steph out? Because it seems like anybody who's more confident today is basing it on what they saw from Minnesota. I just want to not forget some of the games we saw them play against Houston.
Absolutely.
Now, Minnesota, not as good of a defensive team, obviously. They do have more offense than they showed last night. 808 KNBR, give me one of the next 3. That puts you at 2-2, and it guarantees you a game 6. So even if you don't have Steph for a game 5, you know you got a game 6 at home. And if Steph's walking through that door for a game 6 at Chase Center and a potential for a game 7, I'll take my chances.
And I want one name. Give me one name besides Jimmy Butler or Draymond Green that you want to see step up in these next 3 games without Steph Curry.
Who do you want more from?
Come on, you want to see more, damn it.
808 KNBR is the number to call. Dirty work rolls on. Only here on the Sports Leader.
Well, as you just heard, the Giants took 2 of 3 from the Cubbies, getting their 24th win of the season, tied for the most in the majors with the Dodgers. Up next, after a well-deserved off day, San Francisco heads to Minnesota for a 3-game set. For all things Giants, keep it locked to KNBR, the most wins in baseball leader.
What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. My good friend Steve Moskowitz is hanging out on the line. And Steve, people have gone through tax season. Some have paid their bills. They filed their tax returns. And there are some that sit around and go, dude, I've still got unfiled tax returns. If you've still got some that are unfiled, how should you handle that?
Calls with so many of these cases. People get frustrated. Usually they don't file because they don't have the money. Or maybe something that happened in their lives, like they got divorced or somebody that did their returns or their bookkeeping retired or moved away or became non-responsive. The bottom line is we're very familiar with all of that. We'll file all the old back returns you need. We'll make a deal for you for what you can't pay. It's okay. There's a lot of good deals. Don't wait for some IRS agent to come knocking on your door, ruining your life, your business, your marriage. We have free consultation. We'll explain everything to you. We're so experienced in this. We've been doing this for years. We know all about it. We'll explain everything to you. And if you want us to, we'll do everything for you. You don't have to deal with the IRS. And think about how you'd feel that we got this horrible problem off of your back. And what we want to do is we want to give you your life back. The only thing you have to do is call up and say, hey, Steve, take care of this for me.
Steve Moskowitz can help. Give him a call, 1-888-TAX-DEAL, or you can find him online at moskowitzllp.com.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Boy, a lot of people checking in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line after one call. I think it was Rick called you a sidekick.
I guess so.
We're going with the Batman and Robin again. 707 says, dude, Tim has to be Robin. D-Pop's the bad guy because he robbed everybody of the NBA grab bag yesterday.
Which villain would I be? Robbing people of the grab bag?
Somebody said Tim's got to be the Riddler because of all his trivia.
Edward E. Nigma?
It's not even his name in the comics. 808 KNBR 415-808-5627. The NBA grab bag is coming your way. A nice big grab bag. It was delivered yesterday. Derek tried to hide it from us. We found it. We're going to play it for you a little bit later.
So little time on the show.
4:15.
I said the Mr. Freeze one was appropriate because my takes are so cold.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
I was laughing at myself actually the other day, thinking about how last week Tim did his takes in trivia, and we hosed him for his take. I was kind of low hanging fruit. We ripped on the draft, whatever it was. I was like,
what was it on again?
I don't know. But then the very next day, he comes in the first 5 minutes of the show. He's like, if you touch a baseball and play, you should be banned for life. We crushed him for a take on his Tuesday takes in trivia.
Yeah.
And then when he came with the take the next day, it was much better. And then we got on him for that one.
You crushed me for that too. So
we crushed you for that, but it was a more.
It got us through the show.
It was a more engaging take, is what I'd say.
What was your take a week ago?
It was about how the grading NFL drafts is stupid.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. And I was like, look.
Yeah, we all agree with that one, Tim.
Yeah, it was just kind of whatever,
But banning people for life.
It had to be said.
All right.
I think the funniest thing is just that, we make him do these takes. We act like he begged for it, and then when he doesn't, we don't like him. We just crush him.
I'll tell you what, I'm not begging him to make any more production packages.
Yeah,
Good Lord.
Maybe don't do that.
Went on for way too long, Tim. Way too long.
Listen,
That's
I needed
me
levity,
talking.
okay? We needed levity.
510 says, when's the grab bag? I got to clear the decks here.
4:15.
4:15 today. 925 says Derek's two-faced with his takes.
That one actually might be accurate.
808 KNBR 415-808-5627, the number to call and to text. Do you have questions? Not questions. You have concerns now about the Warriors.
We'll take questions.
Yeah, I'll take any questions you got as well. Anything you're wondering about, just let me know. Let's go to Avery. Avery's been waiting a little while in San Francisco. Avery, you're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Avery?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? How y'all doing today?
Doing well.
So I don't have a concern. I'm technically not a Dubs fan, but I never root against them because I'm a homegrown San Franciscan. So I'm always going, watch them and always be intrigued by them. But put that to the side. Just talking pure basketball, I feel like people are not watching and understanding what's going on. Without Steph Curry, they're actually a better defensive basketball team now. You know what I mean? Now you can put Paz at the point, or you can put GP at the point, guard up, I guess,
Anthony Edwards,
if he'll be putting it, or because Edwards is always going to be off the ball, right? He's going to play the two guard. And I feel like Naz Reid is going to shoot a little bit better. Yeah, okay. And it's going to shoot a little bit better. But outside of those two, how many shooters do they really have? So I feel like before Curry got hurt, it was going to be a 6-game series Dubs way. Now it's just going to go 7 because Curry's out. Obviously, when you miss points like that, the whole thing changes. But I think defensively, that's what it's all about in the playoffs. And I feel like as long as the Warriors hunker down, play defense, Jimmy Butler shoots enough to his mid-range and gets it going in that. Let Draymond just control the defensive anchorship like he always has been. Paz add 10, 12. Moody needs to get going for sure. Moody definitely has to get going. And then I would say realistically, Buddy's probably going to average from now on about 20 points. He's not going to go off every night for 30 or 25. But 20 will be right in the right wheelhouse. And I just see the same thing happening. I feel like defense is going to win it for the Dubs. What do you guys think?
I'm with you on the Dubs are a better defensive team. Because they'll have more consistent, pure defensive units out there, I'm with you. They do lose some defense with Buddy. I think Steph's a better defender, even though Buddy's played better defense of late. And what you're saying is realistically Buddy's going to score 20 or so a game. That's what they need. I think, Avery, the only concern I have is you named a bunch of things that have to happen, and that's why you believe they're going to be successful. It's just that they need to prove they can do all that consistently over a 3 to 4 game span, potentially without Steph, because Minnesota's defensive game plan changes. I'm with you about the defense. They're certainly not a better offensive unit without Steph, and the scoring is what concerns me, is can they score enough to continue to win games? Because that was the lowest scoring output in the first half for a Minnesota team all year. They only shot 17% in a game one time this season from three.
Right.
You know what I mean? So there's a lot of ifs, but I'm with you. I still think they've got a great shot to win the series if Steph's back by game 5, even if it's game 6, as long as you get one of the next 3.
Right, and I'm with you, too, on the offensive end.
Yeah.
They definitely need to find some offense. I also think you should throw Quentin Post in there just a little bit.
I'll probably try.
Stretch Gobert out a little bit, and he can get going, too. But I'm with you. The offense is the concern with Curry out, but I still believe in the Dubs. Thank you for the call.
Much love, man. We appreciate you, man. 808 KNBR is the number to call into text. Let's go to Mark. Mark's in San Francisco. I don't know what he wants to talk about. It just is Batman and Robin. Who are we talking about here, Mark?
Hey, thank you for taking my call from the best show, the best radio show in the Bay.
There we go. Much love, Mark.
What about America? Okay, either way.
I got to give it to you on this, on the Batman reference with the Warriors and Buddy Hield. In Batman, the police chief was Chief Gordon.
Commissioner Gordon,
his boy was Chief O'Hara.
Chief O'Hara. I know you're talking Chief O'Hara. Yeah.
Are we going 1960s Batman here?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Adam West.
Yep.
Okay, all right.
That's who.
Some days you just can't get rid of a
Buddy
bomb.
Hield is Chief O'Hara.
Right.
Thank you, guys.
All right, appreciate you, Mark.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mark.
Attaboy.
Hey, we know our fans. We talk Warriors, and sometimes we talk a little man.
4 and 5 says Buddy should be Nightwing. Yeah, well, Nightwing is Dick Grayson. So now we're saying if that's the case, then like now we're getting really in deep into the Batman universe. You know what I mean? Then we're going. That means that the Robin that is Jimmy Butler is not technically Dick Grayson. He's either Tim Drake or Jason Todd or somebody else.
Yeah,
Jason Todd becomes the Red Hood. See, now we're going deep.
We're
on
going
Batman,
really nerdy here.
which I'm happy to go deep on Batman if you guys want. Let's go back out to the phone lines. Max in Sonoma. What's up, Mac? You're on KNBR, Mac.
What up, Mac?
So, hey, here's that last caller a couple callers ago, I think, hit the nail on the head. So I think the Dubs are going to go. I'm calling 5-6 because I think that the Rockets set it up, right? The way that they played defensively, those hard-fought basketball games, I think they did the rest of the league a disservice because they put the Dubs in a position where they can kind of play against anybody and any defense going forward. So that's, my thought is that they're gonna come in and they're gonna be able to keep winning these games. It's tough without Steph, but at the same time, I don't think Steph was a massive factor other than the fact that he draws defenders to him. I think that if the other guys can keep shooting the way they go, right, like you're going to get what you're going to get from Jimmy. And if he stays consistent, if Buddy can keep playing the way he's playing, that's complete insanity, right? And that's not stoppable. But I don't think we can expect that. What I would like to see, and I think Steve Kerr pulled it out last night by putting Looney in, right? That was a smart move. We need those rebounds. And then I'd like to see more Moody going forward because GP2's lockdown defense is necessary. But Moody can defend. And if he's putting up shots, he can also go to the rack and get mid-range. So that's where you're going to get your extra points. You think?
No, agreed. I mean, hands down, Moses Moody is the best dunker on the team. And yes, he's been great. I would say he's a better defender this season than he's been offensively. Yeah, everyone needs to step their game up. But, I mean, I will say, so you're saying that Steph Curry, I mean, obviously he brings a lot offensively. He's Steph Curry, for God's sakes. But you think they can handle this offensively without him?
I think they can. I mean, I think if you look at Game 7 with the Rockets, right?
Yeah.
It wasn't Steph that tipped the scales in that game, right?
But his presence, just for a second, Mac, his presence out there opened everything up for everybody else. So him not being there, they're going to focus more on Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler. They'll probably take away the three-point shot, and that's where I think Jimmy Butler and everybody else needs to be more aggressive and go in the paint. So I hear you that Steph, I mean, he still had a pretty good game in Game 7, but it wasn't what we're accustomed to seeing in the past. But his presence on the court opens up everything else for everybody.
Yeah, agreed that it's definitely detrimental to the offense to not have him out there. But I think that because they just went up against the Rockets and the way that they play defense, the Timberwolves open up more of that slash and dash, pick and roll, get to the rack kind of game.
Mm-hmm.
So if you have Buddy Hield dropping in a three here or there, if you have GP2 hitting that corner three like he does, right, when he's on with that, then all of a sudden they still have to respect the line, but you have guys cutting through the middle. Give me a Moody. Give me a Pat Spencer with the running hook, you know?
Yeah, dude, I'll take more Spencer. I'll do more Spencer the next 3 games. I'm happy.
I'll take more Spencer.
Gladly.
Yeah. So that's my thought, guys. But I love the show, and I appreciate you guys.
Thanks, Mac.
Much love, Mac. Appreciate you, brother.
Dude, Pat Spencer's mustache game, incredible.
Yeah, dude, I'm so hot. Should we go Pat Stash? Maybe I'll shave my beard and we'll
Pat
just go with a Pat Stash.
I mean, we were a Gee show.
Support.
I think we're a Pat show now.
Playoff Pat. Yeah.
Hey,
Playoff Pat.
we love them all. I will say, I trust Pat Spencer a hell of a lot more than Jonathan Kuminga right now.
Yeah, dude. I love after the game you see Draymond, dude. He was like, I assume this. I read the quote. I assume it was real. He said, Pat Spencer's a hell of a basketball player.
Yeah, he said this.
I know sometimes it doesn't seem like it. That number, He said that number 61 doesn't help. I was like,
no,
Draymond,
it doesn't.
What are you taking him down?
He's being honest. He's being honest.
It's funny. The 61 doesn't help.
I mean, Kuminga didn't knock down a three last night, but same deal. He just kind of looks lost out there. But
it's like a guy getting a non-roster invite to spring training and he keeps the number, you know?
Well, you know what the deal is with Pat Spencer? He stayed ready. He's ready. And there's no doubt about it. It's like, I don't have any doubt about him going to the bench and being like, oh, let's get Pat in there. Done.
He's out there full of piss and vinegar.
Ready.
He's an energy player.
Lacrosse player, man. He's tough.
I know, dude. There's a good mashup in there out there somewhere. I saw on Twitter last night of his lacrosse highlights with some Warrior highlights.
Oh, yeah?
I was like, I don't even remember any of these Warrior plays. 808 KNBR, 415-808-5627. Yeah. What do we call Pat Taylor? Peach Taylor?
Taylor.
The Niners.
Peach Spence, baby.
Peach Spencer, dude. Old Peach Spencer. Jake and Martinez, Irvin Berkeley, Lars, I assume Ulrich up in Sebastopol. We'll get to your calls next.
Is it?
808 KNBR. Oh, Jesus, dude. We're giving away Metallica tickets today.
Oh, yeah, sorry. I love Lars Ulrich.
Good God.
And supportive Napster.
And he just fell off. No, I'm kidding. 808 KNBR, number to call and to text. We'll get to more of your Warrior thoughts. Plus, we'll let you hear what Shams Charania had to say about Steph Curry's injury, what Steve Kerr had to say about that injury after they found out today it is a grade 1 strain of the hamstring, going to keep him out at least 3 games. It's the greatest show in America. You know it. It's only on Dirty Work. It's only on Dirty Work. It's KNBR. It's the sports leader.
back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
808 KNBR is the number to call and to text. Somebody on the text line said, Copes, that was good on your Batman knowledge on the different Robins.
Dick Grayson and Tim Drake.
Yeah, Jason Todd. Jason Todd became the Red Hood. I think Tim Drake's the one. I don't know why I'm laughing.
Must be a funny story here.
It's not funny at all.
Come on.
It's like really dark.
It must be a belly
it's a famous
splitter.
Batman comic called Death in the Family. I'm pretty sure the Joker beats Tim Drake to death with a crowbar.
Jesus, Copes.
And then Damon Wayne.
You mean Blake, man?
Damian Wayne becomes Robin. He's Bruce Wayne's son at one point.
There's a whole lot of Batman I don't know. Like I love.
We're going Batman verse.
I love the animated series. I love all the movies. Not all the movies, but the majority of them. The comics. I know the Killing Joke for the majority of the comics, though. Never read them.
Yeah, Killing Joke's good. There's a lot that stand alone. Like, you guys can go find them. I mean, any of the Frank Miller Batmans are fantastic. A little darker, grittier Batman.
That's what I like.
808 KNBR is the number to call, 415-808-5627. Let's go to Irv, who's out in Berkeley. What's up, Irv? How you feeling about the Dubs even after the Steph injury?
Irv.
Hey, I'm thinking 6. I'm hoping 6. I'll know how to feel after tomorrow's game. I don't want to jump up and say, "Oh, we can do this," and then we get beat by like 30 tomorrow.
Right.
But I feel comfortable with the Warriors. I think this is a blessing in disguise, and only because I just think about Warriors trade value is hopefully Kuminga can do a good showing, because I know he's not going to be a Warrior next year, and the Warriors can get probably more than equal value for him in a sign and trade.
I hear you on that, Irv, but that's the least of my concerns right now. I know that that's going to be a big talking point in the offseason, but if we're talking about building up Kuminga's trade value right now, I don't give a damn about that. I'm just trying to win some playoff basketball games.
Okay, I think that'll be done regardless. Hopefully Curry can come back game 5 and we go on to the next round.
I hear you, Irv.
Yeah, I mean, if there's a positive to Kuminga playing, yeah, you want him to play well anyway, but it's so funny. Derek was mentioning that to me during the commercial break there, Irv. Something came up about Kuminga, and he said he saw tweets yesterday, people being like, finally, we can see what Kuminga's made of. I was like, finally?
All it took was Steph Curry hurting his hamstring for Kuminga to get a shot.
First, there's no finally for Steph getting hurt. And number 2, we've seen Kuminga so much. We know what he is. We just want some more value out of him.
Yeah. All right. I'm happy with that, and go Warriors.
Much love, Irv. Appreciate the call. By the way, Danny Dunn, the great Danny Dunn, checked in with his big poll. He checked in and he corrected me. He said, dude, Jason Todd was the one who was beaten to death. Maybe he doesn't become the Red Hood till after they throw him in the Lazarus pit. Tim, could you check on a Batman wiki fandom for me?
Yeah, I'll get right on that.
Somebody help me out there. I know you guys know what I'm talking about.
Danny Dunn called me out saying that the crooked guy, I forget his name already, the guy in the cartoon series wasn't crooked. He was just a cop. I disagree.
Bullock, yes.
He definitely was crooked. I mean, maybe not in the cartoon series because you can't show a cop selling drugs.
Yeah.
But like in other medium, he was bad.
Yeah, all right. Well, okay, whatever.
I'm just calling out Danny.
All right.
What's wrong about this Batman stuff?
Danny's not often wrong.
He's not.
He's not often wrong.
He actually knows a lot about superheroes in general.
Yeah,
but
he's going to turn around and drive here just to correct you.
Yeah, he might come back in.
That son of a...
Yeah, Danny, come back in with that mug that I love him have. Let's pour that beer out again, Danny. I like that mug. Let's go to Jake.
That's a good mug.
Jake's up in Martinez. Out in Martinez. What's up, Jake? You're on the Sports Leader.
What up, Jake?
Hey, what's up, guys? Hey, we all know how Game 2 goes when the home team's down 1-0. The Warriors got no chance. They probably don't have a chance even if Steph's healthy. They need to sit Draymond. They need to sit Butler. Those guys are going to be very tired. They got to play a lot of minutes, games 3 and 4 without Steph. I know the NBA would frown upon that, so, maybe come up, play him for a few minutes, fake an injury, something, but that's my take.
Okay, hold on, Jake. With what you saw last series and what went down in Game 5, they kind of had, they didn't sit everybody, but they had I would say a piss-poor attitude going into the game.
Like, sort of thought they'd lose anyway. Yeah.
And I hope they don't go in with that mentality tomorrow because obviously it looks bleak right now. But you can't go, like, every game matters so much right now with Steph being out. You really think they can pull that off with resting every single guy? I mean, the guy that matters, Draymond Green, Jimmy Butler, rest those guys and then just act like everything's okay for game 3 and 4?
Well, don't you think there's an advantage to get Draymond off the floor? I mean, he's one tech away or one flagrant away.
I think it's 2 flagrants and a couple of techs. Yeah.
You can't play scared. You can't have that mentality. Like, I understand. Like, I didn't think of it really that much last week when they were down so much at Game 5. But it definitely bit him in the ass for Game 6, did it not?
No, I agree 100%. But we were season ticket holders for a long time. You know how the officials are going to be.
I know.
Tomorrow night. I mean, it's a lost game, and the worst thing that can happen is Draymond and Jimmy are too tired to win games 3 and 4, or Draymond ain't playing in game 3 because he put somebody in a chokehold or something.
Well, he needs to restrain himself, and I agree with you, Jake. I mean, at this point, a couple more flagrants and Draymond Green suspended. But I've seen Draymond. It's crazy. I know this sounds nuts. In Game 7, and even last night, there was a point where Dante DiVincenzo and Jimmy Butler were staring at each other, and something was about to happen, and Draymond broke it up. He has matured, and I know that he was talking ass to Dylan Brooks and called him out on his podcast right after Game 7. But I feel like he took it upon himself to be the adult in the room, the leader. He was embarrassed with his attitude in Game 6. So for Game 7, he was incredible. I mean, Ron Adams said it was the best performance he's ever seen of Draymond Green. But
I agree. It was great.
No, but right here on KNBR, actually.
He did. But as far as like now, with Steph being out, and Jimmy Butler's more than capable of being that leader, but Draymond Green, the onus is on him now to definitely, make sure everybody else is not just mailing it in for a Game 2. I'm with you. Most likely they probably lose tomorrow, and Minnesota probably shoots the lights out and has a great performance from three-point range. But you can't go in tomorrow with the mentality that they're going to lose. Otherwise, this series is already over.
Hey, thanks for taking my call. I
appreciate it, Jake. Yeah. I mean, again, my thought was, like I said yesterday, in any series where you're starting on the road, get me one of the first 2, and the whole narrative and the angle of the series changes usually precipitously, right? So my thought is if you win the first one, I'm not even worried about Game 2. Now that Steph is out, my goal is now not even only win the home ones. My thought is I'm comfortable with Steph coming back at 2-2 or even down 3-2 for a Game 6 at Chase Center.
But not 3-1.
Of course not. I don't want to have to win 3 in a row, is what I'm saying.
Just going back on history, things have changed. But remember, Kevin Durant came back when they were down 3-1. And that was break glass in case of emergency.
Yeah.
I hope it doesn't get to that point, but we'll see what happens with Steph. But if you're down 3-1, I don't like those odds.
Give me one of the next 3, and then after Game 4, let's see where they are. If they're 2-2 and Steph's ready to come back for Game 5, beautiful. Take your shots. You win. It's a best of 3, and you need 2 of 3. And one of those is at home. You take your chances, right? And if it's a Game 7, I think everybody likes giving the Warriors the nod in that regard. The other side of that is if you're down 3-2, or you're either up 3-2 or down 3-2. If you're 2-2 and then you got to go to a Game 6. If you're down 3-2 after 5, get a Game 6 at home. Doesn't everybody still feel pretty confident in Steph coming out for a Game 6 down 3-2 at home, and then you force a Game 7 and you go from there? My thought is I'm not as desperate anymore because they won Game 1.
Yeah.
You need one. If everybody's just confident they're going to win in 6, give me one of the next 3.
If they lost last night,
I'll come up for air and check.
And then Steph Curry got hurt, it would be panic today. I mean, you're cooling down a little bit because they won last night. You could play around a little bit. You could lose tomorrow. Hell, you could even lose Saturday and then tie the series up. You have to win on Monday. But yeah, if they lost last night, we're freaking out today. But I think you can, let's see what happens. But at the same time, it's not looking amazing right now.
707 checks in on the text line, says first Texas person has ever sent, said Depop's the Hamburglar taking away my NBA grab bag. And then
don't worry.
707 says, Jesus, can we just get to the grab bag already? I can't wait till 4:15. I'm with you, dude. We're not even waiting till 4:15. It's 24 hours late, and it's quite frankly Derek's fault. Let's go to Lars in Sebastopol.
How dare you call me out like this?
Derek, I should put your email out there again. Lars in Sebastopol.
Don't you dare.
You're on the Sports Leader. What's up, man?
Guys.
What's up, Lars?
Not Lars Ulrich, but I don't know if you remember, but you clipped me one time saying I had a Modelo. So different Lars.
That was you saying I had a Modelo. Yeah,
that's
that was
right.
I remember
that's
that.
right.
That was during that Cheers, Jeers, and Beers.
Hey, man, you're much better than Lars Ulrich. Even though we're giving away Metallica tickets.
But, what I wanted to call in and say is that I think the pressure is on Minnesota in a lot of ways because they've never made the finals, right? So if they beat us, and they beat whoever is in the Western Conference Finals, they would make their first finals appearance ever. And last year, they had a good chance to do that, and they choked it away. Now, this year, they're playing a hurt Warriors team and then whoever comes out of that Nuggets-Thunder series, which is probably going to be a slugfest. So I think the pressure's on them, right? It's like they're up against this hurt team, and, they've already had an embarrassing loss that exposed a lot of their flaws. So, and there seems to be some disconnect between Chris Finch and Edwards and some of his other star players. So I think, like you said about Game 2, I think, it's on them to say, okay, wow, we have to win this game because of all this. But if Jimmy Butler steps up and he goes from Robin to Nightwing, and then Buddy can be one of the other Robins, maybe Damian Wayne or something like that.
Yeah, right.
Nightwing can come in and take over and, change the conversation and put the pressure on them. We saw how Jimmy did that against Milwaukee and that whole 2023 run. He changed the narrative of a lot of those runs almost single-handedly, and he put the pressure on those teams in the East he was up against, embarrassed them, then ended up winning the series. So that's what I'm hoping for.
Hey, Lars, real quick, you clearly have Batman knowledge.
Yeah.
Dude, correct me if I'm wrong. Was there not a young woman who became Robin in the Frank Knight Dark Knight Returns comic? Do you remember that?
Yeah, so I want to say, because there's that one that's set in the far future where it's like Batman. He's like, there's a couple different versions.
There's a couple different of those, yeah.
Batman and Superman are like old men.
Yeah, that's the Frank Miller. That's the newer one. Yeah, that's like super. Yeah, I know that one. That came out like 05, 06, 07, somewhere in there.
05? Yeah, that's the one I was thinking of. Then I want to say, of course, there's Batwoman.
Yeah.
But that's a whole, maybe that's Aisha Curry. I don't know.
I think the girl I'm looking at.
That one out later.
Maybe Aisha's. I'm thinking of a girl. I think her name was like, she's like a redhead. She got saved by Batman. I think her name was Carrie Kelly, something like that.
Carrie Crowley?
Yeah, exactly.
Carrie Crowley? Yeah, maybe that's it, dude.
Yeah, I remember she was redhead.
Okay, Lars, one more question for you. Was Bullock the cop crooked?
Ooh, I actually don't know that one, but...
He was totally crooked. Come on now.
You can't ask him an answer.
Crooked, but I will say, I think Anthony Edwards with his cheesy one-liners, I don't know if maybe this isn't the best Batman comp, but maybe he's like Mr. Freeze.
Definitely.
He's up in Minnesota. It's cold. He's kind of like the Gen Z Mr. Freeze. I could see him saying "Ice to meet you," except he's from Atlanta.
You got Tim already with the Schwarzenegger drops ready to go.
What killed the dinosaurs? The Ice Age.
Yep. Appreciate the call, Lars. Call anytime, man. Yeah, Anthony Edwards with his Eddie Winslow-looking ass out there. Adam, dude, that's all over Twitter. I saw yesterday. I was like, dude, this Eddie Winslow thing is really big.
Yeah.
People love calling him that. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. Dirty Work rolls on. We are less than a half hour away from the NBA grab bag. You don't want to miss it. It's chock full of everything and anything you can imagine today. And since Derek tried to cancel it, I had to go down to the post office and pick it up.
I ain't canceling nobody.
Derek called the head yesterday and said, we don't need it today. Don't worry about it. We'll do it tomorrow. I had to go pick it up, make sure it was here. Kerry Kelly. I was right. Kerry Kelly. That's the name of the young woman who becomes Robin.
Oh, there you go.
In the Dark Knight Returns series.
I'm glad we got to the bottom of that.
Chris and Hayward and Mike in San Francisco. I'm glad I did. I can talk comics all day. Chris and Hayward, Mike in San Francisco. We'll get to your calls next. Plus, we do got to let you hear what Steve Kerr had to say at the media availability today after they found out Steph Curry is going to be out for the foreseeable future. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America. Monty Pool at 5:30. We'll do NBA grab bag at 4:15. Plus, Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia are coming your way at 4:50. You don't want to miss those either. It's Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on a Wednesday. Dirty Work, by the way, is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home or planning your children's future or your growing business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Greatest show in America rolls on next. Dirty Work, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors are expected to be without Steph Curry for at least a week. If you look at a calendar, that's games 2, 3, and 4. As fans, how are you feeling now? Tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to collectively agree how much injuries suck.
What's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here. You may not believe this. I don't care if you do. You hear that sound right there? That's literally an empty bag from Taco Bell. It's not a grab bag. It's a Taco Bell bag is what it is. Because I had Taco Bell for lunch. And you should too. I mean, not necessarily exactly the same items that I had. But maybe you do want what I had today. I got a cheesy stacker. I got a cheesy double beef burrito. I threw in a crunchy taco with some reward points that I had. You know where I got the reward points? By signing up for the KNBR app. Because when you do, you can earn Taco Bell rewards. And just by signing up, by the way, they're going to hand you a Cantina Chicken Crispy Taco, a beefy 5-layer burrito, and a soft taco for free. The Taco Bell app is where you sign up for the rewards program. What's better than getting rewarded for eating your Taco Bell favorites? Wash it down with a Baja Blast. How about that? And where's a better place than to earn points than the Taco Bell Cantina downtown, just off 3rd and Townsend? It's a block from the stadium. It's a perfect spot. You can go before a game, you can go after a game, you can get a beer, you can get a dirty Baja Blast blended beverage there. How about that? That's right. Yeah, you can get one with a little alcohol in it too. You can do all that and earn points when you check in on the Taco Bell Rewards app. Make sure you're doing it. I'm doing it. I'm getting my rewards and I'm getting free tacos and being rewarded for it. It's fantastic. Stop by the Taco Bell Cantina downtown for a cold drink, good food. Your taste buds will thank you. And don't forget to live Moss.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Sources tell me that Stephen Curry underwent an MRI this morning, and he has been diagnosed with a grade 1 left hamstring strain. The Warriors expect him to miss at least 1 week, and this is the first muscle strain of Stephen Curry's NBA career. He's missed 245 games over the course of his career, but this is the first time he's missing it with a hamstring injury. Hamstrings are very tricky. You have to be careful. And all this is positive news for the Warriors and Stephen Curry because it could have been a grade 2 or grade 3 strain.
Well, it's a grade 1 strain.
No, I know, but the part that I don't love about this is, would you have felt better if it was an ankle injury?
No.
I mean, that's what Steph has dealt with most of his career. The fact that it's a hamstring injury kind of concerns me because he's never dealt with this before. So I hate being overly negative here, but let's throw this hypothetical out there. What if Steph doesn't come back this series? How are we? I'm like, we keep talking about.
What are you doing?
No, I'm just.
What are you putting that out there for?
You have to prepare for that. Honestly,
they're not preparing for it. They're reevaluating in a week.
Yeah, but that's the earliest he'll come back.
They'll reevaluate in a week, and we'll see where they are in a week. That's the only thing you can do. That's what they said. Why would we speculate? What if he doesn't come back? Who cares? You got to play 3 games before we even talk about that.
I'm just saying a hamstring is a tricky thing, as Shams Charania just said.
And an ankle could have been a high ankle in the same. I mean, who knows, man? It could all be.
No, it's a high ankle.
There's no injury better than the other. It's a soft tissue versus a ligament. Who knows? I don't know. There's no speculation for me here. It's get through the next 3, and I'm hoping that you're at least 2-2.
I'm hoping you're right.
If you're 2-2, then you go from there. And if they go, it's still going to be another one, then you're out game 5. And if you lose game 5, there's 3 days off between game 5 and game 6.
Okay, just answer me this. Can they win this series without Steph Curry at all?
Yeah, because they already won game 1.
All right.
Yeah, they can.
Okay.
I think it would take 7.
Yeah, probably.
I don't think it's as cut and dry as everyone's making it.
No, it's
yesterday
not.
They played well. They played well yesterday. And pair that with as bad as Minnesota played offensively. Again, I'm not anticipating. I think you got the bad shooting game from Minnesota. 17% from three-point range, 5 of 25 or something like that.
You're not going to see.
It was 5 of 28 or something like that.
5 of 29, and they were terrible last night. But also, we were kind of poo-pooing the Rockets offensively after Game 1 and Game 2, and we didn't think they were a good offensive team, but there were moments where they shot very well. Fred VanVleet and Alfred Şengün proved us wrong. Anthony Edwards is that guy, and I know some people are like dismissing them, being like, it's the Minnesota Timberwolves. They've never been to the NBA Finals before. Last year they impressed the hell out of me with their ability to come back in that Game 7 against the Denver Nuggets. They were down 20, and they could have easily just lost to Nikola Jokic and the defending champions, and they came back and won that series and advanced. And yes, they almost got swept by the Mavericks, but they were a team on the rise, and I don't know why they traded away Karl Anthony Towns, but they got better as the year progressed. Dante DiVincenzo is another guy that we know very well could come off the bench and play well for them, or shoot well, I should say. So I know everyone's like, oh, did you see last night? Game 1, to me, doesn't mean a whole hell of a lot because Minnesota was just doing what the Rockets did. They played zone defense. They tried to shoot threes, and it backfired in their face. So now they're going to press defensively on Buddy Hield. They're going to have Rudy Gobert on Jimmy Butler's ass, take away having him have an inside presence, points in the paint. And that's what I'm hoping the Warriors can establish more. Like, without Steph Curry, it's going to be hard for them to shoot threes. So they need to get an inside game going a hell of a lot better. They need to be establishing more points in the paint, and we'll see if they could do that. But I think it's going to be very difficult tomorrow, and we'll see what happens and for the home games at Chase Center.
Somebody checked in here on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text on at 808 KNBR. 415 says, dude, dirty work. Come for the sports takes. Stay for the Batman canon. I'm big on that. By the way, the NBA grab bag's coming up in 15 minutes.
We're doing it.
At 4:15. 510 checks in on the text line, says, 4 o'clock conference call. I'm leading it. Just got rescheduled. You're the best. 510. That's what I'm telling you, dude. Derek wants to just wheel in an hour 40.
No. You know what? I'm glad we saved the grab bag for one day because we had multiple people send you and I a story that is very grab bag, and it might be the best grab bag story ever because it pertains to the show's namesake. That's a tease, ladies and gentlemen.
How about this guy, 623? Dude, what the hell's wrong with your callers? These people are basically calling for a forfeit tomorrow. Did I miss something? Did they win last night? Then he goes, you know what? Just forfeit. Might as well. Jesus H. Christ with these guys.
It was just the one guy who's saying rest everybody tomorrow. We're not doing that.
He was like faking injury. I was like, relax. You know,
fake an injury?
You know, Draymond Green ain't pulling that.
No.
By the way, unless Steph got injured, might have pulled it last night. Remember, Draymond's missed some games when Steph doesn't play. Let's get to these calls. Chris is in Hayward. Chris, what's up? You're on KNBR.
What's up, fellas?
What's up, bro?
What's up, Chris? Just wanted to talk about big moment for Loondog last night, man.
Oh, yeah.
There was a moment when the fourth quarter where T-Wolves were coming back.
Yep.
They were coming back tough. Edward was getting hot, and then Loondog came in and just calmed the storm, man. So I just want to give Loondog his flowers because that boy came in and he relaxed everybody back down, handled Gobert before Gobert was going crazy on those double second chance points. But, yeah, man, just Loondog, once again, coming through in the playoffs. We need him big, you know?
No, man, Loondog was big last night, getting those rebounds, and I don't think he was much of a factor for most of the Rockets series, but last night he was huge, and I think there's a debate for the Warriors to start him maybe in Game 2, but maybe they stay with what they've done in the past and have just GP2 fill that Steph role. But I'm with you, man. Loondog was huge last night.
Sorry. All right, fellas, you have a good one.
You too, man. Appreciate the call. 808 KNBR is the number to call. Let's go to Mike in San Francisco. What's up, Mike?
My brothers, okay. I'm going to come with something out the Cuddy bang right here.
Okay.
And this may sound weird, but
we're all about weird.
Old school movie, 1990, I want to say 3, Demolition Man.
Oh, I've seen
the best names in his. Yeah, Wesley Snipes named Simon Phoenix, and I remember when he was in the museum and he said it was asked, "What's your boggle?" It took me a while to figure out what that means, but I assume it means a problem. Losing Steph sucks. I stopped crying about an hour ago.
Yeah.
Okay.
But let me get your take, and I could take it off the air. I was trying to be funnier.
No, dude, it's a hell of a take. Hell of a take on Demolition Man. You're
that Bacall, man.
I don't know where it came from. I'm a loudmouth Italian. Anyway.
There you go.
So am I, man. So am I. It's all good.
And you guys are studs. Anyway, look what they did. I mean, losing Steph. I know the defense and the amount of points they just didn't allow. I mean, it's crazy. And let's just look at it realistically. We don't want to come back too early because it could be absolutely terrible.
Yeah, it could.
But in terms of him, this is his first injury of this magnitude. Doesn't matter. I mean, it's a pulled hammy. I'm no doctor, but and then there was a rumor, and I'll let you guys go, but about sitting Jimmy, Draymond, and a couple other people. This next game, I think that would be absolutely ridiculous.
I'm with you.
But, yeah, but anyway, guys, can't wait for the NBA grab bag. That is awesome. And
it's coming up.
Is that one of your voices that does that, or no?
Oh, no. That's not us. That's
it's actually a lead singer of the Stone Foxes. Our full coworker used to do digital work, imaging work. Shannon Kaler, as a rock star, legitimate rock star. You can hit it if you want, Tim. If you got an NBA grab bag for us, Tim's working his. Yeah,
there you go.
One of our guys. You want to hit us with one, Mike? Oh, Mike had to go. He's gonna make Mike give us one on his way out. It's a hell of a movie, by the way. Demolition Man. Stallone.
Yeah. Well, Wesley Snipes is the bad guy.
Benjamin Bratt's in it.
Yeah.
Pretty funny rewatch if you guys haven't seen it in a while.
Is it pretty good?
Pretty funny rewatch.
Bullock, is it? What, you got trivia questions from that, Tim?
Nah, just there's parts of it that haven't aged great.
And
I think you enjoy it.
I think Mike Myers is on record. It's the inspiration for Austin Powers.
I haven't seen it in years.
Yeah, kind of a funny
It's
rewatch.
not.
I think that was In Like Flint. In Like Flint. That's my favorite movie.
Demolition Man, it's the same premise where, a villain freezes his body, so he has to go to the future, so the main character has to freeze their body, too, to fight them. So, kind of like Austin Powers.
How about that?
It's
almost the same thing.
What killed the dinosaurs?
You gave me a look.
Guys, aid!
You don't think I'm a loudmouth Italian?
I didn't even know you were Italian until you said you were like,
what the hell are you talking
Tim,
about?
Did you know he was Italian?
I thought you were from Thailand.
That's what I thought. You were Indonesian.
It's ridiculous.
I didn't. Honestly, you were like, yeah, me too, buddy, me too, paisan. I looked over at you. I was like, really? Are you? I didn't even know you were Italian.
What the hell do you think my dad is?
I don't even know. From Buffalo? I'm Buffalonian.
Loud?
I'm a Buffalo.
What's loud?
He's just loud.
What's loud?
What are people from Buffalo called?
Buffalonians.
Buffalonians?
Yep.
I'm a Buffalonius monk is what they call me. I'm pretty proud of that one. I like that one.
Okay, don't be too proud.
Why don't you eat me? Why don't we play what Steve Kerr had to say? We'll play this.
Right.
Let's handle the rest of this business. I promise you. I'm the most baffling thing of the day. I was about to.
That's ridiculous.
I was about to take a break now, and I realized we got to get the Steve Kerr sound so that we can get to the glorious NBA grab bag.
Oh, we will.
Steve Kerr met with the media today about Steph Curry's injury. It's about 3 minutes long. Here's what Steve Kerr had to say.
Is this just a completely different series for y'all game planning wise now that Steph's going to be out for at least the majority of it?
Yep. So we're in that room right now, talking about how we're going to approach it, what the lineups will look like, and it's all part of it. I mean, every year, playoffs are about adapting, whether it's a game plan or an injury or a lineup. So we just have to adapt, and we've done this before, and we're confident we can do this again.
How is this news kind of landing with y'all, landing with Steph?
How has what?
Just this news, is it landing with y'all, landing with Steph? And will Steph stay around the team, or is he going back to the Bay?
I assume he's staying here. I mean, we're flying home tomorrow night after the game anyway. I haven't talked to Rick about that. We kind of knew last night that he wasn't going to be playing anytime soon, but obviously we were waiting for the MRI and Rick's assessment, and so here we are, and it's just up to us to adapt and figure it out.
How much confidence do you gain based on the way that you played after Steph left?
Yeah, I mean, we think we have the best defense in the league, and that's been proven over the last couple months. It's based on defensive efficiency, but also based on our confidence and Draymond behind the play and Jimmy, and we can rely on our defense, and we have to generate offense, off of our D, and then we got to figure out, different ways to attack without Steph.
Jimmy's been a high usage player at various points throughout his career, most notably in Miami. Are you kind of prepared to sort of tilt the way you do things toward him being that to sort of make up for the space in between, or you look at everybody as having to do a little bit more?
We're absolutely going to rely on Jimmy, like we have, when Steph's been off the floor the last couple of months. We basically run everything through Jimmy in those moments. So he'll take on more responsibility, but we can't just rely on him, creating every single shot. We've got to execute offensively, and we've got to figure out some of the actions that we want to run against them.
To follow up on that, could like some of the old film from Jimmy in Miami be valuable to look at in this situation?
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that was the first thing we did when we traded for him, was we looked at a lot of what Spo ran for him. Miami runs a lot of similar actions that we run, so it was already a good fit to start with. But there's no question we have to look at different ways to attack tomorrow, and there's a lot of different options. But it's lineup combinations is really important. Who we're putting out on the floor. We've got to sort through everything.
Great question by Danny Emmerman of the SF Standard last there, where he was asking, can you guys take some things from the Miami days with Jimmy Butler? And I think they need to, because the way they looked offensively without Steph Curry, I mean, they have a winning record without Steph Curry this season. They're 7-5. But that week that Steph was gone, where he laid it on his butt and Jimmy had to take over, and they had that terrible game offensively in Miami, it was all predicated on Jimmy Butler still being the facilitator and making sure everybody was still open, like having open shots for threes. And you made the great point. Like, I thought it was going to be good for everybody, but at the same time, with Steph not being there, the spacing's not, incredible. And
it's much more difficult for everybody.
Exactly. So I think they have to change it up offensively. I think they need to have more of a inside game. I would consider starting Kevon Looney to maybe, establish that, and then have Quinn in post. I mean, he wasn't great defensively in the Houston Rockets series, but just to have that spacing, to have him as a three-point shooter out there, I would trust him. You got to be open for everything. So it can't be where the Warriors think they can just play the same style of basketball and just hit a barrage of threes. They need to change it up offensively and throw off the Minnesota Timberwolves.
So we learned two things this segment. One, they're going to lean on Jimmy, and the other is that Derek's Italian. Text line just as surprised.
That's insane.
This is 925. Did young Papa spend more time living on the Jersey Shore than he has here? You big, your Gorilla Juice head? You into that stuff? No,
I didn't care for that show.
Jim Tan Laundry.
Yeah, I know.
I thought it was a great representation of.
Oh, did you now? It spoke for my people.
Yeah,
Let me tell you something, Copes.
Didn't even know they were your people until 3.5 minutes ago.
No, I don't care for them. Don't care for them. Not one bit.
Somebody else
They're
says,
trash.
Somebody else says 209 says Papa was Italian first. All right.
Well, yeah.
Dude, so I mean, those who are listeners of the show, and if you are, you're a member of the filth. You're on Dirty Work. Every Tuesday, it's our favorite day on the show because we get two of our favorite things we do. The NBA Grab Bag, which gets delivered each and every week, and Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Yesterday, in an hour and 40-minute show, Derek decided to be better to project what might happen in the game, even though none of us could have had any idea what was going to happen last night.
Well, I knew Steph Curry was going to get hurt.
Nobody had any idea. Derek just wanted to let us know he wasn't confident in the Warriors in this series for an hour and a half yesterday.
Sorry.
I said, the people come for the grab bag. Would you admit that after yesterday you found out that the grab bag is maybe more important to people than anything we have to say?
I was shocked to realize that every caller that called in wanted the grab bag more than our takes on the Warriors game.
I wasn't even remotely surprised. Not even remotely surprised. What up, Tim?
Even the fact that we didn't do Tim's Takes and Trivia, somebody at Trivia mid-game said, dude, what's up with the bag, man?
Yeah, dude, see what I'm saying?
Said, I'm sorry.
You know what? I commend the filth for their commitment to our bits, and I love you guys for doing that.
Well,
However,
they commit to it on a certain day. It shows up every week.
However, I am glad we waited because there's one story in particular that we need to get to. And I know I look like Brian Windhorst on the stream right now, but I'm glad we waited because this particular grab bag story is crucial to our show and why we named it Dirty Work.
Yeah, well, we'll talk about that next. I mean, yesterday I got up, I was pepping my step, ready to get to the grab bag. I show up,
Let
and
me hear it.
the grab bag wasn't here. Didn't even know, hadn't seen the rundown yet, so I have to get on the horn. That's the phone. I had to pick up the telephone.
Not Tim, the horn man.
Not Tim, the horn man. You'd think Tim would be the one on the horn.
You were the horn man.
Since he's the horn man, I had to get on the horn. I borrowed Tim's horn to get on it. Yeah, the horn man. Made the call to the grab bag distributors. The grab bag distillery. I give them a call.
That's their official title?
And they say, wait, Derek said don't worry about it today. And they thought it was odd, too, because normally we have it here like clockwork on a Tuesday.
That's such a lie.
Instead, I said, I need it. They said, we can't get it there in time. And I said, it's preposterous. I know we got an early game
I called no
today.
distillery.
And so Derek, because he canceled it, wanted to talk Warriors yesterday. I said, you make sure it's here tomorrow. The listeners need it. I need it. It's a part of the fabric that is Dirty Work. We call it the NBA grab bag. And we do it next, only here on the Sports Leader.
The Warriors defeated the Timberwolves 99-88 last night in a gutsy effort on the road. But the news today regarding Steph Curry is not great. Curry is expected to miss at least 1 week with a grade 1 left hamstring strain. For all the latest, keep it locked to KNBR, the Man That Sucks leader.
to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Well, very few things have rocked the filth, the listenership of Dirty Work, like yesterday's NBA grab bag dispute, where we didn't get the grab bag on a, quote, short show day. And I'm thinking if we got 15 minutes of a show, that's all we should be doing is delivering on the bag.
I apologize.
You know what I mean? So it shows up each and every week. And if you're streaming us, twitch.tv/thesportsleader, KNBR.com, the KNBR app, or the KNBR YouTube channel, where many members of the filth hang out and chat daily. Your Barbses, your Everyone's Worst Nightmares, your 415 Wesses,
your Chef,
your True Blues, your Chef H, Chef A's,
Nicole,
your Pat H,
It's X,
your It's X's, your Otis Birds, your True Blues,
Gizmos,
your Tackies, your Gizmos.
All right, everybody. All right, that's enough.
Your Gearzillas. Where is Gearzilla, by the way?
Where the hell is
I haven't
Gearzilla?
seen Gearzilla in a while. Gearzilla will flare up. So will Noemi will flare up every once in a while. All right. What else you got, Tim?
I think Gearzilla procreated. I think that's the story that we heard.
Oh.
Somebody said Gearzilla still
Gearzilla
listens.
baby.
A small gear running around.
Yeah, somebody said Gearzilla still listens on the radio, just not as much, I guess, on the YouTube channel. Well, Gearzilla, flare up every once in a while. Let us know what's up.
Yeah, flare.
Like True Blue.
Yeah. Anyway, the fact of the matter is, and you can see,
flare.
You can see it sitting up there. I show up to work, and sometimes I've got to go get the grab bag, but it's a big old potato sack looking thing, and people mail it in. It comes in each and every week, and it's got 2 words on it. Well, really, it's 2 words and an acronym, and what it says is NBA grab bag.
Time now for the
NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Oh, I know you all been waiting for it, and I apologize for prolonging it one whole day, but bear with me. It'll pay off. All right, NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Let's start on the hardwood, as always, for the first time.
Where else would we go?
Yeah, for the first time in NBA history, all 4 road teams won Game 1 of the conference semifinals. Not to mention, all road teams are 5-0 now, with the Pacers coming back down 20 for a last-second win, 120-119.
My God.
As the Pacers beat the Cavaliers in the closing seconds. As I said, they were up 20. Tyrese Halliburton, his dad must have loved this. He missed the shot initially to tie the game, gets a rebound. Nobody covers the three-point line. He drains it, and it crushes the soul of the Cavaliers.
Yeah, game-winning three-pointer with like a second left or whatever.
It was amazing.
It was a pretty incredible finish. They were down 5 or 6 points here in the final minute, able to come on back. Pretty incredible. And then just to top it off, then the Warriors, of course, win on the road. Anthony Edwards claiming victory in Game 1 like it was one of his children. He didn't. He didn't claim them, and he didn't claim the victory.
Okay.
Pay for your kids, Anthony. All right? Yeah.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Staying on the hardwood, over the weekend, James Harden refused to speak to the media after the Clippers' Game 7 loss, in which he only scored 7 points. He also did not speak after all 3 of the Clippers' losses in this series. James Harden, notorious for blowing off the media when he has a crappy performance. Where do you come down on this, Copes?
Well, first and foremost, I'm disgusted that there's a second NBA story in the NBA grab bag.
Oh, I apologize.
Secondly, where do I come down on James Harden? I mean, again, it's like that Bill Burr joke about the dude from Duck Dynasty who he had like a beard down to the floor.
Yeah.
And he like said some real homophobic stuff at one point.
I think it was college teammates with Kenny Stabler.
And everybody was just kind of like, yeah, but what did you think that guy thought? Like, you looked at him. What did you think? What did you think, James Harden? We're going to get mad at James Harden for doing what James Harden does. And you know where I bet he was
the
after?
Same old thing.
Where do you think he went after? Probably straight to the strip club.
I was going to say library, but okay.
Yeah, right. Remember that happened against one of the years the Warriors eliminated James Harden?
One of the many times,
Yeah,
but
he was seen after the game.
At a strip club.
At a strip club. And people were like, get on the court. You should be working out. I'm like, dude, no banker gets off work and goes home to roll quarters. You know what I mean?
No, bankers go to the strip clubs.
He's getting off work. His season's over. I was like, let this guy live. You know what I mean? He's whatever. I didn't think he was a champion anyway, and he continues to show why.
He's showing it.
He's not. You know what we'd say? He's not a steward of the league.
He's not a steward of the league.
I don't really give a damn what James Harden does.
Nope.
Whatever.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Remember a couple weeks ago we were giving away tickets to Disturbed and Daughtry?
I remember. It's what prompted my Jim Nance take that rankled the morning show.
Yes, it did. Well, because of the Warriors playing their playoff game this Saturday against the Minnesota Timberwolves, the concert is not only postponed, it's straight up canceled. Oh. It will not be going down on May 10th, as we've been saying on this station. Instead, The concert's not happening altogether.
What's Nance going to do on Saturday?
I know.
You know what I mean?
Poor, yeah, and Disturbed released this statement on their social media. Due to an unforeseen schedule conflict with the Golden State Warriors in NBA playoffs, the Disturbed show scheduled for May 10th at Chase Center in San Francisco has been canceled. Oh, unforeseen? I mean, it was bound to happen, possibly.
It was on the table. I mean, this concert had to have been scheduled before you knew any Warriors seated.
Yes.
You can't not schedule it all for the playoffs. You know what I mean? You can't be like, we don't know. You got to do it, and then you try to move dates around. You try to give off days and reschedule stuff. It just wasn't going to work out. I would say, if you're one of like the 5 or 10 winners who won Disturbed and Daughtry tickets from us, 808 KNBR, hit us on the text line. I want to know, are you more upset that the concert is canceled or that Grab Bag was canceled yesterday? I want to know.
That's a good debate.
Which one hurts you more, Grab Bag yesterday or Disturbed with Daughtry getting banged for Saturday at Chase Center?
By the way, this is not the first time Disturbed has faced a conflict with the NBA during this tour. In March, during a concert at the United Center in Chicago, the band's heavy use of pyrotechnics allegedly caused damage to 6 Chicago Bulls championship banners.
Don't they only have 6?
Yeah.
It's like all 6 of them?
All 6 of them.
Holy crap.
Man, I mean, we played so much Richard Cheese over the last 2 months for this.
You're kidding me.
I feel bad for those winners. Hey, but you got a Warriors playoff game instead.
I'm really sorry if you won tickets from our show to go see Disturbed with Daughtry. It didn't cost you anything.
Yeah, it didn't cost you anything.
I mean, that's a bummer.
Exactly.
That's a bummer.
Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
How about some NFL frenzy? The Pittsburgh Steelers traded wide receiver George Pickens to the Dallas Cowboys this morning for a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick. Now, you could debate, okay, why are the Pittsburgh Steelers doing this? It's an expiring contract for the Dallas Cowboys. Why are they doing this as well? The big thing about this trade was Mike Greenberg announcing this on Get Up this morning. Let's just say he didn't use the right terminology to announce Adam Schefter giving away the scoop.
We have major breaking news this morning on ESPN and Get Up. The Cowboys and Steelers are working to finalize a trade that will send wide receiver George Pickens to Dallas in exchange for draft pick compensation. Shefty dropping that bomb from a plane earlier this morning. He's on an airplane, and the trade is, I didn't like the phrasing of that. The trade is expected to include a third-round pick, other pick swaps, and is expected to be finalized today.
Good Lord, Mike Greenberg sounded like me.
Oh man, so I don't know how many people are familiar with Adam Schefter and his history or his personal life.
We're going down this road.
Well, that's the reason I believe he said he scrambled, he fumbled over and said I really didn't like the way that was stated. I'm not giving any opinion here. I'm telling you what the facts of the matter are.
I got you.
Adam Schefter has a book. It's a New York Times bestseller called "To the Man I Never Met." It's written about his relationship with his wife. He married a woman who was widowed by 9/11, whose husband had died in the 9/11 attacks. And so Schefter's written a book about it. He's raised his stepson, the son of this man who passed. He's been with this woman for a long time. I imagine that.
I mean, the whole thing was bad.
Grady saying that was not good. But
No.
it's not that big of a deal. But when he said it relevant to Schefter,
Yeah.
I think he was like, I don't really
Not
like.
great.
I don't think that makes news unless it was Adam Schefter.
Well, either way, it was bad. I mean,
I'd say, give me a who
the whole
stepped
thing
in it,
was
you know what I
awkward.
mean?
The whole thing was awkward. Greenberg, like, not the right terminology.
Tolbert and Copes want to know.
Tolbert and Copes want to know who stepped in it.
Well, you stepped right in it, didn't you?
Yeah.
I'd say Greeny
Yeah,
did
you
this
sure
morning.
did.
You did. Moving on to the NBA grab bag.
Well, real quick, George Pickens to the Cowboys.
Yeah, that's right. I thought that was the afterthought.
What do you think?
Well, first of all, to call it a frenzy and to say this was a bomb being dropped. What?
I seen Fox Sports today. They were saying, does this make the Cowboys Super Bowl contenders?
Not. Absolutely. This is a typical Cowboys move. And you know what? If you guys listened in December when I went off on George Pickens and his performance against the Cincinnati Bengals, I don't like this guy. He talks too much. His play doesn't match what he says.
Showed up late to that
off
Christmas
the field. Yes, he showed up late. Not a fan of George Pickens. So, by all means, Big D, Dallas, you got yourself a Big D.
Let's see if he can be a real butter and egg man for the Dallas
boys
Cowboys.
of Big D.
Jerry and Big D.
I don't really care all that much about the move. The only thing it tells me is it confirms what I already knew, and that's that George Pickens, an absolute headache.
Yeah.
For Mike Tomlin. They got their number one this offseason in DK Metcalf, and now they've recouped. And I think of a 2 for DK, I think it was, right? Second rounder. They've already recouped now some draft pick compensation. I don't know do we know what the compensation is yet?
For this trade? Yeah, it was a 2026 third-round pick and a 2027 fifth-round pick.
Third and fifth. I was thinking, so yeah, okay.
Not terrible.
I think it's pretty good for a guy who was going to be a free agent after this year.
And the Steelers could pick up Amari Cooper or Keenan Allen or Gabe Davis, who was released today. Yeah, exactly.
By the way, 408 checks in on the Golden State Lumber and Showroom text line. Says, I bought Disturbed tickets, got a hotel, and got shirts for me and my son.
Oh, boy.
Damn it all to hell. I'd say enjoy the night in the city, my man. Watch the Dubs game.
Yep, there you go. Moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
There you go. This is for Nicole, who I guess left the chat. The Sharks earned the number 2 pick in the 2025 NHL draft on Monday night.
Hockey.
Tim, who should they take with the second overall pick?
There's a dude named Misa that they're all looking at that's supposedly pretty good. Now, this was not the Celebrini draft is what the story is that the draft this year, while the players are good, there's no standout, Bedard-like player. That being said, I talked to my hockey buddies. I was like, 2's fine, whatever.
Hold on, are you just quoting Rick Monday from Monday? He's like, this isn't the Celebrini draft. I'm pretty sure Rick Monday said that.
No, it's sort of been the idea that the top player was a defenseman, and it's like, okay, well, if that's the case, then the draft itself is probably not, you're going to get that franchise-changing guy. That being said, the Sharks have also said that they're open to moving that number 2 pick. So it's still rebuilding, but the Sharks are going to have to spend some money in this offseason.
I think they have 2 1s also, 2 first-rounders, don't they?
I don't believe so this year. I think they have.
All right.
Maybe we'll check.
All right, moving on the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Staying on the hockey, after a 13-month process that included over 850,000 ballots cast by fans and multiple rounds of voting, the Utah Hockey Club has permanently changed their name to the Utah Mammoth.
Tusks up.
Tim was a huge fan of Utah Hockey Club.
I'm always a fan of hockey club or football team. We call it aggressively generic.
Yes.
And man, is that generic.
I liked it. Mammoth, not bad, but hockey club sounded cool to me.
Yeah, I mean, they've had this going on for a while. They got like over 800,000 votes for the name or something like that. Mm-hmm. I think everybody agrees that the logo's kind of cool, but that the name's just sort of lame. I mean, I saw a tweet today that said, can you imagine somebody getting drafted and being like, man, I've always wanted to be a mammoth.
Spent my whole childhood dreaming the day I'd be a mammoth.
Waiting to be a mammoth.
One day I wanted to be a mammoth.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess it's fun.
If you have Utah Hockey Club stuff, put it in a frame because that's going to age like fine wine. Hockey Club.
Yeah. Go. This is the last year of it, right? They're bringing in Mammoth for next year.
There you go. Moving on to the NBA grab bag.
NBA grab bag.
Big week for the Donald. He helped Roger the Goods Goodell at the NFL draft.
I saw this.
And it's coming to Washington in 2027. And locally, Donald Trump wants to reopen Alcatraz.
Frankly, Alcatraz, we've got to get people back there. By the way, I saw the news.
I was watching The Rock, Nicolas Cage, Sean Connery, have to get Alcatraz open again.
It was my first thought was when I saw him tweet that when he put out the one to reopen Alcatraz, I was like, is he watching The Rock? I started flipping channels. I was like, is The Rock on right now?
I'm a guy myself.
Yeah, we're going to bring back Con Air as well. We'll come right back.
I called that one.
Pretty soon, Face Off. We love that magnet jail. We've got to use that magnet.
I want to take his face off.
I got nothing for you on Alcatraz.
Okay, last one here in the NBA grab bag. This is probably the biggest NBA grab bag story in the history of Dirty Work because it relates to the show's namesake, the 1998 classic, Dirty Work.
Okay.
And thanks to Steve Powell on Twitter for sending this story to me and Copes. So Dirty Work was always intended to be an R-rated comedy, but the studio wanted to be a PG-13 rating. But thanks to Vinegar Syndrome, a film restoration and distribution company.
Distribution? Is that what you're saying?
Distribution company with a catalog of hundreds of feature films, primarily to the 1960s and 80s. They found 1 minute of unseen footage to release the R-rated cut for the first time ever. And you can get this on vinegarsyndrome.com. So if you want to see Dirty Work, the R-rated version, and I've always wanted to see this because the movie is kind of chopped up in a weird way where you could tell it's like 85 minutes, not the whole thing of the flick.
Well, apparently this has been something like among Dirty Work lore for a long time. Like it's
hardball, are you?
I guess cinephiles and people who love this as a cult classic, and really that's what it is, believe that there was a dirtier cut out there and people have always wanted to see it. Bob Saget directed it. Norm Macdonald, of course, passed. And now, of course, Chris Farley's in it. He's passed. Don Rickles was in it. He's passed. But they say Norm always wanted it to be released. They wrote it as an R-rated movie, and they've already got some clips out there. So they went back into the vault, pulled the actual 35-millimeter film out there, and Vinegar Syndrome has re-edited the movie. It's only 1 minute longer than the original. But it does even end on kind of a flat note, the way the movie ends. And it just sort of wraps up quickly, and you go, there must have been something else there. It's chopped up in a way, and it's originally supposed to be dirty or wasn't supposed to be done as a PG-13 movie. They made it so then it would be available for it to be on cable and things like that. I could not be more excited. We got to get this guy on who edited it and the co-writer of the movie.
No,
we got to get him on.
I'm down to do all that. I'm also down to buy this DVD or Blu-ray.
It's a 3-disc Blu-ray. It's a $44 thing or something. But we should have a screening. We should get together and watch this, dude.
I think that we should get the filth together and have a screening of the R-rated version of Dirty Work.
We absolutely should. We should be doing that annually.
Hindsight is 20/20, my friend.
We should be doing that annually.
Salespeople, get on it.
They're not going to do anything.
Fucking lard on a bad day. I got a call yesterday from Baskin Robbins. They said that they're down to only 5 flavors. Swelling up as I talk to you.
Hello, ice cream.
How's this? How's it doing? Hello, ice cream. Having a good time? Running around?
916 again says our Trump and our Greg Papas are the same.
Yeah,
not
pretty
mine.
much.
Mine are not, for sure. Maybe yours.
I called
maybe.
that one.
I called that one. San Francisco.
Hello, that's my Greg Papa.
Vinegar syndrome. Thank you.
Yeah. Not to be confused with strokes.
And that's your NBA grab bag.
Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. That's an NBA grab bag for what should have been Tuesday, May 6th, but it
was worth the wait, right?
Wednesday, May the 7th. All good. By the way, Dirty Work is sponsored by Redwood Credit Union. Whether you're dreaming of a new home, planning your children's future, or growing your business, Redwood Credit Union is a financial partner that feels like home. Learn more at redwoodcu.org, federally insured by the NCUA. Still to come, Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
Oh, yeah.
They're right around the corner at 4:50. We'll do that in about 15 minutes. Monty Pool joins us at 5:30 plus. We got a big sound soiree for you. Also, we'll talk more, I guess, about the Warriors without Steph. That's coming up next. Who cares? It's the greatest show in America. It's Sports Leader.
Got a personality like a dead moth.
Now back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Look, I'm no parent.
No?
I hope not.
Far from it.
Yeah, I'd say.
You've been on record saying you never want to have kids.
Who are you, Anthony Edwards?
Well, yeah, I have been on record saying that. I don't plan to. And I hope not to.
Well, you never know.
Okay, stop. What I'm saying is, like, when I was a kid, and I have a niece, and, like, I've been around kids enough. I'm just saying, like, there's stuff you got to do sometimes to, like, get through the monotony of the day with a kid.
Mm-hmm.
For example, when I was a kid, whenever we had to come into the city for stuff, I remember thinking as a little kid, like, driving to San Francisco from San Leandro was like, it was like ages for me. Like a 25-minute drive was like, seemed like days.
Same thing for me.
Days away.
Same thing for me.
Well, I remember, like, when one of my friends from, like, second grade or whatever moved to Castro Valley from San Leandro. Oh. Anytime we went out there, it was like a 10-minute drive. It's like not far at all, but in my mind, I was like, oh, man, he moved away. Then I remember I got older and I found out I was like, that's where he moved? Castro Valley? It's like right next door. It's a big deal. I remember every time we did it, the way my mom would try to hype us up was anybody who remembers going to the eastbound the Bay Bridge before they changed to the newer span of the western side, the eastern span of the Bay Bridge. When you'd come back, because you'd be on the bottom deck, there was that orange tunnel. Remember the tunnel you go through when you went through Treasure Island, and the tunnel was completely orange. Yeah. It was just a thing. My mom would be like, "You guys, if we go to San Francisco, though, we get to go through the orange tunnel on the way back."
Oh, okay, yeah.
We'd be like, "Oh, orange tunnel," and then our whole thing was while we're in the tunnel, my mom would just be like, "You know, you're like 5 years old. Name as many things you can that are orange. My shoes are orange. The lights are orange. The walls are orange. The ceiling's orange." Like those, just gotta do crap, right, to get through with kids.
It's like holding your breath through the Caldecott tunnel.
Exactly.
Yes.
Dude. I hope that the NBA grab bag has the same effect on kids out there.
I hope we're raising kids out there with our NBA grab bag.
The 808 KNBR, hit us on the text line or on the YouTube chat.
I want the little members of the filth to let us know.
Yeah, I want to know if there's little filth out there, if the baby filth is into the NBA grab bag sound.
Why don't you work a zoo and stop bothering people?
That wasn't relevant at all.
You get a horse and live in the mountains someplace and don't bother.
I thought you were going to hit the NBA grab bag sound.
Neither was that.
Neither of those were even relevant.
I'm still on the dirty work clip. I don't really want to watch that.
He just wanted to play more Rickles.
Play more of that out of context.
And you know what? I can't blame him.
Yeah, but it's out of context. I mean,
all right.
You know, I'm just saying. So, Steph. Grab bag.
Oh.
What do you got on Steph? Go ahead.
Well, you know.
What haven't we said?
Yeah, I know.
What have we gotten into?
What more can I say? Can I reference a Jay-Z song anymore? Anyway, Steph has missed playoff series before. He wasn't there in 2016, and that's when Klay Thompson and the Warriors had to step up against, who was it? I think it was the Houston Rockets, and the next round, I guess it was the Portland Trail Blazers. And, you know, Klay Thompson was able to give enough offense. Then that 2018 run they had without Steph Curry, both times he hurt his knee. It was an MCL sprain, and he missed, I think, a good deal of time from the regular season to the postseason, I think about 6 weeks.
Yeah.
But they had to start off the first playoff series against the San Antonio Spurs without Steph Curry. But they had Kevin Durant, and they were still a stacked team. This time around, I mean, they have Jimmy Butler. I'm just wondering if Jimmy could be that butter and egg man like Klay Thompson and Kevin Durant were. It's so different because those guys were primarily offensive players. When I think of Jimmy Butler, I think of, stay with me, Coast.
I think of dairy and eggs, yeah.
When I think of Jimmy Butler, I think of more defense, but lately, I mean, he can be that guy. We definitely seen him be that guy with Miami and be playoff Jimmy. But it's just going to be different. Those guys, Kevin Durant and Klay Thompson, were able to still have the offense go and be primarily three-point shooters. And Kevin Durant could be that guy that goes in the post. But, yeah, it's going to be very different. So I think that with what Steve Kerr was saying to Danny Emmerman, they need to change the offense up. It needs to be maybe more inside-oriented, more, trying to just, like, not passing up open baskets to shoot a three. Take that shot because Steph Curry's not going to be there. So just, try to score as much as possible, obviously. And, they'll still be good defensively. But I do wonder offensively how they will be. But if they think it's going to be the same old thing with Buddy Hield, taking the place of Steph Curry, I think they're going to miss a lot of threes.
They got two explosions from him.
Exactly.
I'm with you. I'm more concerned about the offense and the defense. I think they're going to have good defensive units out there. I think they're the better defensive team. I don't know if inside out is the right way to go. There was some funny interactions between Jimmy and Buddy after the game. They did a post-game presser together where they talked about they had not emotional. They had an animated discussion on the bench at one point, a couple of different times where Jimmy said he was telling him, hey, when I get the ball down there and I have a mismatch, stop cutting. And then Buddy looks at him, he's like, man, but you got a mismatch, you ain't going to score. And he's like, yeah, I am going to score. And I was like, that's the kind of guy I want on my team, man.
Yeah.
Hey, look, it's playoff Jimmy, man. I want to see some playoff Jim. You showed up. You want to be the guy when Batman and Steph aren't there. He is that guy. He believes he's that guy. He needs Buddy to help him out as well. But it helped out. They said it did translate into success on the floor when they can have those communications because they both just want to win. One of the texters here, part of the Phil 408 checked in, who earlier in the day said, I'll take my Tuesday again as long as I get my bag, damn it. Talking about the grab bag. Sent a photo. It's like a selfie. He's got a cute little girl sitting in the back seat in a car seat. Yeah. She's knocked out cold. And he says she's been waiting up for the grab bag since yesterday. She finally tapped out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
925 says Dubs in 5. Says 925. Dubs in 5. I still think 5's awfully quick.
Yeah, I would say so.
I'm not as confident as the 5. As I told you, get me back Steph, tied 2-2, even down 3-2, and I'll take the Warriors.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking basically for Steph Curry.
And I feel good about that.
No, I mean, if you can go 2-2 and have Steph return for Game 5, you're sitting pretty, I think. I think that's probably the best case scenario. You have to be realistic. I know a lot of fans are very confident in this team, and they should be, obviously, for what they've accomplished in 10 years. But it's just different without Steph Curry. Obviously, I brought up instances in the past where they had success in playoff series without Steph Curry. But they had Kevin Durant, they had Klay Thompson, and those were the guys that you're missing. I mean, like it's been different offensively this year. Steph's been amazing. He's put up 56 points against Orlando or whoever, or maybe it was Memphis.
It was Orlando.
Yeah,
in Orlando, that game where he went off.
Yeah, I mean, well, there was 2 games where he had like a big point total.
50, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But I mean, it's just I don't know if they could do it the same way. I think it needs to be different. I still have a lot of faith in them defensively. I think that since they acquired Jimmy Butler, they've been great defensively. And I think that you've seen that in the postseason. While the Rockets were primarily based on defensive basketball, the Warriors, they have times where they can be great offensively and they shut you down defensively. That's what they've been doing for the last 10 years with Steve Kerr. It's just, I wonder how they're going to switch it up offensively. We could get into it more with Monty Pool at 5:30. But, I think that Steve Kerr, just to give him praise, he's been through this rodeo before with star players missing time at playoff games. But the way that he, managed that game, he had his rotation set. I thought that he had a great game last night. So for everybody that craps all over Steve Kerr for not playing Kuminga enough or whatever he does that pisses people off, just sit back a moment and be thankful that Steve Kerr, despite not having the best player out there that everyone thinks that anybody could coach this team, Steve Kerr had the balls and had the knowledge to get through that game last night. So I'm glad that we have Steve Kerr on our team, and hopefully he can, find a way to scheme it up for the next 3 games here without Steph Curry.
Just look how lost Kuminga looks all the time.
I know.
Just lost. And it's like, I hate the argument that comes with that, which is, well, you saw him on the bench. So what do you want? Do you want him to play, or do you want to be pissed about him on the bench? You just want to be pissed about it.
And then when he sits on the bench and then he plays finally, people are like, well, what do you expect? He didn't play for 2 weeks. Stop it. You can't have it both ways.
Pretzel logic's annoying.
I'm saying is my guy Pete Spencer is showing up and he's executing
some peaches.
He's in there whenever you need minutes. Pete Spencer, Guy Santos, those guys are ready to go. How come they're just ready to go, but Kuminga's not?
Yeah.
How come it's their bench time doesn't matter? TJD's played some minutes that were key. He didn't have to play for 2 weeks.
He got in somebody's face after not playing for like 2.5 weeks.
It's not an at-bat. You know what I mean? It's not facing a pitcher you've never seen. It's basketball. Get out and run the system like you're supposed to.
Yeah.
You've played with these guys for years. Get out and operate the system. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb. All right. Here's the deal. Tuesdays, we usually do the NBA grab bag. We also, and this is one we don't mind.
NBA grab bag.
We don't mind punting this.
Yeah, punt this away, please.
Every week.
Mitch Wisnowski of segments.
Every week, our guy. Oh, Jesus, dude. Jesus. Every week, our guy, Tim Webb, hosts the Tim the Horn Man Webb, we call him.
Damn right.
Finn.
Nobody calls it now.
Finn Tim the Horn Man. He hosts trivia out at the bitter end here in San Francisco. Best trivia in America. You know what I mean? Of course it is. Am I wrong, Tim? Tell me I'm wrong.
Well, you're not wrong, but people did want the bag. Not so many people wanted the takes, but they wanted the bag.
But you know what? Because Tim has to
I need the takes, Tim.
Tim has to redeem himself a bit from last week, especially because for years Tim begged to do his own segment.
He did.
He begged for it.
Pleaded. Cried.
So because you and I are nice guys, and because we like the camaraderie of the show.
I'm a nice guy.
We granted Tim his own segment.
Okay.
So every week, Tim gives us a sports take, a slice of life take, and then he gives us a trivia question that can be heard at the bitter end for his trivia night. Usually, he gives it to us on Tuesday before that night, so you got one in the bag, the grab bag. But he did it last night, so he'll give us some trivia from last night. It's all part of Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on a Wednesday, and it's next on The Sports Leader.
Well, as you just heard, the Giants took 2 of 3 from the Cubbies, getting their 24th win of the season, tied for the most in the majors with the Dodgers. Up next, after a well-deserved off day, San Francisco heads to Minnesota for a 3-game set. For all things Giants, keep it locked to KNBR, the most wins in baseball leader. Except the Dodgers win, so totally disregard.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We're going to talk to Monty Pool, NBC Sports Bay Area.
Love Monty.
At 5:30. He'll join us in about 35 minutes. We also got a sound soiree featuring some Steve Kerr, some Draymond, and some Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield from the postgame yesterday. But before we do that, we got to do one of everybody's favorite things each and every week, and that is Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia. Tim, a trivia host at the bitter end here in San Francisco on Tuesday nights. Best trivia in America. You got to get out there. It's a blast.
Don't you know?
Get out, support Tim, support the bitter end. So it's an awesome place to go hang on a Tuesday night. When I'm doing my karaoke, Tim's out there asking trivia questions. It prompted one of our listeners earlier who called in and called Derek my sidekick. We were talking Batman and Robin.
I don't care for that.
They said Tim must be the Riddler with all of his trivia. Every week he gives us a slice of life take, a sports take, and a trivia question that can be heard at his trivia. And we call it Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia.
It's time for Tim's Tuesday Takes and Trivia on KNBR, the Takes leader.
One of the best beds and opens for anything we got going, by the way. The Takes leader gets me every time.
It's really dumb.
It's really fun. And then Take on Me. It's so... What do you got, Tim?
Good.
Give us your sports take first, Tim. What do you got for us today?
Well, as you know, the takes on Tuesday are not the takes you get on Wednesday. And while my take yesterday was a real scorcher, today is really about losing even when you win. It's the concept of a Pyrrhic victory. I haven't been talking a lot today during our Steph Curry discussion, and the reason is because that's what the takes are about. Of course, I'm talking about Steph Curry, who ostensibly will miss 3 games, if not more, due to a grade 1 hamstring strain. Say that 3 times fast. I feel like the best case scenario is returns in Game 5. I'm not trying to be a rain cloud, and you here at Dirty Work are wishing the best for Curry and all of his hamstrings, but really, none of us know what's going to happen until we see how he responds to treatment, Brandon Payne, and rest.
You can hear Brandon Payne regular on the Greg and Greg's. Yeah.
He'll be on tomorrow. I guarantee it.
Question,
I guarantee he'll be on tomorrow.
Over under 3. Okay, over under 2.5 hits from Brandon Payne to the Gregs or on KNBR before Steph comes back.
I would say
2.5 is my line.
I'll say under. I'll say right. I say right at 2. He comes on.
This is a true story. Last night I was like watching. I was like, oh no, that's bad for the Warriors. Oh, we'll get Brandon Payne on a couple of times.
and here's the thing.
Dude.
Love Brandon Payne.
Great dude.
He has incredible insight on Steph Curry. My dad just calls him way too much.
Brandon, what can we expect from the hammy?
The same thing I told you the other day, Greg. Jesus.
Moon's over my hammy. Tell me all about it. Yeah, I think it's right at 2. I bet you they have him on twice before Steph returns.
Okay, all right.
And if he doesn't return for Game 5, I bet you he's on a third time. You know what I mean? If he doesn't make it for Game 5, we get the third.
Oh, that was a
Greg will
setback.
call him at home, right?
Keep going, Tim.
Well, the Warriors are going to do everything humanly possible to get Curry back out there as quickly as possible, but let's just call it the obvious. It sucks. It sucks as fans because, yeah, the best player on your team is hurt. Yeah, it hurts the Warriors' playoff chances. Yeah, fans have a connection to the guy that has delivered 4 finals, countless awards, and holding the attention of all the masses with every hoisted 3. But what really sucks is we're being robbed of seeing our guy on the biggest stage in the biggest moment. That sucks. And listen, the road to the Warriors championships are littered with teams losing their star players to injury. It's part of the game, and there's no fan base on earth that will feel sorry for Warrior fans. And by no means am I suggesting that this Warriors run is over. The Warriors are cooked. We're not saying that at all. It's not a death sentence. There's enough bad blood between playoff Jimmy and the city of Minnesota. Draymond Green is playing out of his mind the last 2 games, and he has that look in his eye every time he goes up against his best friend, Rudy Gobert. Hell, Chris Finch is sending super cuts to the league because the Warriors are roughhousing too much. Give me a frickin' break. Go touch some grass. By my count, the Warriors need to take one of the next 3 games. They know they don't have Curry. Steph comes back in a 2-2. To quote our guy FP, game on. But sometimes, even when you win, you lose, and last night felt like we all lost a little. That being said, give me some Pat, give me some Gee, and give me the Dubs in 7.
I love it, Tim.
Tim was with me on that yesterday. You and I were both kind of in on Dubs in 7. I said I was skeptical about their placement in the series based on Derek had the astute take before the series started that they've had no easy path into the postseason, out of the play-in game, into the first round of the playoffs.
It's all been hard.
None of it's supposed to be easy, of course, but they have not cruised.
Not ting easy.
And by the way, it's just another one of the hardest paths. They'll have to do it, as Tim said, without one of the best players in the league.
The funny thing is when we made that call that it was 7, I was kind of assuming that the Warriors might lose Game 1. The fact that they won buys you the runway to 7 now without Steph. That's sort of my thing.
Are you with me, Tim, that, like, yes, I just need one out of the next two, but that, yes, even at down 3-2, if Steph were to miss Game 5, that you're feeling okay, even down 3-2 with 6 at home and then 7 on the road if Steph were to play in 6?
I mean, if he misses 1 week, it's best case scenario. I would agree. I feel like this gives you the runway to 7. That's the idea.
Tim, you want to text line? Sorry, go ahead, Derek.
My only thing with him, if you're down 3-2, if he misses Game 5, you're relying on Steph Curry to be amazing when he comes back. And just, you need to have a little wiggle room in case that he's just a little rusty with how long he's been gone. So that's my one thing where I'm a little worried about that.
Did you call it the city of Minnesota?
Me or Tim?
Or did Tim call it the city of Minnesota?
I might have. I was rolling.
Somebody's checking it. Yeah, forget it. He's rolling. 5-0 says city of Minnesota. Derek, I think they meant Tim. And then somebody else.
For all we know, I probably could have said that as well.
Tim, I'll tell you what. They're nitpicking if this is what they're coming at you for.
Yeah, come on now.
Nothing easy.
Nothing easy.
And 510 checked in and said, hey, Tim, mixing a comma wouldn't hurt. No, they're coming at your
Come on now. Come on now. It was a good take.
I thought Tim came with a good take there.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll tune into your radio show.
It's better than his sauce and sandwich take. Keep moving, Tim. What you got?
All right, well, since this is all about elephants in the room, let's talk about paying off the bet. We'll finally address this. After giving the audience the option to choose my punishment for losing to Derek in our fantasy football matchup, the can has been appropriately kicked down the road. And hey, I might have lashed out at the audience and the text line because everyone decided they wanted to be Warden Norton from Shawshank deciding capital punishment because it had been suggested at the time that I could go snag food, God forbid. It's 28 hours in the meat locker that is known as KNBR. We call it the meat locker for two reasons. One, because it's cold, but also because it's completely full of men. Anyway, that's besides the point.
Accurate. Show me the lie.
But here, a wager's a wager, so I'd like to apologize to all the listeners and to all those on the text line that told me to man up and I called them discount Sarah Palins. So let's get the ground rules and I'll deliver. The ground rule number 1, I will not be leaving the building except to get dinner and breakfast, which will be ordered ahead of time, and I will bring it right back to the damn station.
Hey, give yourself a round of applause, Tim. You can hit one if you got it. Nearby.
I'm going to keep moving. No commas.
Yeah. No commas. Keep going.
While there will be an attempt to get some content out of my misery, it will be on the heels of Warriors Game 4. So there might be some bigger things going on more important than if I scratched my ass at 3:47 in the morning watching Wicked because it was a personal choice out of boredom. Number 3, the likelihood of me making an appearance on the morning show, I would say, is very high. That's going to be right, Neil, the worst part of the entire thing because I'm going to have to do a whole nother day after getting through it.
Are you telling me that
you
telling me the morning show's not going to latch onto our content?
I would wager very heavily. And that's where young Tony will get his revenge and make fun of me a ton. And you know what? I've earned it. That's fine. The 4th condition, I will bring a change of clothes, but if it's a little ripe in the studio, I hope no apologies. No apologies. You guys are going to be at Harmonic doing the remote. Everybody go out there and see. I know Pat H will be out there. Yep. But if you guys want to come by and have a beer after the game, you know where I'll be. Finally, I hope these conditions satisfy the bet and that we can all look forward to never talking about this again.
I'm satisfied, Tim.
I'm satisfied. I'm thrilled. As 503 checks in on the text line, says, Tim, it is Tubin time. We used to call him Tim Tubin. Now we just call him the Horn Man.
I don't like any of that.
Kind of the same thing.
I don't know. No? Not totally.
Tubin, horns?
One's the Zoom Man. One's the Horn Man. Tim, I would say fantastic work on that take. Good on the apologies to the listeners. Have you thought about what your meals may be?
I've actually put a lot of thought into this. I figure I could probably go to Grumpy's, get the burger.
There you go.
Love the burger at Grumpy's.
Good burger over at Grumpy's. Your breakfast, I would say Gambito's across the street.
Breakfast burrito is probably a solid.
That was the thing Marcus and I did. That became a tradition for us on Fridays all throughout COVID because we're the only two guys in the morning in the building. And so every Friday, problem is, Tim, they didn't even open until like 8:30 on a Friday.
Oh, really?
On a weekday. 8:30, you got to get over there. So, you get some time to kill. So you'll be sucking down some coffee or whatever you need.
Yeah, well, probably a cup of coffee. Number 4, we'll have a little overnight Dave, a little conversation with him. And then again, the morning show Retribution, which I know is coming. That's probably the worst part of it.
The thing is, too, is you can sleep. You know what I mean? You can go to, like, Tony's old studio over there.
I'm probably going to bring the air mattress.
Yeah, you should.
Okay,
you can watch whatever you want. You just got to hang out here. You can do whatever. You just got to be here.
So are you going to be in sleep attire when you're going to be here?
No, I don't think I'm going to bring the sleeping cap, though.
You don't have a stocking cap that you wear?
I can just imagine. Murph gets on people for like wearing shorts to work. If you're in pajamas, like Murph's like, what are we doing here? Tim Webb? I got to see him in his sleeping cap?
Yeah, Murph
I'll meet you at the boathouse.
It's so funny. Murph acts like it's like you can look somewhere else. You don't have to stare at Tim. You don't have to look at what Tim's wearing. I got to look at this guy's knee. He gets so mad if he rolled into the station.
Well, and here's the thing.
Hot summer day, I was wearing shorts. Yeah.
I don't want to be part of their shit. I don't want it. I'm not seeking it out in any sort of way. That being said, the likelihood of it happening is pretty damn high.
Yeah, Murph is anti-shorts, and I was gladly wearing shorts on Monday. You know what? I am very proud of my gams. I am proud of my gams to show them off.
Gams? Did he get on you for wearing shorts?
No, he didn't see me. But if Murph saw me, I'm sure he'd be all over my tasty gams.
He used to get really mad about it when I would wear them in the summertime. Like when I was working on the morning show, I'd do the leadoff spot, and I was like, dude, I know it's going to be hot. It's already warm when I wake up at 3 a.m. If it's warm then, I know it's going to be a warm day.
Yeah.
But he'd be mad. He'd be like, I don't want to stare at your knees all day. I'm like, you're sitting on the other side of the glass
look at him.
and my knees are under a desk. You're not
Don't look
looking
at him.
this.
Don't look at him.
And I'm saying it's not like I was wearing like I was dressed unprofessionally.
Right.
I wear basketball shorts like you.
Well,
you know what I mean?
Come on now.
Well, and to clarify what's going on the text line. To clarify what's going on the text line here, they're like, "Oh, Tim's getting off easy. He can leave the building." Let's talk about San Francisco geography for a second. They're a block away. It's not like I'm leaving for an hour and a half. It's
There's
not
not a lot of options.
Yeah, you guys. What I would say to you is worth a corner of Broadway and Battery at 750 Battery in San Francisco.
Do a food search.
They are next. Yeah, go ahead and look at Old Ship next to them. They are one door over. I'm okay with Tim walking over to pick up the food and then come on back. What I wasn't okay with was Tim going and sitting and having a beer and watching part of a game while he eats his food. My thought was he has to eat it here. That was my initial thought. I'm okay with Tim crossing the street to pick at, look at where Gambino's is, look at where Old Ship is, where Grumpy's is. We're talking a block away. It's okay.
And I took it a step further. It's not like I'm going there, ordering the food, waiting for the food, I'll just call it in and we'll get out.
I'm okay with this.
Okay, now, Tim, can the turtle last one night without you?
Yeah,
the turtle will be fine.
Okay.
Would you ever consider bringing the turtle?
Yeah,
absolutely
I was
not.
thinking about that. Okay. Turtle's not coming.
What's the turtle's name again?
The turtle's name is Oatmeal. It's a reptile, and it can go days without eating because it doesn't do anything. It just sits there.
When do you do to clean its aquarium again?
Oh, it's about time.
Is it about time?
I try to do it once a month. It's the thing I hate more than anything in the world. I hate it so much. I'd rather do my taxes. I'd rather go to the DMV. I'd rather go to the dentist and the DMV.
Would you rather spend 28 hours here or clean the turtle?
I'd probably rather spend 28 hours here.
Damn. Tim hates his own turtle. It's crazy.
Well, it was passed off to him by his ex-girlfriend.
Well,
cleaning a turtle tank is
it
not
wasn't
fun.
even just passed off on him by his ex-girlfriend. It was passed off on him by an ex-roommate. Who then Tim tried to impress Tim tried to impress a girl because the roommate let one of the two turtles that he had die. Then the girl that Tim was trying to impress was like, "You're just gonna let him keep that turtle after he killed it?" Tim's like, "I'll take it on." The girl's gone and the turtle's gonna outlive Tim.
Yeah, spoiler alert: the roommate and the girl are both gone, and the turtle's still around.
That's
you know what?
Incredible.
When you have nobody else in your life, at least you have that turtle. Tim.
That's incredible.
He has great conversationalism.
All right, we got some trivia.
Yeah, trivia. I almost forgot about that. Okay. We were just talking about the Caldecott Tunnel and the Orange Tunnel, which, by the way, I don't think they replaced the tunnel. I think they just replaced the lights.
Yeah,
I think that's all it was.
Yep.
On all of these freeways, you see carpool lanes, diamond lanes, and everything, but they're technically referred to as HOV lanes.
Yeah.
They're all over the place. What does that stand for?
High occupancy vehicle.
That is correct.
Great job.
Were you a carpooler?
I was going to make a Jay-Z joke.
As a man who hasn't owned a car in 15 years, I'd say I'm proud of that one.
Damn, you haven't had a car in 15 years?
I told you I sold. Last time I remember driving a car that I owned was. I've driven many times since then. The night the Giants won the World Series in 2010, I drove it from close over by San Francisco State into the Mission where I was living at the time, and that's the last time I can remember driving that vehicle. And I think I sold it before the end of that year, so 2010 or 2011.
You were driving it the night they won the championship?
I was at a friend's house watching the game, drove back to my place in the Mission after they won the World Series. It was like 8:30 or whatever. Game was at 5. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They won the World Series. I drove it back to my house, and I don't remember driving it after that. That's the last memory I have because it was such a night where I was taking everything in. I just don't remember having used it after that. I rarely drove it anyway. Shortly thereafter, Uber started. I was never driving it in the city anyway. So, you got another one for us, Tim? Anything
that
else?
was a quickie. I'll give you another one. Which of the following large countries occupies only one time zone? Now, try to let Derek have this one because I think you've been to one of these. Is it Brazil, China, or Australia? Which one has only one time zone? Brazil, China, or Australia?
Wait, what was the question again?
Which of the following large countries occupies only one time zone? Brazil, China, or Australia?
I think I know the answer.
One time zone?
I got it right in Tim's ear. I nailed it.
You got it?
I made the assumption that you might have been to Australia.
I have been to Australia.
Yeah, based on that, I'll go with Australia.
That's not the right answer.
Oh, damn
That's
it.
wrong. Australia's about the same size as the United States in landmass. They do have have several different time zones.
Let me go.
It's also a technicality here, Tim.
Okay, China?
It is China, but it's. I mean, they technically would have like 4 or 5 or 6 different time zones.
Hey, they
based
make
on
their own
size,
rules.
but they
make their own rules.
They operate under what is it, like GMT or so, whatever it is. They operate under a.
I think it's CMT, Chinese.
Yeah. I think it was like a communist rule is what it is. And so I think they're just like everybody's on the same time zone. But there are places that operate under their own time zone, I believe, in China.
Okay. Well, now I learned that.
Anything else? Anything you want to throw at us, Tim? Any more? No?
I can give you one more. All right, I'll give you one more.
One more, okay.
A few weeks back, Fort Point Brewing right here in San Francisco merged with this larger brewery from the North Bay known for their delicious IPAs, including one of my favorite, Big Chicken. What brewery is that?
Is it Lagunitas?
That's not correct.
Jim Lagunitas?
Wrong again.
I got 2 of them. I'm good. I'll sit
Damn it,
this one
Tim.
out.
Big Chicken.
I love these guys, by the way.
Yeah, I know.
Seek this brewery out. It's fantastic.
I'm going to get it wrong. What is it?
Hen House Brewing.
Big Chicken. Damn it.
Chicken.
Seems like you should have had that one.
Yeah. But I didn't.
Would you have gotten a high occupancy vehicle?
No.
And you didn't get China.
I'm more of a pop culture guy when it comes to trivia.
You got any pop culture for him, Tim? Anything hanging on there?
I got you 3. That's it. Okay.
That's going to do it.
That's enough.
Hey, give it up for Tim. A good Tim's Tuesday takes and trivia. Tim, well done today on a Wednesday. All he needed was the extra day.
He did.
All he needed was the extra day.
And so did I.
We got a great end of the show for you. Monty Pool joins us at 5:30 at the bottom of the hour. I think Raf is in the building, and I think are we getting a new Raf report today? We don't know.
Maybe not today.
I'll tell you what. The plan is, people may not know this. They must not know this. We have the KNBR Weather Center where Raf often works and gives us our KNBR weather reports. Are they aware that when necessary, we do operate a KNBR Vatican desk?
I wasn't even aware of this.
We'll get you a Pope date, a Pope update.
Pope date, yeah.
If and when they become available from the KNBR
With
Vatican
Raph?
desk. We're short-staffed. Raf may be working double duty on the Pope updates. Raf here from the Vatican. Mamma mia, it's a Raf. All right.
I need to know more about a Pope Pizza Balla.
we will see if Raf is at the KNBR Vatican desk today, and we can get you a Pope date.
That's a real name, by the way.
If not, sure to come. When we come on back, a Warriors sound soiree featuring Jimmy Butler, Buddy Hield, Steve Kerr, and Draymond Green. Dirty Work, greatest show in America. We're going to get you to the hump day on the Sports Leader.
Take on Tim.
Now, from the O'Donnell.
The Warriors are expected to be without Steph Curry for at least a week. If you look at a calendar, that's games 2, 3, and 4. As fans, how are you feeling now? Tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to collectively agree how much injuries suck.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Dirty Work rolls on a Wednesday evening. Adam Copeland, D-Pop, Tim Webb with you. We have a full show tomorrow as well, don't we?
We do.
Giants off tomorrow.
Yep.
A rare off day for the Giants.
Giants heading to Minnesota. Warriors coming back from Minnesota.
Except for Steph Curry. Maybe he'll show up at a Giants-Twins game this weekend. Did you hear that sound from Steve Kerr earlier? He said he may be staying here.
Staying with us until we go back to the Bay Area.
I thought he said he may. Oh, he meant instead of traveling back. He said we're going to stop.
Yeah.
I thought he meant we may leave him here.
No.
That'd be a wild situation to leave Steph in Minnesota.
He's going to be present for the game tomorrow, but he'll come back to the Bay Area with the rest of the team.
The town of Minnesota.
Yes.
Nice.
The town of Minnesota.
The great town of Minnesota. All right, so we do it. We've got good sound. We try to mix it in for you.
Yeah, why not?
Jimmy Butler, Buddy Hield spoke together following the game yesterday. Steve Kerr responded to Chris Finch saying the Warriors are fouling Gobert on every possession. And apparently, this whole playoff thing has already started. The Minnesota Timberwolves have already shot video of the Warriors fouling Gobert to the NBA. You know what?
I can't stand that crap.
You know what, Finch? How about you score more than 30 points in the first half?
How about that?
You know what wasn't a factor there? The 0 for 9 start for Anthony Edwards.
Yeah. How about 0 for 16 from 3? Start the game.
How about 1 for 3 and paying your child support bills? Draymond Green on all the bench. Yeah, for Anthony Edwards, not Finch. No, sorry, Finch. I don't want to paint you a different color. You know what I mean? Draymond Green also checked in on all the bench contributors. It's all part of what we like to call the dirty work sound soiree.
This is
Dirty Works.
Sound Soiree.
No, I've whipped up this nasty little soiree.
The best sounds you might have missed.
Soiree, what?
Soiree, honey. I think that means party.
On the sports leader.
All right, the Dirty Work Sound Soiree on a Wednesday evening, May the 7th. We'll start with Jimmy Butler and Buddy Hield. Like, they're friends, right?
It sounds like it.
It appears that they've been getting along. A lot of their post-game stuff is kind of funny and goofy and dumping on each other. They did a post-game presser together yesterday.
Yes.
Here's Buddy Hield and Jimmy Butler discussing Buddy not wearing the right shorts. Was this during the game he was wearing?
Oh, dude, I'll explain more later. But yes, at the beginning of the game, they had to take a timeout. The Warriors took a timeout because Buddy Hield was wearing his practice shorts, and they told him you had to change it to your
game shorts.
Your game shorts.
All right, well, here you go.
I'm Batman today. I saved the day. He's still Robin.
All right, well, I'm still Robin, yes. And Steph's still Batman. And Buttered is still who he is.
I mean, Buttered. Okay.
But you had another good game, man. Except for that stupid thing you did at the beginning of the game when you have on the right shorts. It's not real Robin and or Batman like.
Jimmy switched it out. It was Jimmy's fault.
Okay.
Jimmy switched it out, and that's what happens. I was looking for my shorts, and I thought it was the right one. He said, yo, put these on. It was the right. And that was the...
That's what you're going with?
Yeah, I'm going with Jimmy. It was Jimmy's fault. His locker's next to my locker. I was looking for my shorts. He said, yo, why can't I find my shorts? Oh, I see there. And I put them on, and it looked just alike. And after that, got a fine for it. So it's cool. It was Jimmy's fault. Blame Jimmy.
I know their lockers are next to each other. You think Jimmy handed him the wrong shorts?
Apparently. They're a good, comedic duo together. I don't think as funny as you and me, but I think they're pretty funny together. Jimmy Butler.
I think they're fun, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I love that, like, basically...
He calls him Buttered. He's like, they call me Buttered. He did it again in the same presser. He calls him Buttered. And he was like, my name's not Buttered. He's like, it's Buddy. He goes, well, that's short for Buttered. That's what he called him.
There was one day where I think some reporter asked Steve Kerr why everyone clowns on Jimmy Butler or clowns on Buddy Hield, and he was like, well, it's just, it's kind of easy. I mean, he's kind of an easy target. I really don't know what to tell you.
I think he's just kind of doofy. I think he's just one of those guys. He's just kind of a goober. That's kind of how I look at him. Kind of a goober. Like, nothing wrong with him. Yeah, he'll show up, he'll get fired up, but he just kind of got a funny way about him, and they all sort of mess with him.
I love it, too, like, on the road. Like, obviously, they can't go home. They have to go with each other on the bus.
Yeah.
And every time, like, Buddy Hield is messing with Jimmy Butler, he's like, go home, bro. Go home.
He's like, we can't go home. We're getting on the bus together.
I can't go home. But, yeah, Buddy Hield pulled a Brandon Ayuk. Remember when Brandon Ayuk went crazy with his shorts?
When he was at practice?
He was at practice, and Kyle was like, dude, you're wearing the wrong shorts. And then he threw a tantrum and kicked the shorts off.
Yeah, took the shorts off at practice.
It was a whole thing, and that was in Mike Silver's article as a reference to why they didn't want to give him the contract. But yeah, Buddy Hield just smirked, laughed. It's like, all right, cost my team a timeout, but yeah, I'll go put it on the proper shorts.
707 says Dave Fleming is planning to go to the Dubs game tomorrow.
Is he now? Well, yeah, they're
still there. If the Giants are flying in today.
Oh,
I bet you there'll be a handful of Giants at that game tomorrow.
That's convenient.
I hope we got a bunch of Giants at that game tomorrow.
That'd be sweet. I feel bad for John Dickinson. He was planning on going to, Friday's game with Minnesota and the Giants, and it doesn't pan out. He's got to fly back.
Well, yeah, Warriors are playing Saturday.
I know.
I mean, he could fly back on Saturday morning.
It would have been nice if, like, the Warriors had home court, and then they could have maneuvered this whole thing. Like, the Giants and Warriors could have been in Minnesota at the same time, but alas.
And a lot of people would still be going to see Disturbed and Godfrey, but here we are.
Oh, yeah, that too.
What you got, Tim?
I was going to say, just an update to that Timberwolves story. I think the one critical part here is that, unlike the Brandon Ayuk thing, the Timberwolves were the ones that sort of snitched it out. They were like, hey, he's wearing the wrong shorts.
Oh,
and that's why they got the timeout. It wasn't self-reporting. It was Chris Finch sending video to the league about Rudy Gobert and snitching on shorts.
By the way, here's a video of a Buddy wearing the wrong shorts. Speaking of Chris Finch, apparently the T-Wolves have already sent video to the league about all the fouling. There was a replay I saw at one point last night from behind the backboard, or like on top of the backboard looking down. It was on a foul that happened to Rudy Gobert in the fourth quarter, and he's going up for a rebound, and he's getting boxed out by, can't remember who's on his left, but whoever's on his right, GP2 on his right.
Right.
And you see him go up for the rebound, and you see his entire jersey get like pulled down off of his chest, and I was like, attaboy GP2, fighting it every inch you can get. Send whatever damn video you want. I don't give a damn. They're not going to call it all. Send whatever video you want. Here's Steve Kerr responding to Chris Finch, having said that the Warriors are fouling Rudy Gobert every time down.
Yeah, I mean, I was upset the first 10 minutes of the game. It was just like Houston all over again. They were bear hugging Steph, and they could have called 6 fouls. But the league has established the physicality in the playoffs. Chris talked about it last week. Just the overall physicality isn't, to me, it's crazy out there. What's happening? Everybody's fouling each other. I just feel like they have a really hard job because playoff basketball is, yes, it's physical and they're going to allow more, but I think they could have called a foul 6-7 straight possessions with them guarding Steph. And so I got my complaints too, trust me. We all do, and this is how it works in the playoffs. We watch the tape, we see all the fouls on them that aren't called. They watch the tape, they see all the ones on us that weren't called. It's a physical game, it's just going to be. And both teams have to adjust. I'm getting ready to send my own clips into the league, so.
I mean, I agree with Steve.
That's the irony. It's
yes.
Like, yeah, and it's the entire Houston series was the same deal. It's like, I think Warrior fans should sort of roll their eyes at that because it's like, well, it's the way it is right now. Sorry.
I mean, I think there's always a time during the postseason where coaches, and then Greg Popovich did this all the time, David Fizdale did this to a T where he was like, take that for data.
I forgot about that one.
You call out the refs in one game, and then you get all the calls the next game. This is what Chris Finch is doing. Like, to send it to the league, I think, is just so, like, tattletale-y. But, like, yeah, like, the proper way to do it is just call out the referees in a press conference. Then
you get fined.
Yeah, but then the referees take note. They don't like to be called out. And they're like, all right, fine, if you're going to call me out.
I think the way to do it is the way they do it, so they don't get fined.
Exactly.
You can call it out and send it and be like, hey, these guys aren't doing these guys are missing these calls, and then the league asks them to correct it if, in fact, you got to watch out for something that is technically a foul or that they review.
I know, but sending clips, I always hate that crap.
I don't even care if you send the clips. It's announcing that you're sending clips.
That's where I'm at.
Great.
The announcement of the announcement.
Exactly. Just send
Take that for data.
Exactly.
Beautiful.
Oh, my God. One of my favorite all-time press conferences.
Who's that?
Take that for data.
Explain it to me. Explain it to me.
I remember cutting that audio and being like, oh, table slam, it's staying.
Take that for data.
Take that for data.
He knew his team wasn't that good, and that's why he had to resort to that.
503 checks on the Golden State Lumber Showroom text line, says, what's worse, getting a turtle or not getting cayenne pepper loaned to you from your roommate? Don't forget, Tim's roommate, Tim had to take the turtle from his roommate. Derek was told anything that was hers was his. Derek used a little bit of cayenne. She was like, I don't think so.
Did Tim hear that story? Tim, were you around for that show?
I heard it later in retrospect.
Tim was off that day.
Okay. I'd say the turtle's worth because it's a 25-year to 40-year mistake.
I mean, I was with that apartment complex for a year, 2 years. I got past the cayenne pepper. Tim is still having to deal with the turtle.
I'm halfway through the turtle's lifespan,
exactly.
guys.
You're over the cayenne, huh? You're still bringing it up.
I'm over the cayenne. Don't have to worry about roommates being mad about using their cayenne pepper. God forbid.
Still talking about it, though, aren't you?
I'm over it.
I'm over the cayenne.
All right, just let it go, okay?
No yelling on the boss.
I don't have your effing ball, okay?
Draymond Green. On the bench contributors yesterday, is this the one about Pat Spencer?
It might be.
I love this one. Here's Draymond after the game. Even though Steph went down, here's what Draymond had to say about the bench contributing.
Everybody played great minutes. G came in, played great minutes. The hustle plays from Guy Santos. What did he play? 3 minutes? 3 minutes and 43 seconds, and he was hustling all over the glass, just wearing those guys down. It was beautiful to see. JK, great minutes. Guarding Ant, hit a big-time shot, timely cuts. Everybody who came in the game gave us something. Loon was huge off the bench, gave great minutes, and so, complete team effort, but we know this series will get tougher and tougher. Hopefully we get Steph back, but regardless if we get Steph back or not, that's a really good team with a lot of pride and a lot of talent. The cohesiveness of that team has grown over the year, and so they're a together team, and we know they're going to come out fighting.
I agree, but damn, I'm mad that Pat Spencer wasn't a part of that.
That wasn't one. Do you have the one in the if you look for a minute, Tim, in the Warrior folder, if we have the cut?
He's just like I think someone out of their way to ask Draymond about Pat Spencer, and he was like, yeah, Pat Spencer. I mean, doesn't look like a basketball player, but he's playing well.
It was a funny line. Well, he's like, yeah, here you go. Here's Draymond on what Pat Spencer did for them.
Pat is a damn good basketball player, and I know he don't look like it. He don't just jump off the page at you when you see him in a basketball jersey. I don't think the number 61 helps him, but he's one of the toughest guys on this team. That includes myself. That includes Jimmy. Pat Spencer is tough as nails. And, he don't always get the opportunity to play, but every time he gets the opportunity, he's ready. And I think one thing that he does is he's so big for this team. He's a voice on the bench for us, but he's selfless.
Love that. Great comments. Thought it was funny because he's sort of laughing. I know what he means, too. Dude was a lacrosse star, like in college.
And that mustache is intimidating.
That's a big league stat.
61's not a great jersey for anything, honestly.
I'll tell you what, it's better than the 71 that we saw Schroeder wearing. Adam Copeland, Depop.
59.
That's not what he said at all. Adam Copeland, Depop, and Tim Webb with you on a Wednesday evening. We will have our first and only guest of the day. Monty Pool is going to join us, NBC Sports Bay Area from Minnesota, talking about the Steph injury and where the Dubs go from here for Game 2. And just how long he thinks Steph could actually be out for. They're saying we'll reevaluate in about a week, just in terms of what we've heard in the past about that reevaluation. How serious do they think it is? Monty Pool joins us next. It's Dirty Work, greatest show in America on the Sports Leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the Sports Leader.
Dirty Work on a Wednesday evening. Adam Copeland, Derek Papa, Tim Webb with you. Warriors getting ready for Game 2 without Steph Curry tomorrow after a gritty win last night behind Draymond, Jimmy, Buddy, and the bench. Here to talk about it, one of our favorites from NBC Sports Bay Area, covers the Warriors, and he has a column up now from last night's game from just hours ago on NBCSportsBayArea.com. Monty Pool joins us on the UMA guest line. What's up, Monty? How you been, man?
How's it, Monty?
Doing okay. How y'all doing?
Pretty good, man. No lack of storylines for this one, huh?
No. I mean, we talked about it all season long that the Warriors are one of those teams that will always give you something. There's always something. Just a matter of moments, game after game. You can usually look for something. It's never boring.
Well, last night definitely falls under that. We'll talk more about the roster stuff and all that. But first and foremost, the Steph Curry injury. I mean, he was ruled out pretty quickly last night, which made me a little bit concerned. I think a lot of Warrior fans were concerned. I guess the grade 1 strain, would you call that good news? I mean, you don't like the number of games that he's going to have to miss potentially, but would you say good news and that it's just grade 1?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, hamstrings can be really tricky. And grade one is the least severe. And so It's conceivable that he could be back in a matter of 10 days. But if it's grade 2 or 3, then you're talking about a long period of time. I mean, some guys have missed 2 months with a hamstring. So the chances that he'll be back are pretty high at some point. This question of whether, it's game 6 or game 5, maybe. I don't think so, but probably game 6 if they can get that far. So it's up to his teammates to kind of carry him a little bit because, as we all know, he's done a lot of carrying of those guys.
So as far as the starting lineup going forward, Monty, would you say that they should go with what they've been doing, like maybe just have GP2 fill that void for Steph Curry, or maybe get a little bigger with Kevon Looney? How do you see them changing up the starting lineup with Steph's absence?
Yeah, I think, last night when it was clear that Steph was not going to be back, they started second half with GP2, and that makes sense because GP2 has done a pretty good job generally on Ant Edwards. And, at least we know he can maybe do a better job than anybody else, and that's your shot. So if you can have somebody out there at the beginning of the game to kind of make sure Anthony Edwards doesn't go off for 20 in the first quarter, it kind of gives your team a chance to sort of get something going. I think for the Warriors, it's important tomorrow that they are able to get off to a decent start. They don't have to go crazy like they did last night, but they got to get off to a pretty good start, and that means everybody getting involved. But, Gary, there was a game, I think it was December 8th maybe, when the Warriors played the Timberwolves, and it's a close game. In the fourth quarter, when Steve Kerr saw Ant Edwards taking back into the game, he called Gary, and Gary and Ant came at the same time. And I think over the last 10 minutes of that game, Ant got 1 bucket, and Gary was on him the entire time. And he had done pretty well up to that point. But when the game was on the line, Gary shut him down. Now, I'm not saying that that's what you can expect every time. What I'm saying is that Gary makes the most sense as a starter alongside Podziemski because he can do a pretty decent job on Ant.
Talking to Monty Pool, nice enough to join us on the UMA guest line. In terms of what we saw from Draymond yesterday, I mean, he was aggressive shooting from deep, especially even before Steph left the game. He started red hot. There's been a couple of times this year where that's been the case. I remember the game where Steph scored 4,000, hit his 4,000 three-pointer. Draymond came out shooting threes in that one. It definitely feels like this postseason he's been more aggressive. Do you know anything about his behind-the-scenes work in an attempt to be more of an outside scorer?
He always does it. He puts in the work. He's done it, whether it's, with the team or with his trainer, Travis. He has a system where he makes sure that he gets up his shots. Now, the problem is that, because he's got Steph on the team, he doesn't focus on that. Mm-hmm. You ask Draymond anytime, who should be taking the shots, you or Steph? I think we all know the answer. Yeah. But in this instance, Draymond picked up the slack pretty nicely. And I think he'll have to look to score because when Draymond does score, when he forces defenders to come out on him, it changes the geometry for the Warriors for the better. And so, last night you'll notice that after he hit a few, even Rudy was kind of stepping toward him, so it makes a difference. And so, I don't know if Draymond's going to be able to get, 4 or 5 threes every game. I don't think that's going to happen, but, he's got to take them. And if they're open, he definitely has to take them.
Well,
I was going to say that the issue now at stake for the Warriors is that with Steph Curry out of action, there will be fewer open shots. Yeah. Steph's presence, defenders go where he goes. And so the problem that the Warriors have to do, what they have to solve is get guys to make those shots because they're going to be a little bit tougher now. And last night there were instances when the younger guys, especially Brandon and Moses and those guys, were getting open looks and couldn't put them down. Well, there won't be as many open looks now without Steph. So they got to find a way to be effective on the offensive end because their team needs them to step up.
We've been taking calls all day today, Monty, from people and asking about their level of confidence. And what's been sort of a common theme from our listeners and callers is that people believe with Steph out, there'll be a more, not that Steph is not, he's a liability by any means on defense, but they will be mostly a defensive team, and you'll be having to sort of manufacture or find that offense from Jimmy Butler and other guys on the roster. In terms of how well they played defense last night, to me, it's two-pronged. Like, yeah, they played great defense, but Minnesota had one of their worst halves and their worst first half of the entire season. Anthony Edwards started 0 for 9. He missed his first free throw. I mean, he was awful to start the game. How much do you chalk up, and what did you see from the Warriors' defense yesterday relative to just how poorly Minnesota played on offense?
Yeah, I think a lot of it was Minnesota, too, because they got open looks. It's not like the Warriors just shut them down and turned it off. So I don't think you can expect that the Timberwolves are going to be shooting, in the teens from three for the rest of the series. They were a really good three-point shooting team in the regular season. In the last two games, whether it was the closeout game against the Lakers or the first game against the Warriors, they couldn't find it. But don't expect that. I don't think that's something you can expect. I know they will live with Julius Randle shooting threes. They don't mind that. They'll take their chances. But if Ant gets going, and we all know he made more threes than anybody in the league this year, if he gets going, that's a problem. So I think part of the Warriors played good defense, and they've played good defense with and without Steph. They've been a good defensive team ever since Jimmy came aboard. They were pretty good before that. They've gotten better since he came aboard. They've been in the top three and sometimes at number one in the league for the last 2.5-3 months. So now, can they continue that against a team that has a pretty good offense and obviously a dynamite offensive player? That's going to be the question they have to try and answer in Game 2 tomorrow night and beyond.
Talking to Monty Pool on the UMA guest line, Jonathan Kuminga's playing time has been a point of contention for a lot of fans. And, he played out of necessity yesterday because of Steph Curry's injury and had some minutes in Game 7. But what do you think his role could be in Steph's absence? And do you get the sense, I know that there's been, issues with Steve Kerr and Jonathan Kuminga. Do you get the sense that the team right now overall trusts Jonathan Kuminga to play in the postseason?
That's a tough one because Jonathan is a mixed bag. He's always going to usually give you some highlights. He's really good at that, making spectacular plays every now and then, make you go, wow. But when you just watch the game on a regular basis all the time, you see his flaws. And some of those flaws have not been corrected over the last 3.5-4 years. And that's why he's not in the rotation, is because, he's not been a reliable offensive or defensive player. He doesn't always see the floor, feel the floor. There's been many instances where he simply gets lost on defense. Now, if you tell Jonathan to guard one person, just stick with this guy, boom, he got you. He'll do that. But if you tell him to play within the team concept of defense, help side, when to hedge, when not to hedge, that's when he kind of gets lost. And offensively, he sometimes puts his head down and decides it's time for him to go up and get a bucket, when that's not necessarily the case. So he has to play within himself instead of trying to play as if he's trying to prove he can be great. I think, we all know he's a great athlete, but the basketball part of his development is still in progress. And so I know he's going to excite people at times, but you watch him, and there's going to be times when you're disappointed too. So you got to take the good with the bad, or should I say the bad with the good if you want it. And I think, is there a role for him in this series? I think so. I think he'll get opportunities. The question is, how will he be able to thrive in those opportunities?
I was making the case earlier today, Monty, that I said, if because it looks like it's maybe at least the next 3 games for Steph, with the schedule being every other day. And then if you get through Game 5 and he's not there, then you get a 3-day window or a 3-day break before you've got to play Game 6. I was making the case that they'll reevaluate in a week. If they get to a week from now and they're tied 2-2, I think that's an awesome scenario with Steph coming back. And I said, even if they're down 3-2 before Steph comes back with a potential Game 6, if he's available for Game 6 at home, you still feel like you're in a pretty good spot. Is 2-2 best case scenario, you think?
No, I think they would love that. They would, if they're even if they're down 3-2.
Yeah.
If they can get Steph back before the series is over. That's the thing.
You feel like you got a shot. Right.
They don't want to lose 4 in a row. And I don't think they will. I think they'll find a way to win a game or 2 of these next 4. And if they win even 1, I think they would take that. But I think, if they got the split already, they can be greedy now. And I don't know winning tomorrow is going to be tougher than it was in Game 1. But then they'll come home, and if they get a split at home, it's 2-2. And I think they would take that, and no matter what happens in Game 5, if they know Steph's coming back for Game 6. So it's optimistic, but it's conceivable because that's the general timeline. Generally speaking, a grade 1 can get you back within 10 days. Mm-hmm. And so that's they will take that in a heartbeat, I'm pretty sure.
How much leadership have you seen from Draymond Green since they've lost Game 6? I mean, I know that he came out after Game 7 and said that he was kind of embarrassed with his attitude, and he kind of put the onus on him and had a great, performance in that Game 7. And then I think last night he showed a lot of maturity where he had to be out there. And obviously, he has to be out there for them to have success without Steph Curry there. He is 2 flagrants away from being suspended. So How much pressure is on Draymond Green right now to be that leader and make sure that he doesn't, get into a thing with Rudy Gobert because he has to be out there?
Yeah, if he does what he's done the last 2 games, they'll be fine. Draymond, in the first 6 games of the series against the Rockets, he didn't make his usual impact on either end. He was playing defense pretty well. He made the big play at the end of game 4, I think it was, against where he stopped at the basket. He was able to stop Şengün. But on the regular, there were moments when you thought, okay, Draymond's not quite totally on his game. And I began to wonder if he could still find that guy, because he's 35. And he has been defending and grappling and wrestling with guys 30 and 40 and 50 pounds heavier than he is, and 4 and 5 inches taller than he is. That wears on a guy. And after those first 6 games, I was like, can Draymond still be great when you need him to be great? I don't mean in a one-play instance where he stops a guy in the final seconds. I mean, over the course of a game, can he be that impactful like he once was? Well, game 7, yes. Game 1, yes. And so if he can be that guy, it changes things, because the guy we saw in the first 6 games against the Rockets, that wasn't it. That wasn't going to get it. And the guy we've seen the last 2 games, yeah, they got to be happy with what he's doing. His leadership, his maturity. I mean, I think last night there were a couple of instances when he could have beefed with the refs. I didn't really see it. I didn't really see it. And so this is good. Now, I don't know how long it'll last, but he's sort of made a vow after Game 7. I need to be there for my guys. I need to be there for my guys. So generally speaking, when Draymond locks in and decides, okay, I'm not going to do anything that's crazy, that means you really get a pretty good player and a guy that other guys will follow.
A few more minutes with Monty Pool on the Uma guest line. As far as the Warriors offensively, I mean, I don't know how they're going to be without Steph Curry. And I mean, they had a winning record without him this season, 7-5. But that week that Jimmy was here and Steph Curry was out with that injury, I mean, offensively they looked putrid. And that game against Miami was pretty telling. What do you want to see? What's the biggest difference you want to see in this team offensively in the next 3 games?
I think it's the same thing they would have had before, which is take care of the basketball. That's number one. Don't give a lot of empty possessions where you commit a turnover, or what they call a shot turnover, which is just a bad shot that ends up going the other way. Just avoid those situations, but they've got to get something from the young guys. They got to get something. Jimmy Butler is great at helping young guys be better. We saw him do it in Miami. If he can do it here, in Miami, he went pretty far with guys with Tyler Herro and Duncan Robinson and Max Strus and Gabe Vincent. And, some of these guys were undrafted. And so, but he helped those guys along. And I think that's where the Warriors are now. Without Steph, they've got to get something from their guys, from the others. And right now, Moses, his shot is not really good. Brandon was 1 of 7 last night. He's got to be better. So that, I think, is going to be the key, because Jimmy Butler's not going to go out there and drop 50. That's not who he is. But he can get you 35. But the other guys will have to make an impact on the offensive end. And ball movement, player movement, all those things, smart basketball, that's going to be the key, because Minnesota's a really good team. They're a really good team. And I don't know, Jaden McDaniels, he was all keyed up to stop Steph. I don't know who he's going to guard now. Who does he got to? Does he got to Buddy now?
Yeah, yeah, maybe.
And so, yeah, and I don't know if Buddy stays as hot as he's been. Well, the first half last night he was not good, but second half he was tremendous. So, Buddy is, he can be a mixed bag too. He runs hot and cold. And right now, he seems to be in a pretty good place, and the Warriors are crossing their fingers and hoping he stays there. So, it won't be easy, because let's face it, the offense is built around Steph Curry. So it changes everything. The next man up mentality is real in team sports. But when the man down is the player who is the hub of everything you do, next man up sounds kind of hollow.
Monty Pool, the voice you hear, NBC Sports Bay Area, does a great job covering the Warriors. Monty, great to talk to you, man. Enjoy your time in Minnesota. We'll see you back here for Game 3.
Thanks, Monty.
All right, guys. Take care.
Good deal, man. The great Monty Pool does an awesome job covering the Warriors. And some interesting comments there from him, talking about the mixed bag that is Jonathan Kuminga.
Yeah.
Somebody on the text line said the good, the bad, the YouTube chat said the good, the bad, and the Kuminga. You asked, do they trust him to play? And he's like, I don't know. He's a mixed bag. It's kind of it. He said, you ask him to get out there and guard one guy, he can do that. You ask him to play team defense, it's a different beast.
Yeah, I don't think that it's just Steve Kerr making this decision. I think it was a group effort that, Jonathan doesn't know what he's doing out there. And they need a lot from the others. I like the way that Monty Pool referenced Chris Mullin there. You ever noticed that on the postgame show where he's like, I need more from the others.
I need the others.
I need the others.
By the way, Taylor Swift, she's coming to Chase Center. You know who's not is Chris Dodge.
Daughtry Disturbed will not be there.
You can get a refund for your Disturbed.
You'll see me at Chase Center.
www.chasecenter.com/tickets. I don't think he said any of that.
No, probably not.
I don't know. It just gets me whenever Mully's got to do a read. It makes me laugh. Adam Copeland, Depop, Tim Webb with you. All right, so we've got Raph who's in the building. Normally when Raph is here, he's working the KNBR Weather Center, but because so much is moving here at KNBR, so many moving parts, Raph's having to pull double duty. He's got to work a board shift tonight. He's got the KNBR Weather Center. He's also, people may not know this, we have this here at KNBR as part of our coverage of anything and everything Bay Area, certainly on Dirty Work, the KNBR Vatican desk. We've got you a Pope update, and it's coming your way next.
Raph did this?
When we put the show
I am surprised. Let's do this.
Raph's working the Vatican desk today.
Oh, I love it.
Maybe it's in the Weather Center, too, but we got the Vatican desk, and it's coming your way next, and we put the show to bed. Then Larry Kruger with Diners Nightly. It's Dirty Work.
Just explaining all that out loud.
What are we doing, man?
We're going to the Vatican Center where,
we'll get you a
Diners
Once you
Nightly.
hear those words out loud.
There's only one show in the Bay Area, maybe in the country, who's going to update you on the Vatican daily. And it's Dirty Work from
Daily?
I don't know how often this is coming. It's KNBR Vatican desk. We'll give you the Pope update next, only here on the Pope Leader.
The Warriors defeated the Timberwolves 99-88 last night in a gutsy effort on the road. But the news today regarding Steph Curry is not great. Curry is expected to miss at least 1 week with a grade 1 left hamstring strain. For all the latest, keep it locked to KNBR, the Man That Sucks leader.
Hey, what's going on, everybody? Adam Copeland here for O'Donnell Financial Group. Making the transition from work life to retirement life can be jarring, disorienting, can be hard. Doesn't have to be, though. Greg O'Donnell and the team at O'Donnell Financial Group are dedicated to achieving a smooth transition into retirement life for you, and they can help you prepare to retire at a time that works best for you. Sooner than you think, you might have an entirely different lifestyle, but you don't have to do all of that in one giant leap. That's where the experts at O'Donnell Financial Group come in. They can help you craft a plan tailored to your desired timeline, help you transition into retirement life confidently, and to do so on your very own terms. So don't wait. Contact Greg O'Donnell, the CEO and founder of O'Donnell Financial Group, for a complimentary review of your financial situation today. The number to call is 866-496-2300. Again, 866-496-2300, or you can visit online at odfigroup.com. That's odfigroup.com. If you're a licensed financial professional, please consult your compliance department prior to giving any specific advice. All information included herein is confidential and proprietary to Lone Beacon. All associated content or any portion thereof may not be reproduced or used in any manner whatsoever without the express written permission of Lone Beacon.
Time for Dirty Work to put the show to bed.
Are you crazy? I don't need a bed.
On the sports leader.
Now you will go to sleep, or I will put you to sleep.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Oh, yeah.
Put the show to bed. Dirty Work on a Wednesday. Been a fun show today. I've enjoyed it.
Oh, great show today.
I've enjoyed it. I know you guys were so down because of Steph when we got here, but I hope we brought you back up.
I'm glad we picked you up today.
Yeah.
With a little grab bag, a little Tim.
Larry, go ahead.
A little of, I guess, Raph from the Vatican Center, too.
I'll tell you in just a minute. Yeah, Larry Krueger right around the corner with Niners Nightly. We got to get you this, though. We give you the KNBR weather update from the KNBR Weather Center whenever Raph is in the building. We've got so many different departments here at KNBR, the Weather Center, and you guys might not even be aware that when there's a pope to be chosen, there's only one place you're going to find the updates for it, and it's right here on Dirty Work. It's what we know the people come for.
So ridiculous.
I can't believe we did this. It's the KNBR Vatican desk, and it's people don't even realize it's sitting right out there in the bullpen, dude. It's usually not manned because we're usually not looking for a new pope.
Wasn't even where we had it.
Well, yes, you better learn today. Here's what's going to happen. We're going to go out to Raph in the KNBR Vatican Center for your pope update.
KNBR Pope Update. Raph here live from the Vatican with your Pope Update. So far, all we see is black smoke, no Pope. But there is a rumor that Rusty is the front runner. Rusty. That was KNBR Pope Update.
All right, maybe it's a one-off.
No, I think we're going to have to keep the people apprised and abreast. Dude, Ryan,
singing Rusty.
Oh, yeah, Ryan McCarthy, who's holding the sporting green from this morning, standing next to us with the bullpen out there, just goes, thumbs down on it. He just went thumbs down. He's like, I don't know. I'm in on the Pope update. How are the people going to know?
No Pope train, huh?
No, no Pope train. Not today. Yeah, so that was Raph in the KNBR Vatican desk getting you your Pope update for today. All right, we'll keep you apprised.
Larry's just reacting to our show in real time, be like, Pope update?
Yeah,
what the hell?
Join the club, Larry. We're all just figuring it out as we get along. All right, let's put the show to bed. Hey, Tim, you have a note to self? Are you busy back there?
Note to self.
Yeah, today was a day of learning. Not only did we get the Pope update, Adam hasn't driven in 15 years, and Derek's Italian.
Dan,
How do you guys not know that?
You can't steal mine. I have driven in the last 15 years. I have not owned a car in 15 years. That's all I said.
I'm surprised you guys had no clue I was Italian. That's insane.
How long you had your turtle, Tim?
20.
20 years.
Yeah. What are you, Tim? You Italian? You just Kentuckian?
I'm just a mutt.
Yeah,
there you go.
That's what I thought.
Note to self.
Note to self.
We will finally get the R-rated version of Dirty Work we've been looking for so long. The movie, if you've seen it, it's great. Well, there's definitely flaws in it where you're like, they're missing something here, and I'm glad we'll finally get the actual cut that Norm Macdonald and Bob Saget wanted everyone to see.
The way God intended.
Exactly.
Yeah. All right, note to self.
Don't have
Note
anything?
to self.
Who knew that there are people out there that think Derek has a soothing voice and should do
Damn right, baby.
What did he say you should do? Meditation voices.
Meditation.
Yeah, we got to get Derek.
Everyone calm down, relax yourselves. Steph Curry will return. And coming up next, Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger. This is NPR.
At the end of his meditations, he plugs the Niners Nightly.
Yeah, exactly.
That's fantastic.
Always Niners
Nightly. That's going to do it for Dirty Work on a Wednesday evening. Thanks to our guest, Monty Pool. If you missed any of that, some good stuff from Monty on the Warriors, where they go with the lineup, and what happens with Jonathan Kuminga, how they move forward without Steph Curry. Tim, great work today. Great takes. Great job keeping the NBA grab bag going. And I think tomorrow we're going to do Dirty Work Dial. It's nothing like the grab bag.
We have a short show on Friday, and I know, God forbid, we change things up with short shows, but I feel it's necessary to bring up the Dirty Work Dial.
Yeah, well, we'll do Dirty Work Dial tomorrow. And for anybody who needs to hear it, it gets easier every day. It gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work, but it does get easier. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger starts right now.
I'm a fool to do your dirty work. Go, yeah. I don't want to do your dirty work no more.
It's time to bring the 49ers to the forefront.
It's go time. This is the best team that they can put on the field this year.
Welcome to Niners Nightly.
You guys are going to hear it. The latest from the locker room, the latest from the podium, the latest scuttle from the players.
On your proud home of 49ers football.
Touchdown!
KNBR, the sports leader. Your faithful fix with your host, Larry Krueger, begins.
We'll take phone calls. We'll talk Niners for a full hour. Fired up. Really excited.
Now.
And away we go. Larry Krueger with you. Can you hear me? There we go. I don't know. We're having some microphone problems tonight. We'll be right back. We'll have to check this out. For some reason, we're having a mic problem. I don't know if you guys can hear me. You can hear me. You can hear me. All right. Well, hopefully the mic will stay with me. But welcome to Niners Nightly. Man, it disappeared. We'll take a break. We'll be back with more in just a second.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors are expected to be without Steph Curry for at least a week. If you look at a calendar, that's games 2, 3, and 4. As fans, how are you feeling now? Tell us about it on the KNBR YouTube chat, the only place for Bay Area fans to collectively agree how much injuries suck.
Now, back to Niners Nightly with your host, Larry Krueger, on KNBR, the sports leader.
We're here on the Niners practice field down in Santa Clara. Today's a local pro day. Dom Mazati, San Jose State tight end, with us on the Krug Show on KNBR. Dom, man, as I was telling you, you know, your dad, same name.
Yes.
A little shorter.
Yeah.
Shorter.
Better reputation.
Pretty freaking powerful back in the day.
Yes, he is.
Dom Mazati and I went to Sac State together, and he played for Sac State.
Yes, he did for a year.
And I've got to imagine Pops is your inspiration then.
Yeah, I mean, he's someone that when I used to play flag football, he was my coach. He used to throw with me in the driveway, you know, when I wanted to play quarterback back in the day. And he's been an awesome force for me. I mean, my whole family has, but you know, it's nice having someone with the same name who's played college football before, you know?
Yes, I mean, I went to college with him in the 90s, early 90s. So tell us a little bit about your story, man. You grew up here in the Bay. You wound up playing at San Jose State. But tell us your story. Where'd you play high school ball?
So I played high school ball in Pleasanton at Amador Valley High School. I was a Don, and I was a quarterback there, and I also dual sport athlete. I ran track. And I had offers in both sports, but football is a lot more fun than having to stretch for 8 hours a day and running really fast. So I went the football route and went to San Jose State, obviously. Played quarterback there for a year. COVID happened. All the tight ends got COVID. They needed a guy. I stepped in and then played tight end from there.
It's a good school for tight ends.
Yeah.
Derek Deese's kid played there.
Yeah.
I mean,
Josh Oliver.
Yeah, Josh Oliver's played for the Jaguars. It's a pretty good lineage of tight ends for San Jose State.
Yeah, it was good to have someone to look up to as well, like playing behind both those guys and seeing that you can make it out of San Jose State and go on to play in the NFL. So,
all right, when you were in Pleasanton going to Amador, what were you weighing back then? What are you weighing right now?
I was like, well, because I ran track, I was probably in like the 180 to 195 range, and now I'm 255. Well, today I was actually 248, but I played at 255 this past year. Trying to get back down a little bit, but not too much, so I can still play tight end up there.
Man, I retweeted a couple of your highlights last year. Just love seeing you score a touchdown. I'm like, man,
it's a lot of fun.
You got your dad's name and the whole thing.
Yeah.
I'm sending your dad notes. I'm like, man, your kid's fucking ass. I gotta imagine Dom Senior has gone to a bunch of Spartan games. Huh?
Yes, yeah.
Is he a season ticket holder?
No, he was not a season ticket holder, but he came to all the fun away games. You know, he came to Army all the way back in 2019. That was a good one. He didn't go to the Arkansas one when we beat the SEC team. That's because I told him not to. But yeah, he got to go to a lot of away games. Actually, my uncle, he's a CBS sports commentator, Aaron Taylor, and so he's called a couple of my games that my dad has gone to.
Man, another Bay Area legend.
Yeah.
Taylor's a great player.
Good lineage, you know?
South, man.
Oh yeah.
So talk to us about tight end. I mean, what do you think of the position? What are your strengths and weaknesses? I've seen you as a receiver. I think you're a pretty decent receiver.
I like to think so myself. You know, coming from the quarterback background, I'd say my biggest strength is the mentality, you know, pre-snap coverage, recognition. And obviously it's a lot different playing quarterback and tight end. I got to learn how to block a little bit better, which, as you said, I'm a good receiver. That's because I can understand the defensive structures a little more than I believe some others can, but my deficiencies do show in a little bit of short down, run blocking stuff, and that's something I've been working on. So,
how's the pre-draft been for you? What have you been doing? Did you play some of the All-Star games?
No, I decided not to, and I trained out in Pennsylvania, and it is cold there. Wow. It was negative 15 for an entire week.
You're like Rocky and Rocky Four.
And actually, the guy who I trained with, his name's Terry Grissetti. big Rocky fan. He would show us that on the days he's like, I don't care that it's -15, like you're gonna come in here and we're gonna bench all day. And so it was fun. I mean, I'd wake up at 6, get breakfast at 6:30. Shuttle would take us from the hotel to our training place. We'd train from 7 to about 12-ish, get rehab, go home, eat my meal prep, and then do it all over again the next day.
Man, it sounds like work, but it sounds like
it's a lot of fun. Hey, it's a blessing to be able to play football, so I got to keep working at it.
What's draft day going to be like? I mean, you're probably a day 3 guy. You could be undrafted. So Saturday's going to be your day. What's the plan? I'm pops and the family going to sit around?
I don't know.
What's the plan?
Draft day's always been my favorite day of the year as a football fan. I grew up a Lions fan, actually, even though my whole family's Niners fans. And so the Lions, up until very recently, weren't the best team. And so draft day was really my only day that I liked of the year, being a Lions fan. But now that they're good and now I can't have a favorite team anymore, I think it'll be something that I'm really nervous about, but also excited. My agents debriefed me and talked about all the possibilities, so I'm just excited for whatever happens. I'll order a pizza, hang around with the family, play video games, something.
How cool would it be to be a Niner? I mean, I know you said you're a Lions fan.
So actually, the first tackle football
George
team.
Kittle was one of the great.
The first tackle football team I played for in the PJFL, the Pleasanton Junior Football League, was the Niners. I was a quarterback. I wore number 9, and then in 2017, I was the Max Preps Player of the Week nationally, and the Niners brought me here to this field right here and honored me in the stadium for one of their games that year. And I mean, I would have so many pictures of me in Niners gear that I could show on social media. I would be like a kid in a candy store. My family lives right down the road still, it'd just be awesome to be able to play in front of my family again.
Oh man, I would love it. I'd have Dom on the pregame show. Here we go.
Make sure you get the bleeping thing ready.
Yeah.
You might be ready.
We need 7-second delay for if he's the Sac State Dom.
Yeah, exactly.
Talk to us about your career. What was the highlight of your career you felt at San Jose State? Was there something that stood out to you? Because you had some big plays. And
I got 2 moments. When we upset Arkansas, I didn't play a snap in that game. But being there for San Jose State's first SEC win, I mean, people don't understand unless they're a San Jose fan how bad we were. We were 1-11 the year before.
Right.
And week 3, we go to Arkansas. They're paying us $1 million. Their head coach is talking to the media like they haven't prepared for us. And we go out there and win. That is unbelievable for San Jose State. And then secondly, my first touchdown against UNLV, I scored, and I didn't know spiking the ball in college football was a penalty, and I threw this ball at the ground so hard. I mean, full quarterback mode, hucked this thing at the ground, and got 2 flags. My coach is ripping me on the sideline. We're up by 40 points. I didn't care. I was just excited to score,
You played on the same team with Nick Nash, who was prolific.
He's amazing.
Nash, he was out here today. What makes him the special player that he is? You can see he's big and rangy, great hand-eye coordination.
Well,
what do you think of him?
He beat me out at quarterback.
Did he?
Which is why I moved to tight end, partially also because the tight end room got COVID. And so I always knew that he, as an athlete, was spectacular. I mean, he's been able to vert 35 his entire life, it feels like. Even when he was a quarterback, he was jumping out of the gym. Now, I didn't know he had the ball skills he did, but I think that just has to do with his hard work, right? There was a time when he was a quarterback who'd come in, and in situations where the other team knew we were just running read option or some sort of RPO, and he'd still be able to execute because of how hard he worked at this package of plays that he had. I think that's something that no matter where he goes, no matter what position you want to put him in, I mean, he's going to be a great special teams player, a great receiver someday. You want to put in a wildcat package like Mohamed Sanu, he's going to be that guy.
What do you think of Fleury? If you get drafted here or if you wind up here, he's your coach, and I think he's one of the NFL's better tight end.
Well, obviously, his production's been out of this world, and he was a great guy to be out here with. I think that's probably the coolest part of this draft process, just meeting all the coaches and scouts, GMs, and stuff like that. And he's one of the good ones that I've met, so I really appreciated him today.
Your testing, what was the best? Where did you test really well? Where did you feel like you
the 3-cone? I knew I was going to do well in the 3-cone. I only got 1 attempt, sadly, because there were so many people who showed up to my pro day, and I did pretty good in that. And then I wish I would have done the vert better. Had I known I was getting 1 jump, I probably would have jumped a little bit better. But that's my fault, obviously. I should have prepared more for the moment, and it's been rectified.
Yeah. What would it be like to be on the same team with a guy like Kittle and a guy like Purdy? I mean Kittle plays your spot.
Yeah.
But I mean, obviously, he's an incredible player, and Brock Purdy, one of the best young quarterbacks in the game right now.
For sure. I think it'd be one of those things where, obviously, he would bring the experience to the table, and it's something that I would love to be able to look after and watch him play and celebrate his successes. And then also, I feel as though I could bring something to the table as like the backup quarterback role that you see on the sidelines, where the backup talks to the starter and tells him what he's seeing. I think I could bring a good perspective to him, be like, hey, you know, like there is this coverage that they're giving us, or like watch out for like this technique the D-line is playing, and like this might be a tell, that type of stuff. So
Tom, good luck on draft day.
Appreciate
man.
it,
Tell
man.
Pops I said hi.
I will definitely.
Good luck to you, man.
Appreciate it, man.
Dom
Thank you.
Mazati 2, Part 2, the sequel.
Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger now continues on your proud home of 49ers football, KNBR, the sports leader.
All right, I think we got everything buttoned down. We got the technical difficulties out of the way. Welcome to Niners Nightly. Larry Krueger with you on this night. Hope everybody's having a fantastic day. And we are joined this segment by Ryan Fowler from the Draft Network. Draft analyst, has been with us a number of times throughout the draft season, and he's the perfect guy to help us wrap it up and give us his thoughts on what the 49ers got done in the draft. Ryan, how are you, man? Good to talk to you again.
I'm doing well, Larry. Always appreciate having me on, man.
Well, let's talk a little bit about what the 49ers did. It's funny. Everybody's got a different opinion of all of the picks. It seems like there's no consensus necessarily that people love this pick or didn't love that pick. But, they did have a bunch of picks, and they got a lot done, starting with Mikael Williams, then Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, Upton Stout, C.J. West, on and on. Then they got a whole group of undrafted players as well, and then they even have minicamp going tomorrow, and I'll be down in Santa Clara, and there's some invites down there I want to ask you about. So why don't we just start off the top of the draft? What did you think of Mikael Williams? Where did you have him slated, and what do you think of the marriage?
Yeah, overall, Larry, I think, you look at what John Lynch and company did. When you have so many proverbial darts at the dartboard, you're going to give yourself more of a chance to hit on some guys. And obviously, these next few years is obviously huge for what the Niners are going to be out in the NFC West and what the NFC is as a whole. To where you look around, it's a lot of big-time teams really across the country in the NFC. So I think overall, kicking it off with Mikael Williams, he was a guy that obviously they trusted the board on. I think we talked about it before the draft kicked off, Larry, in that, if I could look at one player as far as the ceiling of a potential guy, Mikael Williams is up there as far as with the Abdul Carters of the world, as far as an edge rusher. Turn on the Texas tape, this guy can take over a football game whenever he wants to. It's just, can you find that consistency? Can you marry the football ability, the athleticism, and the consistent effort in his game? And I think if Robert Saleh can get that out of him in San Francisco, they're going to be cooking with some fish grease out there, bottom line, with Mikael Williams, because this is a young man that I really enjoyed watching on tape. There were inconsistencies. I did have some questions at times of that consistency and of that effort and just flat out wanting to be on the football field, which may scare some people. And that word potential can scare folks and get coaches fired. But at the end of the day, I think this kid, the light bulb is going to flip for him. I think he's going to figure out that he can be a dominant type of football player in the NFL opposite of Nick Bosa. This is a really good spot for him to see isolated matchups early on. So I'm glad that the 49ers stuck to their board. They had a really good player with maybe a little bit lower floor than some of the players in this class at the position. But the ceiling, in my opinion, Larry, is as lofty as any edge rusher in this class.
It's interesting. They went Alfred Collins in round 2, and I was just reading Jeremy Fowler today on ESPN's website, and he was talking about how Alfred Collins is from a small town in Texas that is near where Chris Kasarik hails from, and that Kasarik was really excited about Collins, not necessarily because of the proximity to his hometown, but probably maybe he knows some of the people that knew him, but he was really excited about Collins. They definitely went heavy run D. It's like they had a number of issues last year. Stopping the run was one of their primary issues. It seems like if their draft had a theme, it was probably, that they feel like stopping the run is their biggest issue. And Mikael Williams, Alfred Collins, Nick Martin, Upton Stout, C.J. West. Really the first 5 picks were all about plugging up that run D.
Yeah, absolutely. I tweeted it out, Larry, as the draft process went on that, I'm going to keep it PG here, but, the Niners were drafting a bunch of butt kickers, bottom line, in this draft process. And I love the Alfred Collins edition. He was a guy that kind of went overlooked, in my opinion, in this day 2 interior class. But right away, he could be someone that challenges for a contributing heavy type of role within the interior. He can play head up on the center. He can play 1 as a shade. He can play the 3. He can offer you some unique looks, bumping out to 4-eye if you have to, and put him on one side, widened out with Mikael Williams as far as 2 big physical bodies, and allow your linebackers to fill those gaps in the interior, just make plays as the athletes that they have at the second level. I really like Alfred Collins here at 43 overall. So you're watching him at Texas, another guy in the SEC that just consistently showed up week after week after week. There's a lot of tension in the last few years with that Texas front 7 and the type of players they've had consistently, where you look at last year and guys like Devondre Sweat and Byron Murphy. Well, Alfred Collins now coming in this year, and where he can just continue to show up week after week as one of the premier, in my opinion, run defenders in this class. That's going to pave the way for snaps for him early on. And as you said, stopping the run is one of the biggest things in the world to do now, where running back position is starting to come back. And you want to live in too high? Well, we're going to run the football. You got to have guys like Alfred Collins to win the trenches today. And that's a young man that I think is going to have a hell of an impact early on in his career. And good on the Niners as far as saying he doesn't have the sexiest skill set in the world. He doesn't. He's not going to be a 7-8 sack a year guy at 1 and 3 tech, but right away he is a run stopper and a guy that can push vertical and create some chaos for you.
You know, it's interesting. Booger McFarland said he's, compared him to Chris Jones. I mean, that's pretty lofty. And Chris Jones is pretty awesome against the, pretty awesome pass rusher who can be lined up anywhere. What do you think of Collins as a pass rusher? I've heard some people suggest that there's very little pass rush in there and that he's a first and second down player. Other people think he's more of a full game wrecker who could be a factor on third downs. He bats down passes. He gets his hands up in the quarterback's face. He's already 6'6". What do you think of him as a pass rusher?
Yeah, I think there's some work to go for him as a pass rusher, bottom line, against NFL offensive linemen, whether he's rushing against centers, guards, or tackles. At 315, 20 pounds, what he played at Texas, that the explosiveness, the pass rush repertoire, the hands, sometimes when his feet get stopped, they can stop on contact and you kind of take the air out of the rep a little bit. So I want to see him continue to improve, but I'll say this, and I'm always a huge proponent of player development, improvement. You hope, if you're John Lynch, that Alfred Collins hasn't played his best football yet. He's played some damn good football, but you want him to reach that ceiling, hopefully, within his rookie contract in the back end of maybe year 3, year 4, and potentially get a guy in the next contract in San Francisco. So I think there's potential there for him, but I would say right now I do expect him to be on the field on early downs and be that run stopper within the middle with the potential projectability to be a guy, if the improvement comes, maybe he loses 5 to 10 pounds with not taking away anything from his natural explosiveness or natural mass, to come on third down. So right now, run stopper, pass rush to come, a little bit more limitations on the latter portions of his skill set right now. But overall, I really like the player.
People banged on the Niners for drafting Nick Martin 75 because some people had him in the 200 range. But I'll tell you, man, when you watch the film, it's pretty awesome. This guy's fast. He's strong. He's instinctive. He's hyperactive. He reminds you an awful lot of a Dre Greenlaw. I know you were specifically very high on Martin. I know the Niners took him in the late third, which was, or I guess the mid third, which was, maybe a little high for him. But I don't get as big into the whole reach factor anymore because it's all based on a premise that we know wasn't rock solid to begin with, right? These mock drafts that we see in February and March, that's how we kind of set the value in our heads of where these guys belong. And yet that whole thing's guesswork. So, you know what I mean? If you don't have a real solid premise to work off of, it's hard to start factoring in movement and value. But I really like Nick Martin. What'd you think of the player?
I love it. I really like the player, Nick Martin. Watching him for the first time really this time last year, Larry, preparing for the 2025 cycle, turning this kid's tape on against Texas in the Big 12 title game, chasing down Xavier Worthy from 10 yards of depth. I don't know, let alone football. I don't know if there's many humans on earth that are able to do that when he's fully healthy. Now, 2024 missed most of the season, but I absolutely think this is a young man where I'm putting my money on it that he becomes a hell of a player for the Niners defense. If people are interested out there looking at my evaluation of Nick Martin, I posted it back in June of last year. It's still up on the draftnetwork.com. I have a first-round grade on Nick Martin. So I don't think that they took it. I don't think that fourth round was way too low. I think the third round was a little low. I absolutely love the player that is Nick Martin. He is someone that fits the modern-day hybrid type of player. I know he's a little bit undersized, but as far as trusting your instincts, the athleticism in space, for really only 2023 before 2024 was his first season as a full-time off-ball linebacker. The guy had 120 tackles, whatever it was, and was everywhere in the Big 12. Playing some darn good competition, that weird 3-3-5 stack defenses that they played in the Big 12 that asks a lot of the position. Now you're next to a guy and you can learn behind Fred Warner. This is a young man, Larry. I can sit here all day with you and talk about, as far as his skill set right now, what I expect him to be. But bottom line, you're going to throw this kid in the middle of your defense as an athlete, ask him to fly around and make plays and blow through somebody's chin strap. He is an elite-level athlete that doesn't have a single fiber of fat on his body. And I think coming into this situation that he is, I think they got an immense amount of value here at 75th overall because, again, in my evaluation, I had a late first-round grade of Nick Martin.
Yeah, no, I mean, you love him a lot. I do as well. I mean, Robert Saleh's got this stated goal, all gas, no brakes, and this guy's the picture This guy's the poster boy for all gas, no brakes. I mean, this guy's just flying. Another guy that I really love, and the more I watched his film, and I didn't know much about him, but Kuiper really loved him in the draft process, is Upton Stout from Western Kentucky. What I do love about the kid, without even meeting him, is I love the tenacity, but I also love the loyalty that he showed to the Hilltoppers. You know, he could have jumped. They were recruiting him. He easily could have walked away and gotten some NIL money, and he showed some loyalty to Western Kentucky. But I just love how tough this kid is. I mean, this kid is just he's 5'8" and change, but he's just a little ball of muscle, and he's just so intense. And I think he could help their run D as a slot corner sitting there in the box playing the run. What did you think of Stout? He seemed like a lot of people liked him as we got deeper into the process.
Yeah, I think you described him perfectly, Larry. You know, the tenacity, the ability to stick your face in the mud to where he does punch above his weight class. You know, scouts love guys that play bigger than their frame. They hate when guys that are big guys that play small, right? This is a guy that is small, but he plays really, really big, and he plays physical. He's not afraid to do the little things right. Now, his earliest role, I mean, as a third-round guy, potentially could come in and compete for some spots as some snaps at nickel. We'll see what happens. I think at minimum he's going to be a core 4 special teamer for you and flying down and making plays, again, at minimum. But his ability right now to where turning on his tape at Western Kentucky, where he has the ability to play outside, he's played inside. Now, I had some concerns at times at the Senior Bowl where he was 2-3 yards off the line of scrimmage and in man. Now, that situation, you know, that those showcases are set up for the receivers to win in those situations, but I saw some hip tightness and some inconsistencies in his coverage portfolio, if you will, or his skill set that worried me a little bit as far as living in man at the NFL level at nickel to where you have open air to either shoulder. But this is a guy right away, again, that fits what you want to do for this Niners defense, where it goes overlooked so much every single year as far as matching player to scheme and to projectability. And this is a guy right now that maybe 31 other teams maybe didn't have a top 100 grade on like the Niners did. Maybe they had a top 160, 180. But this is a guy that can come in right now and fill a role right away and ultimately be a guy that can come in, strap up, and just knock somebody back and take their lunch money a little bit as an undersized type of player. So I think he's a versatile corner. I think he's a core special teamer right now. But I think there are some small inconsistencies in his game in coverage that may limit him right away to get on the field.
You know, it's funny because people always say, you know, the draft is mostly about round 1, but my favorite player the Niners drafted was their first pick on day 3, C.J. West from Indiana, who's just, you know, this guy is just, I mean, if you're in a barroom brawl, man, you'd want this guy covering you because the hand strength on this guy is off the charts. He's throwing 300-pound centers around like, you know, like it's a towel. You know what I mean? He has got the hand strength that's just absolutely ridiculous. I love everything about CJ West. To me, he's a plug and play day 1 starter. I even think he shows some, you know, lateral agility and some quickness to, like, you know, move down the line of scrimmage. And to me, he is going to be very good against the run, and I think he's a little bit more underrated than people think against the pass. He was my favorite pick that the Niners made. What did you think of West? And I didn't even ask you, but did you have a favorite selection? Maybe Martin, if you had him in the first round.
Yeah, I would say Nick is there, Larry, but man, CJ West is really close. Really bet on this guy. Once I saw him transfer from Kent State to Kirk Cignetti's Indiana Hoosiers this year, I was really excited to see what he was going to be. You know, I'm not putting a feather in my cap or anything, but just as far as expecting to see what I wanted to see this year, he really lived up and exceeded expectations, you know, in the Big Ten, to where you described some of his skill set a little bit as far as running hash to hash, throwing guys off of him, just as far as chasing down athletic type of running backs in the fringe areas, mobile quarterbacks in the Big Ten as well. CJ West, I think his best football is still down the road, and this is a young man that, again, from the MAC to the Big Ten, he's only getting better and better and better. When you can move the way he can and play the 1, play the 3, can play head up, if you want to block this kid in isolation, good luck, because anybody that tried to do that even live at the Senior Bowl, he was the winner really of the week for me alongside Ja'Cory Krosky-Merritt, the running back from Arizona. They went in the 7th round to the Washington Commanders. So, again, another guy, Larry, I cannot say enough good things about. I agree with you in that he is an immediate plug-and-play starter. Another guy, again, I think is going to continue to develop where his best football is down the road. And I think 2-3 years from now, there's going to be a lot of teams that kick themselves to say, how in the world do we let this kid fall to 113? Because I know some teams had some second and third round grades on him, but because the class was so loaded, teams told themselves, hey, maybe we can wait a little bit longer. Once this run started to go really late day 2, early day 3, where C.J. West came off the board, good on John Lynch, good on the Niners to say this kid can play his butt off and immediately come into this Niners defense and provide a really nice impact right beside Alfred Collins on this defensive line.
Yeah, he's a total beast. It's funny. I'm right before the show, I was listening to a video that Cowherd gives the Niners, puts them in last place in the NFC West. Thought they had a terrible draft, and in his commentary was like, "Yeah, Kyle Shanahan reached for too many of his guys." Well, the Niners went defense for the first 5 picks, so I guess he's talking about this next pick, Jordan Watkins. But I got to be honest, maybe it's because I saw Ole Miss Arkansas live. I'm a Jordan Watkins man. I mean, 8 catches for 254 and 5 touchdowns in an SEC game. This guy runs in the 4.3s. I know he doesn't quite look like body type like he's not a Jerry Rice body type, but man, speed, production. I think this guy is going to be a guy that can help them down the field, but I also think he could be a guy that can help them on some of the Debo stuff, some of the gadget stuff, some of the hitches and the screens and the bubbles and the orbits. And I think Jordan Watkins is going to be a really, really nice Niner. I like that pick. I know it's not viewed as value. What'd you think of Watkins at Ole Miss?
Yeah, I'll say this too with the Colin Cowherd stuff. I'm not sure how much tape Colin Cowherd watches, so that's I'll just go ahead and throw that out there. But yeah, I really do like what the Niners did. Right, exactly. So no, Jordan Watkins. Even watching him back at Louisville, Larry, this is someone that's going to be a multi-phase contributor. The Niners tried to really explore that versatile type of explosive piece with the Danny Grays of the world of yesteryear. That really never worked out. I think Jordan's a much better player, both as a special teamer, which may he be asked to be right away with these new kickoff rules specifically, and then be a guy that can be a gadget type of player. Now, the long speed and that 4.3 type of speed, I didn't see it a ton consistently on tape, meaning just the separation I think has to get a little bit better when he's facing press man coverage in the SEC, but the guy is compact. He's got good play strength. I've mentioned the special teams ability. He has a really nice nuance in his game as well. So when he can get on top of the receiver as far as marionetting a corner to where if he wants to break inside, break outside, break back to the quarterback, and really put that foot in the ground and get that stride elongated and work up to speed, he understands the finer nuances of the position. And I don't think we can look right now and say, hey, Jordan Watkins, we need you to be a guy to be a top 3 or 4 weapon right now. I think to come down the line, there's going to be some opportunities there because they are so young on the outside, with Debo especially now gone and Ricky really being your wide receiver 1 with Brandon. But I really do like the player and the versatility. And I think this is a spot where you look at John Lynch and where this is where you win playoff games. This is where you ultimately try to win Super Bowls. It's here on day 3. And adding guys like C.J. West and then coming back with Jordan Watkins and the success that you mentioned he's had specifically in flashes, if you could find that happy median in his game, this is going to be a player that maybe just on designated touches early on in his career, and as far as a guy that has some pop as a punt returner, but this is someone that has some traits and tools and checks the boxes for you, if you will, a little bit, to make some plays within your offense and expand that playbook a little bit.
We're talking to Ryan Fowler of the Draft Network as we're going through the Niner draft. We're late on day 3 now, and so now this is the area of the draft where the draft picks could be kind of similar to the undrafted guys that you get after the draft. So I'll ask you about both the backs they got. They drafted one and they signed one. They drafted Jordan James out of Oregon, and then they signed Corey Kiner, who started at LSU and transferred and went and played at home in front of his family and friends in Cincinnati. Very similar backs, and I kind of like them both. I mean, I think Kiner's really intriguing because of the contact balance and the tackle breaking ability. And then Jordan James, I mean, he's not a burner, but he's another tough little running back that I think kind of fits this system. What do you think of those two backs? I think they're probably pretty comparable.
Yeah, I agree. Jordan James is a guy I even liked a few years ago. All the attention, of course, was surrounding Bucky Irving in Oregon a couple of years ago, and then obviously what he did for Tampa in year one was pretty special. I'm not going to say that Jordan James is Bucky Irving, but he absolutely has some tendencies there because you look across the country, a lot of programs, tout similar players, and there are some similar traits in Jordan that there was with Bucky Irving. So I think when you look at his depth chart, obviously, Christian McCaffrey is your guy. Isaac Arendo's still there. They spent early day 3 capital on him last year. But the Patrick Taylors of the world, the Israel Abanikanders of the world, I think both those guys, and Kiner and Jordan James, are really going to battle it out for that RB3B, if you will, in the summer. So I really do like both players. I think both players have had a lot of success in their careers. You mentioned Corey's success at LSU, now going to Cincinnati, 2 different programs, 2 different offenses, 2 different front fives. So you're able to see some guys as far as in neutral environments to where can you create on your own as far as the vision and creativity with your eyes and with your footwork when everything's not perfect, right, in front of you. So I do like both players. I like Jordan a little bit more, just considering the explosiveness in the open field that he has. And again, I do think he is a guy that I would have absolutely over Patrick Taylor, over Izzy right now, and potentially to really get some nice carries and a nice role this year as your RB3 in this Niners offense in year one.
How about offensive line? A lot of Niner fans are really critical of this draft because they didn't like the fact they didn't hit the O-line until the 7th round. But I think they got a pretty good one in Connor Colby. They also signed Drew Moss after the draft from Colorado State. Colby's played an awful lot of football, and he's kind of a fit for this scheme, even though he's a little shorter armed. Played a lot of football at Iowa, though, and it kind of makes me wonder. That's a pretty good program. I would not be surprised if he, I know he's a 7th round pick, but it wouldn't shock me if he somehow wound up starting at guard for this 49er team. Burford, Barch, there's some other guys there he's going to have to beat out, but, he looked pretty good at Iowa to me. What did you think of Connor Colby or Drew Moss?
Yeah, Connor's a guy, really in the back end of this process. I had a late 6th, 7th round grade on him, really because of the lack of athleticism, and he just plays too far over his toes a little bit at times for me. But overall, you're going to come in and compete. And Iowa, as far as some of the best coach offensive lines in college football, I always think about Wisconsin. I think about Iowa. I think about Oregon State. I think about Notre Dame. Those 4 or 5 teams where you know what you're going to get as far as a foundational type of skill set for guys. And as a guy that's played that much football, I believe it was 50-something games or whatever it was, starts at right guard, first team all Big Ten this year, where there's some big boys that get after it in the Big Ten. This is a guy that can come in right away and potentially surprise some people. Now, again, athleticism, as far as the anchor, driving players off the ball, I think there are some concerns there as far as going to the NFL level and doing that against NFL bodies. But I think as far as living on a linear plane and as far as understanding landmarks, picking up stunts and twists and just twisting your feet into the ground in pass pro, the experience and the maturity and the physicality is all there in Connor Colby's game. There's just context that is needed because I definitely cannot sit here right now, Larry, and say, hey, Connor Colby's going to be a starter for the Niners group, but I'm never going to say that this kid can't exceed expectations and be a diamond in the rough type of player, considering where he came from and what he's done from a production standpoint and what he's shown on film, which was some really good stuff at Iowa in the Big Ten.
Ryan, before we let you go, was there anybody late day 3 or undrafted that stood out to you? I mean, they got Marcus Siegel, a safety who runs in the 4.3s from K-State. They got the Indiana quarterback, Curtis Rourke, Junior Bergen, the return man. They really liked him from Montana. And then they got some undrafted guys that, are kind of interesting as well. Isaiah Nayer, who started at Wyoming, went to Texas, finished at Nebraska. He's got crazy measurables. Sebastian Valdez from UW is a very strong defensive tackle. Stone Blanton from Mississippi State is an interesting linebacker. Doesn't have a lot of speed, but tons of tackles at Mississippi State this last year. Any of the day 3 guys or the undrafted guys stand out to you?
Yeah, I'm pumped up to see Junior Bergen. I really am. I'll also really touch on Marquise Siegel real quick. I'm glad they took him in the 5th, really high athletic kid. A lot of teams want these hybrid linebacker, safety, multi-level defenders, core 4 special teamers. I think he can do that right away for you. The Niners have had some success drafting some guys that are hybrid pieces. So good for them as far as locating Marcus Siegel there, middle of day 3. But again, back to Junior Bergen, a small school kid, right, from Montana. For those that are unfamiliar with him, he was a historic type of return man at the FCS level. Man, he is going to be a guy I'm really looking forward to watching in minicamp, training camp, and in the preseason this year, because I think he's going to be a guy that potentially carves himself out a role. When you're a guy that can just put the ball in your hands and create in the open field, someone's going to find a roster spot for you. Now, he's going to have to make some plays, but when you spend draft capital on a guy, you have a little bit of a clearer pathway to a spot on the 53. So that's definitely one guy I'm looking forward to watching there when they grabbed him at 252. And I think as far as the guys in the UDFA / tryouts at rookie minicamp bucket, I will say the Isaiah Nair addition is really interesting as far as a big physical player that can really run, that had a lot of I'm not going to say success, but obviously experience at some big-time programs at like Wyoming and then to Texas, and of course ending up in Nebraska. But the guy that really draws my interest, I do like Tristan Sinclair from Stanford, but Ty French from West Virginia. This was a guy 2 years ago. I had some conversations, Larry, with the former executive director of the Senior Bowl, and Jim Nagy. And I said, Jim, give me a name to watch in this cycle that no one's talking about, that we're going to be talking about here. And this was in 2023. And he said, watch Ty French at Gardner-Webb. And he blew it up. Now, he is a fringe tweener type of player, 225, 235. I don't know exactly what he's going to be at the NFL level. But could he be a guy that comes in as a DPR potentially and just a physical, muscular, built, twitched-up type of player to get after the quarterback a little bit? That's one guy, Larry, that I would have circled in rookie minicamp this week to see where he aligns and what he does, because he had a ton of attention from the NFL when he was at Gardner-Webb before transferring to a Power 4 program, of course, at West Virginia, and in the Big 12. So Ty French is one guy for me to definitely keep an eye on here that was not drafted, not in UDFA bucket, but has had a lot of attention over the last 12 to 16 months going from Gardner-Webb to West Virginia.
That is a great call. That is a great call. And it's funny, this kid, he's from Moultrie, Georgia. He's a ridiculous athlete, 6'2", 6'3", about 230. And he was one of the most dominant pass rushers in all of FCS at Gardner-Webb. This guy set the Gardner-Webb school record for career sacks. In 54 career games, he had 34.5 career sacks, 63 tackles for loss, a pick. He had 7 forced fumbles. Yeah, no, there's a lot to like. I mean, when you put up 34.5 career sacks, this guy's got great speed. He's got long arms. He's a hard-working kid. He's an honor roll student. There's to me, Ty French. My only question would be this, right? Is he a souped-up edge rusher? I mean, I saw an interview that he did, and he's like, man, at Gardner-Webb, man, I could just, out of my stance, just beat tackles like a drum. He's like, when I got to West Virginia, I realized those linemen are so much better at that level, and it was a slap in the face. I mean, he didn't get a single sack for the Mountaineers this year after being prolific at Gardner-Webb. So I'm sure he's somewhat humbled. But is he a stack backer in the NFL who's just, you got to take advantage of some of his natural athleticism gifts, or do you think he's some kind of specialist edge rusher? Because the Niners usually go for some bigger bodied guys than 6'2", 230 as an edge setter.
Yeah, he's very different, right, than Michael Williams for sure, and Nick Bosa's of the world. But I will say this, he reminds me a little bit. I'm going to bring up 2 names from the past, and I don't know if you remember them or not, but one of them, different body types, but Majay Sanders, that was at Cincinnati a few years ago. I remember when he was at the Senior Bowl, and he came in around 6'3", 215, 220, extremely, extremely light. And
I went to Arizona, right? Isn't that the kid who went to Arizona?
Correct.
Yeah.
And I asked him, I said, Majay, for facing better athletes, at the NFL level, the guys that can counter the outside shoulder, how are you going to be able to win with some power at the NFL level? And all he said to me, Larry, literally, and I quote him here, was, catch me if you can. That's what he said. Now, with Ty's game, I think there's a little bit more power to him. But I do think he reminds me a little bit of a guy from, this is probably getting near 10 years ago, a kid by the name of Noah Spence that was Mr. Everything as a recruit that went to Ohio State, ended up at Eastern Kentucky, and went to a couple other spots and spent some time bouncing around the NFL. I'm not sure where he is now, God bless him. But at the end of the day, I think there is some of that in Ty French's game to where he could play stack backer. Don't try to put him into a box, allow him to be an athlete. But I do think if he is at 235, hopefully maybe gains a little bit of weight without taking away from that explosiveness. Just get on the edge and on a 3rd and 8 and potentially pin your ears back and potentially, get after the passer a little bit. But I think if there's one guy, again, in this summer where there's camp and training camp in the preseason where you want to circle and bold and highlight a guy to see what he can do to potentially be a part of the defense, maybe as a rotational guy, that is absolutely Ty French for me.
Dude, deep pull. That's what we love it. That's what we love about you, Rye. You can go with the deep pull. Hey, man, we appreciate it, and thanks for jumping on tonight and giving us some of your breakdowns, some of your knowledge. And Rye's a great follow on X @_Ryan Fowler _ the Draft Network is fantastic. They're a wealth of information, and Rye, we'll do it again. We'll get you back on around training camp and chop it up a little bit.
Absolutely. Sounds good, Larry. Thanks so much, man. Take care.
Ryan Fowler, analyst from the Draft Network. And as I said, he's a great follow on X. Ty French, are you kidding me? That's a deep pull. That is a deep pull. All right, we'll come back. We'll have a couple last thoughts, and we'll hand the reins to FP Santangelo talking Giants baseball coming up next on the Sports Leader.
From the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at ODFIGroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors defeated the Timberwolves 99-88 last night in a gutsy effort on the road. But the news today regarding Steph Curry is not great. Curry is expected to miss at least 1 week with a grade 1 left hamstring strain. For all the latest, keep it locked to KNBR, the Man That Sucks leader.
Is where you get your faithful fix. Niners Nightly with Larry Krueger keeps rolling on KNBR, the sports leader.
Well, we're coming down the home stretch on Niners Nightly, and we had a little technical glitch off the start, so we didn't get to do our first segment. But there were some interesting things in Niner news that I wanted to share with you guys today. One, there's a lot of whispering about Brock Purdy's contract. When's it going to get done? I'm going to give you the day where I think it gets done by, and that is phase 3 of the OTAs, which I think begin, I'll be in Santa Clara tomorrow. They're doing the rookie minicamp Friday, Saturday. I believe phase 3 is when they do their on-field install, and I believe it's slated to start May 27th down in Santa Clara. And to me, that's when it's going to get done. Now, the deal could be agreed to right now, for all we know, and probably is. But I think it gets announced. I mean, everybody hedges. You don't sign them until, because what happens? I mean, there's risk. You have exposure there. So you're not going to sign him until he's about to hit the field. But I don't think Brock's going to miss OTAs and the install. So there's a lot of people, it'll get done by training camp. What, so you're telling me that Brock Purdy's not going to go out on the field for OTAs, for the installs, and he's just going to let Mac Jones and Tanner Mordecai and the other quarterbacks, run the show? No, that's not the way it's going down. I would be shocked if Brock Purdy is not signed when the Niners hit the field on May the 27th. So that is exactly 20 days from right now. 20 days from right now, I think, is when Brock Purdy ultimately gets signed. And I think, and I'll stay with what I've always said, which is I think it's going to be in the mid-50s. Prescott's at 60. You got guys at 50. Purdy, I think, is going to land a deal that's right around 55, 56 million. As far as guarantees, I don't know. Somebody smarter than me is going to have to tell you about that. But I would say it gets done, at the beginning of the OTAs, because Brock Purdy's not going to miss any time. He's just not. He's just not the kind of guy that's going to want anybody else out there. The only time I've ever seen Brock look really unhappy since he's been with the Niners or any game that he's not playing. It could be the fourth quarter. Have you ever seen him on the sidelines? He looks miserable on the sidelines. He doesn't want to be on the sidelines, and there's no chance he's going to be on the sidelines for OTAs. He's going to have that deal done. Him and his agent will have gotten that deal done. And I believe the Niners will follow their lead. And, even if Brock has to make some concessions to get it done, I think he will make those concessions. I think he will get it done. And I think he'll be out there on the 27th. That's what I think about Brock Purdy. Now, John Feliciano, my good friend John Feliciano, the former Niner guard, tweeted me today because he actually tweeted out that Gabe Davis, who was cut today by the Jacksonville Jaguars, would be a great, perfect fit for the Niners. And I agree. I absolutely agree. Niners could use another corner. They could use another receiver. They could use a little help on the perimeter. Gabe Davis would be nice. They paid him $39 million, the Jaguars did. Well, he's not worth that. But this guy is a good receiver, and he's got good ball skills. He can make plays down the field. He can be that boundary X receiver without Ayuk. The Niners, without Ayuk and without Debo, they're going to need all hands on deck at wide receiver and maybe some surprises along the way and maybe an extra player or two. And Gabe Davis would be great. So if you could get Gabe Davis, I'm with John Feliciano. He would be a perfect fit for the 49ers. The other thing we're looking for in the next week, a week from today, the NFL is going to release their 2025 schedule, and the 49ers are going to love it. Why? Because the 49ers have the easiest schedule in the entire league. That's right. The easiest schedules are the Niners, the Patriots, the Saints, the Falcons, and the Buffalo Bills. The hardest schedules, New York Giants, Cleveland Browns, Detroit Lions, Philadelphia Eagles, Super Bowl champions, and Minnesota Vikings. So the Niners have statistically the easiest schedule of all the teams in pro football this year. So, if you say, well, why do you like the 49ers to, the Vegas over-under on the Niners right now, 10.5 wins. And I'd probably go over. I like them to win 11. We'll see what they look like on the field this summer, but that's a really, really favorable schedule. Or last year was a really unfavorable schedule. They flipped it on them this year. They got a very favorable schedule. So I like the Niners over the 10.5. I thought it was really interesting that our buddy Drake Jackson yesterday vows to play in 2025. Now, that would be great. That would be great. He's coming back from quad tendon surgery. I love me some Drake Jackson, man. He's a terrific guy, and I think he's a really talented young player. Man, if this guy gets out there, that would be a shot in the arm. That would be a shot in the arm. He's a good pass rusher. He can rush from the interior. He's got a good knack of batting down passes. That quad tendon thing is just nasty. And Lynch talked about it. He's like, that's why you don't necessarily opt for that surgery if you can avoid it. He opted to have the surgery, and now he's trying to work his way back. But he put out a thing on social media on Instagram saying, hell, if you think I'm not out there wreaking havoc. So I love to see that from my man Drake Jackson. Drake, good luck to you this summer, and hopefully we'll get a chance to get you on the show. One of the things I think is kind of interesting is there was a discussion I heard somebody having the other day about who has been the best offseason Niner addition. And the people who were discussing it said Robert Saleh. It's got to be Robert Saleh. And I like Robert Saleh. And definitely going from Sorensen to Saleh, adding Gus Bradley with Robert Saleh, that's a major upgrade. I like that addition. I like the Jordan Watkins addition because you're adding a 4-3 guy who has ball skills. I kind of like the Connor Colby. I think Colby might be a little bit of a sleeper come this summer. Love the CJ West and Nick Martin picks. Think those are absolute slam dunks. But you know what? As far as best offseason addition, I'm going to go with Mac Jones as the number 2 quarterback. Anybody who's going to guarantee that Brock Purdy shows up properly motivated and hungry and determined, I think that's a huge get. And, Mac made it sound like they're old buddies going back to his Brock's visit to Alabama. Think again. They're not old buddies. And this is going to be a good old-fashioned competition. And Mac Jones represents competition. So I think he's going to bring out the best in Brock Purdy. And to me, that alone makes Mac Jones the best addition of the offseason. And one last note I found really curious. Today, the big story in football was the Steelers traded George Pickens to the Cowboys for a 3rd-round draft choice. Mike Florio is not letting it go. He says the Niners would love to unload Brandon Ayuk to the Steelers now that Pickens has moved on. I'm just passing it along. I'm not making judgment. I don't have any sources, but Mike Florio, for what it's worth, says the Niners, even today on the 7th of May, after the draft, after they picked up that $20 million option, that he says the Niners would still love to unload Brandon Ayuk on the Pittsburgh Steelers. I'm sure we'll hear more about that in the days to come. All right, that is going to do it for us. Thanks to Raph. Thanks to our guest, Ryan Fowler. Up next, FP Santangelo talking about the Red Hot Giants. How about the Giants, man? Look at the way they're playing right now. That is fun. That has made this spring fun. We got the Niners trying to dial it up this year, coming off of a down year, trying to bounce back. You got the Warriors with Jimmy Butler trying to make a run for the finals, and you got the Giants, probably the surprise team to the positive thus far in Major League Baseball has been the San Francisco Giants, and it's great to see. So FP's up next. He'll take your phone calls at 808 KNBR. We're back tomorrow night for another edition of Niners Nightly, and looking forward to it. And tomorrow I'm going to spend my entire day in Santa Clara. We're talking to Robert Saleh. We're talking to Kubiak. We're talking to Boyer, the new special teams coordinator, some of the rookies. So we should have a tremendous show tomorrow night. So join us tomorrow at 6 for the next edition of Niners Nightly on the Sports Leader.
Here's your host, FP Santangelo.
All right, what's going on, everybody? FP Santangelo in the KNBR studios here in beautiful downtown San Francisco. We're here for about an hour and a half together tonight. Susan Slusser is going to join the show around 8:30, so we're open till then. 808 KNBR is the number. We can talk about whatever you want to tonight. Giants win 3-1 today. Can the Warriors pull this off without Steph Curry and his hammy? Who knows? I'm kind of all over the place on where to get into the show tonight. And I'm thinking there's so many good stories with the San Francisco Giants that obviously we're going to start there. The Warriors won last night while I was doing the show. I mentioned something last night about Ryan Walker. And I got a lot of blowback on my Twitter, and I got some feedback on the show, all well-intended. And I said, you don't give up on your closer this early in the season. And just because he's had a few wobbles, I mean, I'm getting tweets like, why does Ryan Walker suck as a closer? I mean, are Giants fans that fickle that you turn on your guy that quickly? And these are from Giants fans. And I'm starting to wonder, like, has the fan base changed that much since I went back east for a decade that we're going to flip a Yui on a guy because he has a couple bad outings and is searching for a slider? I mean, it happened with Camilo. And then now Camilo's popular because he's a backup quarterback and everybody wants him in there. And the backup quarterback's always the most popular guy on the team. But it's May 6th, and he wobbled last night. And he's blown a couple of Justin Verlander wins. But that guy last year was probably the nastiest, filthiest closer in all of baseball, or reliever until he became a closer, however you want to put it. And then he wobbles a couple of times. And Giants fans are blowing him up on Twitter. Giants fans are blowing him up on KNBR. And from just a baseball standpoint, not you're a dork fan standpoint, because any fan that does that is a dork, and I don't care. I really don't care. If you're going to flip on your players that quick, then you don't know baseball. But from a baseball standpoint, you're Bob Melvin, you need Ryan Walker if you're going to win the National League West. And I'm not talking about a wild card. I'm not talking about being the second wild card. This team's got the second most wins in the National League right now. The Dodgers won today. They had this tied for the most wins in the National League at 24-14. So it's okay to say this team could win the National League West. And I know it's early, pump the brakes, first week in May, whatever. But they're playing the game the right way. They're playing good baseball. They're getting good starting pitching. The bullpen's been great. They're doing the little things on offense. For the most part, they're playing good defense. So if you're going to win the National League West, and it's okay to say that, then you're going to need Ryan Walker. So for him to have a couple of bad outings and Camilo's doing great and to just sit there and go, well, that's why you're on Twitter and not in the dugout. Like that's why, you're tweeting negative things about the team or calling and saying negative things about players. You're not in the dugout. And I don't mean to I love talking to fans. You guys, for the most part, get it. But I'm just shocked on how quick Giants fans are turning. And maybe even some people in the media, 24-14 is 24-14. Like, this team is playing great baseball. They're one of, if not the best team in the National League. Go look at the standings right now. Look at everybody's records that are in first place. Let me get to it. Vamping. Probably should have had it up. I got my MLB.com app, which, by the way, I just live on. They go to standing. You click on the little pennant. The Dodgers are 25-12. The Padres are 23-12. The Giants are 24-14. The Mets are 24-14. The Cubs are 22-16. The Yankees are 20-16. They're in first place. The Tigers are 22-13. They're in first place. The Mariners are 22-14. So the Giants have the second most wins in the National League. And I just think maybe it's just a microcosm of our society that we look for the negative and we try to talk about the negative and the negative fires us up. But trust me, I'm not saying Ryan Walker is cured. Like, he's got a lot to work on. He didn't have slider command today. He got away with it with pinpoint control with his fastball. And sometimes, hey, put the 3-wood in the bag and use the driver. And that's what he did today, and he got the job done. Camilo's been fantastic. Like, lights out, all-star Camilo. He got his 5th hold today. Tyler Rogers, who just goes ho-hum. Tyler Rogers is great against everybody that hasn't faced him a lot. But if you're in the National League West and you face him a lot, you know where to look for that release point. And sometimes it gets a little weird with teams that he's faced a lot. And then Ryan Walker got his 7th save of the year. His ERA is at 6.08. So, I don't know. It might be a Brian Wilson situation where it's a roller coaster with him for a minute. It might be Bill and Ted's Excellent Adventure saves. It'd be so nice. I mean, I think Giants fans are used to that. Rob Nen was never 1, 2, 3, throw your glove on the field. Brian Wilson was never 1, 2, 3, throw your glove on the field. And I'm trying to think of other guys throughout the course of history. Raph, help me out here with some other closers that were adventures for the Giants.
Casilla. I mean,
yeah.
I mean, at one point, I remember hearing Giants fans boo him. So, that was tough.
Yeah, I mean, so I get being a fan. Fan is short for fanatic. But, like, there's a fair weather fan, and there's a front weather fan, and there's the bandwagon fan. And, hey, the bandwagon's big enough for everybody. Anybody that loves baseball is a friend of mine. If you love the game, we're friends. I don't care. We could talk baseball all night. But it just kind of got, as you can tell, I'm generally a positive guy. I got under my skin last night when everybody was crushing Ryan Walker. They won the game. A historic. I mean, just think about it. If he didn't blow that save, we would have seen history last night. 9 runs in the 11th inning, the most ever in the history of an extra inning in the 111-year history of Wrigley Field. The most ever for a San Francisco Giant team in an extra inning, dating back to, I don't know, when they did leave their gloves on the field for the other guy to come out and use it from the other team. So, yeah, I mean, I do think adjustments have to be made. I'm sure everyone's keeping an eye on him, but the one thing we're learning that's different from years past is that Buster Posey and Zach Manassian have patience. They're not just going to knee-jerk and send somebody to AAA. They're not just going to knee-jerk and rip somebody out of the closer's role. They're not just going to knee-jerk and send Luis Matos out of here after he becomes National League Player of the Week. They're going to stick with guys. Tyler Fitzgerald when he was struggling before he broke his rib. They're going to stick with guys. And who doesn't like that? Just in general in life. Loyalty. Realizing that there's human beings in the uniform. Realizing that there's human beings in the cubicle at work. That the most productive companies in the world, the most productive teams in sports in the world actually care about the players, actually care about their employees. And why wouldn't you? Because if your employees are happy coming to work, your productivity is way higher. If your employees are miserable coming to work and they can't stand the boss and they can't stand the people they work with, where's my incentive other than the fear of being fired and just meeting my quota and just doing just enough not to get fired? But if you're like, can't wait to get to work and you're driving fast to work and you're skipping around the hallways and you're digging everybody you work with and your boss is treating you well and they're treating you like human beings, then all of a sudden you look up at the end of the month and you're way over where you're supposed to be. And I think that's happening with the Giants right now. When you talk about spring training and all the cliches that they're together and they've been there a month early and they're really, Willie Adames is great in the clubhouse. And when does that show up? It shows up when you blow a 2-run lead at Wrigley Field in front of a hostile environment against a really good team, and you pick yourself up off the mat and you score 9 runs and win 14-5. That's when all those little things that we see behind the scenes show up. So they take 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. They go to 24-14, and this team is really, really playing well. 808 KNBR is the number if you want to chat. Here for about another hour. And then Susan and I are going to have a rap session. I always love talking to her. I think it's probably going to last about 24 minutes if I'm guessing. So we will go to about 8:30. She's the best. And then I got to jump on a plane. I'm going to Minnesota tomorrow. to meet the team. I'm excited to meet the team in Minnesota and I think I'm doing the Sunday game with Joe Rizzo. And I am actually, small flex, going to the Warriors game tomorrow night. Really, really excited and thanking the Warriors very much for if my plane lands on time. There's a lot of things that have to go right before I count my chickens going to the Warriors game tonight. All right, 808 KNBR is the number. Going to take a quick break. We'll talk some Warriors on the other side if you want. I also want to talk about Willie Mays just for a little bit, but I'd love to hear from you guys tonight. We're here for another hour. If you're driving around, you want to call in, your thoughts on the Giants. Maybe you disagree with me on Ryan Walker. That's fine. But, a reasonable disagreement and have some reasons behind it, not just he sucks as a closer. 808 KNBR is the number. I'm FP Santangelo, along with Raph. Raph's behind the glass tonight. I talk to Raph when I'm doing the games. I'm probably not supposed to. We come back from commercial, and you're like 10 seconds. Like, Raph! You're like, FP! And then we talk to each other before we go on the air for the games. All right, I'll take your calls next on the Sports Leader.
Here's Ray, set, he throws. Strike 3 called. This time he got the call down there. Suzuki looks frustrated because that pitch got called a ball a little bit earlier.
Knock wood for sure. I mean, 5-0 is a pretty good record, sub-3 RA now. And, you know, when he takes them out, we feel like we have a really good chance. You know, it's 1-1, playing a really good team, plays well at home. And to give you 6 innings like that against that lineup, you know, doing things a little differently again, as velo wasn't really good early in the game, and then later in the game it was. You know, it's a day where in the past maybe he just throws high heaters and lets him hit the ball in the air. Had a lot of ground balls, has just enough strikeouts, gave us 6 innings. So it just, you know, he seems to be getting better as the season goes along, even though it's been pretty good all season.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Bob Melvin talking about his left-hander today. Robbie Ray, FP Santangelo, KNBR tonight. Robbie Ray goes to 5-0 with a 2.84. Gave up 1 run on 3 hits over 6 today. Struck out 5, walked 2. He is getting the job done. I mean, 5-0. Justin Verlander's looking at it, though, and go, come on, man. I could be 5-0, too. And we'll see how it all shakes out. I'm sure Justin will get his wins as the season goes. One thing I forgot to mention about Ryan Walker is the manager showing confidence in him. I can't tell you how many times I didn't have confidence in myself, and I would walk into the clubhouse, and maybe I was 0 for my last whatever, and Felipe Alou would put me in the lineup. And I'm like, man, I thought for sure I was getting benched today. And then he would call me in and just say something like, hey, you had a couple good at-bats last night. Not that you don't believe in yourself, but if you start doing the whole pull him, Camilo's the closer, then you lose confidence in yourself. So the fact that Bob stuck with him today, put him back out there, and he's not a Twitter manager like everybody else out there is, and just stuck with his guy, you show confidence in me, I show confidence in you. That's what Bob does so well. Is he shows confidence in his players. Because I'm going to tell you, sometimes, even at the highest level, guys start to feel it. They start to doubt themselves a little bit. You don't want to be that guy in the clubhouse who's like, how do I look? How does my swing look? How does my pitch? How's my release point? You don't want to be that guy. But when you take a few body blows in front of 30,000, 40,000, 50,000 people, and you let your teammates down, and you're a closer, I don't care who you are, you get rattled. They're human beings. And so for Bob to send him back out there and say, he's my closer, we're going to need him, little things like that go a long way. Art Howe was really good at that in Oakland. He wouldn't say much, but when he talked to you, he just, hey, nice job last night. Just something little like that. And all of a sudden you stand a little bit taller, and some of that doubt that creeps into everybody's head starts to go in the other direction. You're like, oh, my skipper's digging me. Well, if he's digging me, I'm digging myself now. So give Bob Melvin a lot of credit for not being a knee-jerk kind of manager. Just because. And I think 24-14 affords you the cushion and allows you some equity to stick with guys a little bit longer. I even think Bob would have done that if they were 14-24. I really do. So I forgot to make that point in the first segment. I want to make that point that a good manager shows confidence in his players. And a bad manager shows confidence in himself and does all kinds of photo shoots. Let's go to Gene in Foster City. Gene, It was what it was. Gene in Foster City, you're on KNBR. What's going on?
Hi, FP. How's it going over there?
Gene, it couldn't be better. I mean, it's so great. I'm ecstatic to be on the Sports Leader and talking to you. How are you tonight?
I'm doing very good. The first reason I'm called is, as I told Raph, I am really, it's really good when you and JT get together and you have those chats with each other about ball, about some of the inside-y things about baseball. It's so fun to listen to that. And I hope that I'll get to hear more of that as the season goes on.
Well, thanks, Gene. It's my old teammate, my own beer drinking buddy with the Giants, and it's fun to talk baseball with. We don't have anything scheduled, so I'll see how that whole thing works out. But I appreciate the kind words.
Right. Now the other thing is that it's occurred to me that the Giants are a pretty darn good baseball team, aren't they? My goodness,
Gene, they're splendid.
And they have they've beaten the Cubs now in this series, and the Cubs, from what I gather, are a fair to middling team themselves. So this is really, really exciting.
Gene, they're beating first place teams on the road. They took 2 out of 3 from the Yankees. They're in first place. They just took 2 out of 3 from the Cubs. They're in first place. The Phillies are a good team, and they split a 4-game series with the Phillies and had a chance to take 3 out of 4 from the Phillies. So when you look at what they're doing, and I saw something on Twitter, I think they're 14 and something against teams over 500, 14 and 8, and that's the best record in baseball. I'll get that up for you here in a second. I got it somewhere in my notes. But they're beating good teams. So when you talk about not just their record, it's who they're beating, and they're beating them on the road too. So I'm not sure. I just freak out when Giants fans start to freak out about nothing. Like it's okay. Like if your team's struggling, and maybe we're wired recently the last 2 or 3 years to be like this, but it's okay to let your guard down. It's okay to believe in this ball club. And I said as much in spring training. I even tweeted it out. It's okay to believe in the Giants this year. They're good. And there's a number of, it wasn't the 21-6 record in spring training, although it doesn't hurt to get used to winning. It was how they were playing baseball and what their philosophy is. And I can't tell you, Gene, how many times I've come on the air here before I got let go and was saying, like, what is the Giants way? What is Giants baseball? Like, I didn't know. I mean, when I left for back east to be a broadcaster, I knew what Giants baseball was. It was pitching and defense, timely hitting, be scrappy as hell at the plate, make all the plays on defense, and have a parade on Market Street, or 2 or 3. But then when I came back, I didn't know what Giants baseball was. So I think the first thing I said when Buster was named president is like, sit everybody down in a big room and just say, like, what is Giants baseball? What are we looking to do here? And Buster made it perfectly clear. We're going to pitch it, we're going to catch it, and we're going to make people feel our presence. Whether we win or lose, people are going to know they're playing the San Francisco Giants. And I think so far so good. When you talk about Scottsdale and what happened there, we talk about 24-14 right now, and then in the toughest division in baseball, which I freaking love. I think it's the best thing on the planet that they're in the toughest division in baseball, because they're only going to get better as the season goes on. Their sword will be sharpened every single game because they can't take a day off or ease up. The Cubs are not going to get better during the season because their division isn't very good. So they're just going to be whatever they are right now, maybe. But the Giants, we're going to watch them improve because they have no choice but to improve because they're in the hardest division in baseball. So that knife analogy by September is going to be so damn sharp because they're going to be playing at the top of their game for 6 months. They're going to get better and better and better and better because they have to.
Right.
All right, Gene.
And I'm going to let you go in just a second, but I just wanted to mention, doesn't that feel good? No openers.
Yeah, Gene, I mean, you can have all that stuff. I mean, at the risk of sounding bitter and old, you can take your openers and shove them you-know-where. You can take your line changes and shove them you-know-where. I mean, the hardest part about broadcasting the games when all that was happening is you can't just say that on the air. But, like, now that we're playing baseball again, that's what small market teams do that can't compete. And they have to find super creative ways to stay up with the big market teams. So it used to bug me beyond all belief. And anybody else that's ever worn the orange and black, we'd all talk about it. And it got to the point where I was wondering if I'm just a grouchy old man. But I didn't like openers. I didn't like in the fourth inning you're getting pinch hit for. I didn't like that Mitch Haniger finally hit his first home run as a Giant and he got pinch hit for the next at bat. Like showing confidence in your players. I mean, this year when Bob left Mike Yastrzemski in to face a lefty and he hit a home run, like these are things you show confidence in your players. You stick with your players. You show loyalty. They're going to reward you for that. And I think that's true in any walk of life. I really do. Thanks, Gene. I'm going to let you go now, but thank you so much for the call tonight. I appreciate it.
Right. Thank you.
All right, Gene in Foster City. Stay hot. That was what a nice man. A very, very nice man. Let's go right down the list. Let's go to Ben in SoCal. Ben, you're stuck in Southern California rooting for the Giants. I feel sorry for you, man.
It's okay. I'm actually originally from the San Francisco Bay Area.
What part of SoCal are you in right now?
I'm in Chino, so I'm not that far from LA. So
what's in Chino? Is there like a prison in Chino, Ben? Is that what I'm thinking?
You know what? Close to Chino, where I live, is Chino Hills, and that's where the Ball brothers are from, like Monzo and LaMelo and all.
I was going to say nothing. I'm such a jerk sometimes. No, so you're from Chino. Like, help me out geographically where Chino is. Is it in the desert?
No, it's in the suburbs. It's kind of, okay. I want to say it's like 2 hours north of San Diego.
Oh, well, that's nice then. All right. So
yeah.
You're like in Orange County then, sort of, kind of.
I'm in San Bernardino County, actually.
Oh, all right. I did a rehab assignment there once with the Dodgers.
Yeah.
I played an A-ball for a week. It was the most fun I had that year playing for the Dodgers was when they sent me to A-ball to rehab an injury.
Yeah, but I'm actually originally from the Bay Area, so that's why I'm a Giants fan. So I grew up following them since basically since Bonds' last season in 2007. But in more recent years, I kind of got away from them because of college. I wasn't following as closely. I mean, I follow, but not super duper closely in more recent years. But since late 2021 onward, I've been following fairly close. I usually watch or listen to games as much as I can. But the thing is, like this season, I can definitely tell that it's like a lot better than the previous two seasons for sure. Like you were talking about the whole inconsistencies with I remember when I go to games. One time I took a trip out to San Francisco to see the Giants play, and I went to a game and I didn't know who was pitching. That was really frustrating. I didn't know who was hitting. That was also very frustrating. And it's good to see more consistency and seeing them, play baseball the way that it should be. And it's just more compelling to watch or listen to games because of the fact that they're playing so well this season and they're off to such a strong start. To the point that I decided to make a trip out to San Diego and saw Game 2 of that 2-game set in Petco Park.
Yeah, it's a great yard, isn't it? I love Petco Park. That didn't go well for the Giants, but we appreciate your support. We really do.
Yeah. But it was good. And I really, really wanted to see that because I knew that was going to be a big series, and I know it didn't go the way we would have liked it to go. But it was more compelling because of how well we're playing. It just feels like we can hang in there with the big dogs more so than in seasons, maybe like the last two seasons for sure. Like the way we beat the Yankees on the road, splitting with the Phillies. Even this series against the Cubs, to me, that's a good sign, FP, because I remember the last two seasons, we would go play the Cubs, whether it was at home or Wrigley, it didn't matter. They would basically kick our behind. And seeing us go over there and beat them in a series, to me, I'm like, whoa, that's a sign that this team is much better than the last two seasons because the team in the last two seasons could not beat those guys.
All right, Ben, thanks for the call, man. I think you're right. You're dead on. I'm glad you're excited and upbeat about the Giants. Let's go to Ramiro. Oh, by the way, the California Institution for Men is on 14901 Central Avenue in Chino, California. I don't know where I pulled that out of my ass, but there is a California Institution for Men in Chino, California. And I think we just talked to an escapee, if I'm not mistaken. Let's go to Ramiro. Ramiro, what's going on? How are you?
Hey, what's up, FP? Hey, that sounds like a place you probably don't want to end up in, the institution for men.
Yeah, that sounds rough.
It sounds horrible.
Yeah, I'm at the risk of getting in trouble. I don't want to be. I am going to San Quentin. What is it? The 17th for a baseball game. Pat Burrell and I are going over there, and they have a baseball team at San Quentin, and I'm really excited to go and watch the game. And I'll be even more excited when I leave. No, I'm just kidding. It's supposed to be really good. It's supposed to be cool. So I'm really fired up for that.
That's awesome. I'll have to do that one day. Anyways, thanks for taking my call,
Sure.
FP. Just wanted to talk a little bit about the Giants, how the season's been. What are we, almost a quarter into the season, I think, or if not, kind of halfway there to the All-Star break. But, this team just, like you said earlier, they're playing baseball. Like, they're playing defense. They're pitching the hell out of the ball, and the bullpen's been pretty solid. On Ryan Walker, right? I think people don't really understand, unless you're a baseball guy, a baseball person, you understand the game. Being a relief pitcher has got to probably be the hardest thing. I'd say it's even harder than being a starting pitcher because, like, usually when you get brought into games, you have to be on point. You're brought into a bases loaded, first and second, this or that. You really have to be on your game that night, or else it could cost you the night, cost you the win. So I think with social media, it just kind of even like elongates that kind of reaction, especially with Walker. I agree with what you said. We're going to need Walker to kind of be successful this year. And like for the Giants fans, especially, it's something I noticed too. Like, it's just very reactionary. And I think just in general, I think I saw a Cubs fan try to say that the Giants haven't played anyone good. I'm just like, dude, like, are you kidding me? Like, we played all these teams. We played the Yankees. We played the Phillies. We played the first place Mariners. We played the Padres. Like, what are we talking about? So it's a lot of people misinformed. But yeah, I think it's been a great start to the year. I think JV Verlander has been pretty solid, and I think he's ran into some bad luck. He's been grinding through some of his outings, but I'm really liking the way we're hitting the ball, timely hitting. And Jung-Hoo Lee is going to be an all-star this year. That's all I got for you, FP. I don't know what you think.
That was good, Ramiro. You nailed everything. Dead on. Good call. 100% A+. Yeah, I hope Jung-Hoo Lee's an all-star. I hope the Giants have Robbie Ray, Logan Webb. Who knows? Wilmer Flores is an all-star as we speak right now. When you win, you get more guys on the team. It's that simple. Let's go to Mike in Arizona. Mike, you're on the Sports Leader.
Hey, FP, how you doing, man? I'm so glad to be able to call in again. It's been a while.
Mike, how you doing? You're in Arizona now, I see.
Yeah, I relocated from Eugene. My daughter had another grandson 3 months ago for me, so that's why I moved back to be with the two kids.
Wow, you had two more. You got an infield.
Yeah, I know. So anyway, yeah, it's good. I'm glad to be back down here. I feel more alive. I'm enjoying it. Right on the golf course, talk to people all the time and tell them they got lousy swings.
There you go. Just rag on people on the golf course. Jackass.
Yeah,
What do you want to talk? The Giants are exciting again. You're liking what you're seeing.
Yeah, I am. Just like, you and I have been harping about and talking about, the chemistry, the ball club, we want them to be aggressive on the bases, to do the, situational hitting. I mean, the guys we were complaining about, look what Wilmer's doing. He's leading the league in RBIs, isn't he? If not, he's really close. And that is a big thing. We do want RBIs, man, because if we can't get runs, we ain't going to win, And I was distraught in the ninth inning with Ryan. But you know what? It was something happened in the 10th inning. I go, you know what, man? I got a feeling we're not going to lose this game. And I didn't envision 9 runs, but I was screaming.
You know what, Mike? Everybody's feeling that now. We feel it in the booth when they're calling the games. Giants fans are feeling it. More importantly, the whole dugout's feeling it. Even there's been games this year where they're down by 2 or 3, and last year you just be like, well, this game's over. And then next thing you know, it's like, bip, bip, bip. And even the games they lose, it gets back to what Buster Posey said to me and publicly, that he wants people to feel the Giants. And whatever they got going right now, and I don't want to just put it all on, well, they love each other and they're playing hard. There's some damn good players on this team. You don't want to lose focus of that point, because we can get into like, well, they're just together and they're just real. No, there's Hall of Famers, there's future Hall of Famers, there's All-Stars. This is a really good team. And getting back to my point, Mike, it's okay to let your guard down and believe in the Giants this year. It really is.
Yeah, it is, and I want to be a hooligan, man. I love that guy. I absolutely love his energy. I love his charisma and his spunk, and he's hitting the ball. He's got some power now, and it's getting in this. All this is, everybody's going to. I just get that feeling. It's just kind of like the Warriors. Things are going to kind of mesh, and they're all just going to come together the way it's working now, without, like you said, making a rash decision. Everybody gets a hot spot. I did too, but then, you go, oh, wait, he's been there, and then who do you go with? And then we were concerned about Duval, and Duval's calmed down, and what you said was paramount. He has confidence in them, and you know what? That makes the fans have confidence in the team, to be honest. That gives me confidence.
Yeah, because and you watch the things they're doing. There was something that happened today. It was a base hit, and there the throw went to third behind Mike Yastrzemski, who was crossing home plate, and Yaz sprinted through home plate just in case the throw went to third. It was wide at third, but just in case the guy, whoever the trail runner was, got tagged out, that his run counted. And I can't tell you how many times in the big leagues I see guys jogging across home plate. There's a play behind him. It's the third out, and then the run doesn't count. So the attention to detail, doing all the little things that if you do them over the course of a 6-month season, you're going to win way more games than you lose. Mike, it's good to hear your voice, man. I got to take a break. We're up against the clock, but don't be a stranger, man. I hope you're doing well.
I will be. I will. Thank you.
Take care, Mike. Yeah, little things like that. Little things like the prison in Chino is the state's largest level 1 minimum security prison. It has no perimeter fence, it says here in parentheses. What? They have shot callers? You have no fence at a prison? I guess it's a minimum security. So it's like sprint at your own risk. Those dudes are in the tower. They got scopes. Although it houses maximum security prisoners, easy for me to say, it has a 100-bed unit and a mental health unit as well. So thank you for the call from Chino of a fenceless prison. All right. If I ever go to prison, can I go to the fenceless one? That would be cool. All right, 808 KNBR. We got full phone lines. I'm going to take a quick break and get all your calls next on the Sports Leader.
Here's a shot, and it gets past Turner down the right field line, headed for the corner. Chapman's going to score. Wilmer around to third. He'll get the stop sign. Lamont Wade into second with a double. It is 2-0 Giants, and they're set up for more.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
You guys have been awesome tonight. Show's so much more fun when I get to talk to you. 808 KNBR is a number. I remember when I first got here, I said, wait, you guys don't take calls anymore? It was like May of 2022. I came back from Washington, D.C., and I got the night gig. And everybody said, oh, nobody takes calls at KNBR anymore. And when I had left in 2010 after the Giants won their first World Series, it was Sports Phone 680. And every night, if the Giants lost, 1 million calls. If they won, a few calls here and there. And then as the season went on and they won the West and they started, it was full phone lines every night and I had a blast. And then I get back in May of 2022 and they're like, we don't take calls anymore. I'm like, wait, nobody wants to hear anybody talk at them for 4 hours. Like when I do public speaking, when I do a speech, it's 10 minutes maybe because you could go 20 like they asked you, but nobody wants to sit there and listen to somebody talk for 20 minutes. You start zoning out, thinking about other things. So I told Kevin Graham, I said, hey, look, I'm bringing back the phones, bruh. Like, we're doing the phone thing at night. He's like, good luck. Nobody calls anymore. It's COVID, and nobody's in their cars. I'm like, Eeyore, I am going to try to get the phones going. And it took about, what, Raph, 2-3 months that all of a sudden we were getting calls here.
Just
getting
about.
calls there.
And it was full board, it was great.
We have full phone lines, and tonight's the same thing. And then when I got let go, I missed interacting with you guys that are listening tonight. I missed that. I'm just sitting in my house doing nothing. And then thanks to Mike Kohler, who calls me and says, hey, you want to start doing it again? I'm like, yeah. He's like, I thought you were working for the other station. I'm like, no, they haven't called me in 7 months, bro. I'm not working for them. I don't have enough hot takes to be on over there and you scream and yell, Giants suck. Everybody sucks. You suck. We all sucks. You suck. This is not how I do radio. So anyway, KNBR. And now it's like the open to the show is like, it's your turn to talk about sports. This is your forum. I'm like, thank God. I feel like I finally accomplished something in my life. I take pride in that. I brought back the phones at KNBR. I did.
Great job, brother.
Yeah, thanks, Marty. Like I brought them back. I mean, Marty takes calls, but I'm talking about like weeknight radio, sports talk radio. You talk to the fans. You listen to what they have to say. You respect the fans. At the risk of sounding like a broken record, I've said this a million times. When I first started, like 2008 or whatever, I was doing shows and just ripping fans. Because it was fun. What do you know? You never played. Somebody else would call like, you ever wear a uniform? Do you know what it's like to run over a catcher? And I was that guy. Kevin Franzen was like that, by the way, when he first started. And Gary Radnich pulled me aside one day and he goes, hey, you're pretty good at this, but can I give you some advice? I'm like, of course. You're like, you're Ron Burgundy, bro. Like, of course. And he's like, don't be mean to callers, because if you're mean to one caller, you lose 100 listeners. He goes, they're helping you get through your show. They're helping you do a segment. So that day, I stopped being mean to callers. And then now it's just like, I love you guys even if your call sucks. There's no such thing as a bad call to me. And I've talked to some other people that are in sports talk radio, and they're like, oh, well, you know, calls they're just not good. I'm like, no, you turn those calls around and you make them funny. And half the time I'm a smart ass with those calls. But like, I love talking. Obviously, I do it for a living. I'm a pro talker. But I really like interacting with you guys. The reason I moved back to Washington, D.C. after 2 years of commuting, doing the games and then coming home to Folsom, where I lived, is because I felt like a phony. Like, I felt like I wasn't part of it. So I'm like, for me to do anything good, I have to be fully invested. So I moved back there to go interact with the fans. After games, I had beers with the fans. Harry Carey's my hero, one of my heroes in broadcasting. And I want to be just like Harry Carey and feel what fans are feeling and talk to fans. Are you pissed? Who do you like? What's going on? And you can't do that if you're not around the fans. So this is my forum, besides, you know, some establishments around the ballpark and in the marina, to interact with fans. And I love it. So let's get back to the phones. I just killed a whole segment with that rant. Let's see who's been waiting the longest. Let's go to Henry in Sacramento. Henry, calling from the home of the A's, Sacramento.
What up, FP? How are you?
Henry, are you pissed that the A's won't use Sacramento?
Yeah. I thought they were going to be the Sacramento Athletics of Las Vegas.
Well,
I just moved back from Vegas, by the way, too.
Henry, I've been calling them the Sacramento A's of Las Vegas, just like the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim. But I'm from the 916. I still have a 916 number. And most of my friends I talk to, the reason the attendance is kind of wonky right now is because they're chapped that they're not using Sacramento, and they feel like they're just getting used. Are you in that camp?
Kind of. I haven't been out to a game yet, so I just moved back a couple months ago. But I will get out there, and we got to do something because it's, you know, I mean, I know there's a lot of A's fans here.
They're a good team.
Yeah, exactly. They'll get there. Maybe do dollar beer night like the River Cats, and they'll get them out there.
Well, there's more Giants fans in Sacramento anyways, Henry. What do you want to talk Giants? What do you got?
So just a couple of things. I wanted to kind of pinpoint. Sorry, I'm in the drive-thru. I'm picking up dinner for me and my daughter.
What drive-thru are we in? We always play this game. What drive-thru are we in?
McDonald's in Elk Grove.
What is the order?
You know, just a couple of drinks and some fries.
You just got fries, and that's dinner for the family?
No, it's a snack.
Okay. Just one order of fries?
That's it. Just one order of fries. That's all I need.
Henry, that's for you, bro.
No, that's for my 3-year-old. She'll handle that with no problem. I'll get like 3 fries.
That's so cute. You're buying fries for your 3-year-old. My kids, I got to tell you this. I got to share this with everybody right now. I told them that Santa Claus was sick of cookies and milk. By the time Santa Claus got to our house, he just would look at the milk, look at the cookies, and be like, this is what everyone's leaving me all over the world. I'm over it. I said, let's get him a cheeseburger and French fries. Like, let's mix it up. So we had a tradition every Christmas Eve when my kids were young, like your kids, maybe a little bit older. We would go drive through a McDonald's, and we'd order a cheeseburger and French fries for Santa Claus, and that's what we left them every year. And it was the cutest thing ever. They'd stick their head out the window, and they'd like, this is for Santa. And then they started giving it to us for free on Christmas Eve. We go to McDonald's every year. Cheeseburger and French fries for Santa.
I'm going to steal that from you.
Yeah, because think of how many cookies Santa eats. And half of them are probably horse crap, if you're honest, because most people can't make cookies. He's probably gets sour milk. He's got a boiler. He's got a boiler. He's probably sour milk. He's getting sick. So I just said, hey, let's mix it up. Let's give Santa like dinner. He's probably sick of dessert. So cheeseburger and fries every year.
Exactly. But like I said, going back to what you were saying about, you know, what is Giants baseball? I mean, personally for me, I mean, it's life from February till September, hopefully October and November. It's tradition. It's the Hall of Famers. It's how they bring everything back. The previous regime screwed that up, man, and just made it to the point where you hated the front office. And what they did to B-Crawl, piss me off even more. But once again, I mean, it's just the way that Buster coming back. I drive all day, so I got the game on. I got KNBR on lock. I listen to the game on my entire route all day today. And it's fun. It brings me back to, I grew up in the Mission District. I remember when the Giants were horrible. When they had the script font on the jerseys, like, Orange Fridays, Kruk and Kipe, Madlock, Mike Ivy, Sadek, Mr. McCovey, Mr. Mays, those guys. I go back to those guys. And now I'm passionate about my team. I proposed to my wife, during a Giants game. Our first date, she told me, "What's your favorite team?" I said, "I'm a Giants fan." She goes, "If you said Dodgers, this date would have ended." Here we are, 28 years later.
That's awesome, dude. So you proposed, obviously, at Candlestick Park.
No. I proposed at Pac Bell.
Okay. Well, 20. I was just doing the math. 28. So you've probably been together 3 or 4 years before you got married. I get it. Well, that's cool.
Yes.
You're a great dad and a great Giants fan. You're getting some fries for your 3-year-old daughter. That's good stuff, man. The one thing I will say, Henry, and there's nothing worse than going backwards, right? The Giants are 24-14. They're doing well. We could talk about line changes, and I have tonight. We could talk about openers, and I have tonight. The one thing that confused me the most is how the last regime did not embrace the past and took out the pitchers in the clubhouse, and some of the former players and former coaches felt like they weren't listened to and they were threatened by them. So whatever you think about what happened before, the one thing that still gets me a little bit is and that I kind of have a problem with is how maybe it was perception and not reality, and maybe I'm blowing it out of proportion, but I talked to a lot of people in the previous regime, the previous coaching staff that won all the World Series, and maybe even some players, they weren't welcome anymore. In a franchise with such a rich history, with so many great players and coaches and managers, the fact that Buster, the first thing he did was reach out to everybody and said, "You're all coming to spring training." Now we're getting it, right? Now we're back to all those things you just said, and embracing and hugging and welcoming the history of this wonderful franchise.
As I always say, man, the best time of the year is February through September, and hopefully October and November. And before I go, a couple of things. One more thing I want to say is, let's embrace the guys that we have, Krug and Kipe,
John and Dave, they're the best. They're the best, period, end of story.
But the new guys that are coming in, you, Hunter and Javi and Rizzo, it's great to be a Giants fan on the radio and on TV when those guys move on and you guys come up. It's really good it's good baseball. We have the best broadcasting.
Oh, we lose Henry? Henry, your fries are getting cold, first of all. And second of all, remember, cheeseburger and French fries for Santa Claus, Henry. Thanks for the call. That was outstanding. See you there? All right, Henry. Get your fries.
Thanks, FP.
Get your fries home. There's nothing worse than cold fries. Although, if you have an air fryer, throw those bad boys in there, man. Because microwave makes them soggy and they need Viagra.
That's the only way to do it.
Yeah, you get the soggy Viagra, the fries that need Viagra. Or just prop your fries up next to a speaker and during a KNBR commercial break, and they'll prop right up because every commercial we have is about ED. Let's go to Glenn in Visalia. Glenn, you're on the Sports Leader. What's going on?
Hey, FP. Long time speaking to you, my friend.
Thanks for calling, Glenn, all the way from Visalia. Is Crash Davis a manager in Visalia still?
I do not know.
All right.
Hey, FP, I got to give a shout out to Raphael. That's a private joke between him and I. And the reason I'm calling is, can we talk real ball?
No, let's talk fake ball. Yeah, we'll talk real ball. What do you want to talk about?
Now, after the series against the Cubs, they go to the Twins. How quick do they turn around that scouting report and break it down?
Well, tomorrow's an off day, so I would imagine a lot of the Giants are going to go root on the Warriors as they play the Timberwolves tomorrow night. And when you have an off day in baseball, the players just decompress. I'm sure a few coaches are checking their iPads on the airplane flying to Minnesota, and we'll do some things tomorrow. Maybe a few guys have to throw at the ballpark on an off day, so pitchers and maybe JP Martinez and a few catchers will go over there, a few coaches, I should say. But, yeah, you'll lock in with a pre-series meeting on what, Friday? Friday before the game. They'll have hitters meetings, they'll have pitchers meetings, and they'll talk about their game plan. Pat Burrell does such a great job. He gets them all in a room. I've been privy to one of these, and they talk about what they're going to do tonight, what this guy has. He works the top of the zone. He goes high with the fastball. We got to really look down and stay off the fastball. Lots of sliders behind the count. We're going to sit on that. We're going to be really aggressive tonight. Whatever it is, they all have a meeting before, I think every game actually, not just before the series. They have hitters meetings every day. So they'll be into the Twins scouting report. I got to do my Twins scouting report too. I haven't really paid a whole lot of attention to this team. I do know that, is Correa still hurt? I got to check that out. So I haven't done any Twins homework. I don't watch the Twins play ever, but I will. I have 3 days to study up on the Minnesota Twins.
Hey, what time you fight lunch tomorrow, FP, if you don't mind sharing?
It's 2:32. Are you sitting next to me, Glenn? I'm in 3C. I land at
No.
It lands at 2:32 p.m. Hopefully. What time is the game tomorrow? What time's the Warriors game tomorrow? 6, 7?
AM?
5:30? Oh, that's tight. All right. Any delays, I'm screwed. All right. Yeah. No.
AM?
No, the game's not at AM. The Warriors aren't playing at 5:30 AM.
No. You're landing at 2:30 AM or PM?
PM.
Okay. Hey,
are you going to be there with the sign, Glenn, in a black car and take me to the hotel? That'd be sick.
No, FP, I want to tell you that you don't get enough credit for doing a great job. And Raphael, I wish he'd get on the air and say hi, but I know he's extremely busy.
Raph, say hi to Glenn.
Hey, Glenn, what's up, man? How you been?
Oh my gosh, you killed Glenn. Good job, Raph.
Raphael.
You got defibrillators there, Glenn?
Raphael.
Hey, Glenn.
Come on, Raphael.
We'll talk offline.
Oh, you guys
the
are...
Giants not suck, Raphael. The Giants are winners. Thanks, FP.
All right, Glenn. You're the man. I think Glenn made it. That's good news. Glenn survived. I was touch and go there for a couple seconds, Glenn. Sounded like we lost Glenn to a better place, but he hung in there. Got all choked up when Raph got on the air. Michael, you're on a radio show, and lots of people are listening. Don't screw up.
Hey, good afternoon. Good evening, FP. How are you doing?
I'm doing good. How are you?
We're doing great. The draft's doing great. Don't want to get overconfident, and I really think that to make it work better, we need a better bench, just in case some of our real stars get injured, so we can prove that we can do it with bench players as well as starting players.
Michael, you are nailing it. I've been telling all my friends that the Giants are on a razor's edge right now because if any of the big boys, and we won't mention any names because you don't want to speak it into existence, but if somebody gets dinged up, like, whoa, I don't know, and this is no offense to people in AAA, that our organizational depth in the division that the Giants are playing in is good enough to sustain and tread water until somebody comes back. But I don't even want to go there. But they as well as they're playing, as good as they are, and they have a chance to win the National League West, it has to be everything going their way. Everyone's got to be healthy. Because I like Christian Koss, but if he's playing shortstop for a month, so I guess bottom line is you're right. You're absolutely right.
And the last thing is they can't be afraid to spend money in case they need someone. They can't be afraid to spend money or get outspent by the Dodgers or make the Dodgers get every player because they don't want to either spend the money or they don't want to make it the players feel wanted to come to the Giants, because I'm tired of the players the Giants could go to the Dodgers and we either don't make them welcome or we don't make a big enough bid to get them.
Michael, I think those days are numbered, man. People want to play for Buster Posey, people want to play for Bob Melvin, and guys that get to know Zach Manassi and want to play for him too. And I think with a guy like Willie Adames here, these guys all talk now. They're on text chains and chats, and they all talk. And word is this is a great place to play now. And if Buster Posey calls me as a free agent, I'm listening. It's not no offense to anybody else, but that's Buster freaking Posey. And if he calls me, I'm going right to my wife. I'm going right to my parents. I'm like, Buster Posey called me today. You want to play for a guy like Buster. And when you see the team winning, so all that stuff about, San Francisco, the homeless people, the drug thing, the cold weather, that's all a bunch of BS, man. The San Francisco Giants are one of the best franchises in all of baseball. And it used to just drive me nuts that people were talking about it all the time. And Buster acknowledged it. He didn't bring it up. He just said, yeah, there's people are talking about that, but it's not a problem. Michael, you want to say hi to Raph real quick?
Hi, Raph. How you doing?
Michael, how you been? Where you at right now?
Really good. I'm in my car. And
Raph just hung up on Michael. Did Michael hit a telephone pole, or did you hang up on him? Should we call 911?
I hit the wrong button.
Oh, Michael. You killed 2 people tonight. Way to go, Raph. Outstanding. Oh, my gosh. I just triggered emergency services on my phone. I don't know what I said, dude. 911, there will be, I don't know, EMTs are coming to KNBR. All right, I got to take a quick commercial break and regroup. We got Susan Slusser. We got one more segment, then Susan Slusser's coming up, and I'm guessing about a 24-minute interview. So your calls, 808 KNBR. You guys have been awesome. Keep the calls coming. We got one more segment to yap, and I like to yap on the Sports Leader. Is this Warriors theme song, dude? I am the Warrior. I thought they should name the WNBA team the Golden Girls, but that didn't go over very well. And then you play the theme from Golden Girls when they run out of the tunnel. I thought I nailed that. I love the WNBA. What are we, the Valkyrie? What is that? Should I know that? It's not the Golden Girls. Everybody know what the Golden Girls was. This is a popular show.
It's like a lady warrior.
Oh,
Valkyrie. Yeah.
All right. So this song works for everybody.
Yeah, it's perfect.
All right. Yeah, I can't wait to go to some of those games. Anyway, KNBR is the number. I have a proposition. And I hope people take this the right way. That on May 6th, every year, the San Francisco Giants should all wear number 24. Because that's Willie Mays' birthday. Just the Giants, whether they're on the road or at home, should all wear number 24, like they did at Rickwood last year. But celebrating one of the greatest players ever in the history of the game and the greatest Giant to ever wear the orange and black, that somehow, some way, petition Major League Baseball, whatever you have to do, that every single year from here on out, May 6th is Willie Mays Day, and Giants all wear number 24. I don't think that's asking a lot. I think it's a great tribute to the Say Hey Kid. We miss him. Yesterday was his birthday. It would have been his 94th birthday. And I've told this story before, so forgive me for repeating myself, but he sat me down as a Giant and told me the wind currents in center field. I played center field for the Giants. I'm not worthy, you talk about imposter syndrome, to stand in the same position for the Giants that the greatest player in the history of the Giants, and maybe even baseball, did. So he sat me down at breakfast before a day game and asked, is it okay if I sit with you, FP? I'm like, are you kidding me? I kind of heard what he said, but I kept thinking I'm having breakfast with Willie Mays. This is insane. Like, Willie Mays is teaching me how to play center field. Left center, the ball gets knocked down. It goes in right center. So if you go to your left, you got to get on your horse. Wow. Like, just wow. And then became friends. And I remember walking in the clubhouse right when you walk in at Oracle, when I was just starting out at KNBR. He said, I listened to your show, FP. You know what you're talking about. Every night on the way home. I was like, what? Call my mom. What? Willie Mays listens to my show. So that's just my 2 cents. I don't mean to ruffle any feathers or say that the Giants aren't doing things the right way, because nobody's better at tributes for former players than the Giants. But I think it'd be cool just to go to Major League Baseball and say, hey, look, every single, and then maybe you auction off those 24 jerseys after their game worn to whatever cause was Willie Mays' favorite cause. And then you raise money for charity through those jerseys. So you have Yaz sign his 24 jersey. You have Lamont sign his 24 jersey. You have whoever's a starting pitcher that day sign their 24 jersey. And then you just auction them off to charity after that game. I think I'm onto something. I don't think that's asking a lot. I thought Rickwood last year was amazing. And it was right after Willie Mays had passed, and Michael, his son, went. And I heard Michael talking on MLB Network the other day. I know he'd be down for it. He's cool as hell. So maybe we can get the ball rolling on this. I don't know. Just a thought. Let's go to Dino. Dino and Pacheco. That's Dino, not Vino. I will be having some Vino after the show, though. Dino, what's going on?
FP, good talking to you, man. Good hearing your voice.
It's good to hear your voice.
Always, man. You're. I don't like to call it, but I don't like to call it old school FP. It's just it was real school back. You're old enough to have you've been doing that night. Just like the other night when you brought up Jerry Lewis. Instead of talking, because it is hard talking about baseball every night. Because baseball's like forever. One game is not even a drop in the bucket. So anyway, it gets tiring. You can't talk about baseball all 162 nights in a row or whatever.
Well, you can. Anyway, it's just if it's a crap game, there's no need to go over a crap game and just rehash a crap game and start talking about crap plays. So we talked about the Jerry Lewis telethon for muscular dystrophy the other night and how I used to look forward to that. It was great. All the stars that rolled through there. Frank Sinatra smoking throat rockets on air while he's singing songs. Dean Martin half in the bag slurring through a song. I mean, it was the best. Sammy Davis Jr. coming out there and singing what's this song with the rainbow? And yeah, it was great.
Yeah, that was when there was no cable.
Candyman because he mixes
and
with love.
And there was no cable back. There
There
was no cable back in those days, and so you're kind of almost forced to watch it. It was cool. It was like the only thing cool on TV.
It was like it's
what
just
an animal he was.
A 2-day Johnny. You know, they were all coked out of their minds. It was just like a 2-day bender trying to raise money for muscular dystrophy. Have we cured muscular dystrophy yet? I got to check. I got to Google.
No.
That would be
Probably
cool
not,
if we did.
but,
you just don't hear about it anymore.
Those guys were. Yeah, that was stud. And guys like Bob Hope, he used to do all kinds of things every year for the Army guys and everything. I don't know if you're that old. You're only 56 or so. I got 9 on you, but
you have a young soul, Dino.
Yeah, you're 58. Yeah, you're 58 because I'm 67. Are you damn right I am. I'm still young, man.
That's right. Age is a number, bro.
And like you said, we were lucky when we were kids, FP. We were set. We never came home. We never came home till it was at night and dinner time. It was dinner time. I mean, a different world we lived in. And just like the television you were talking about. So anyway, I just wanted to tell you, I like when you take a left-hand turn every now and then and talk about other things. It's cool. And just keep it up, FP.
All right, Dino. Good to hear your voice, man. Thanks for the call, buddy. I don't know when I'm coming on. Yeah, I don't know when I'm on next. I got to check the schedule. I'm not sure. All right. Going to take a quick commercial break. And on the other side, Susan Slusser, we're going to talk some Giants baseball. We're going to talk about, I might ask her about Ryan Walker. You might want to hear this. Like, you just might want to. I'm going to tell you this. You guys know I'm full disclosure. I'm trying to trick people. I taped this earlier, and this is a tease. This is the best interview I've ever done with Susan Slusser. I'm not kidding. I say it right in the middle of the interview. I tell her, like, this is really good stuff. And she's one of my best friends on the planet. So it's just like two friends talking. But we get deep in the woods on what these guys go through in baseball right now when they don't perform. So you don't want to miss this. Seriously, Susan Slusser coming up next on The Sports Leader.
Giants fans, this is your hub to have your voice heard. Sports Phone KNBR. Streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
Well, since I've been doing the night show, I rarely have guests anymore because it's 7 to 9 p.m. and I can talk to a tarp for 2 hours. And I like talking to you guys listening out there. But I was thinking tonight, I want to catch up with my old friend. We talk at the ball game every day. We sit next to each other most games at Oracle Park. But she's on the road, and I'm still here in San Francisco. Susan Slusser from the Chronicle joins us. Susan, what's going on? How are you?
I am great. What an interesting last couple of days. What a perfect time for you to call.
I know, right? I mean, the team goes into Chicago. They've been playing great all season long. They've been winning series. You're thinking, okay, the Cubs are playing as well as anybody in baseball right now. Their offense is prolific. They're stealing bases everywhere. They're hitting the ball out of the ballpark. This is going to be a tough series, and the Giants end up taking 2 out of 3 with a wild one last night.
Yeah, especially after that first game, kicking the ball everywhere, 4 errors. They just, that's as bad as they've looked all year. They look kind of tired. You thought, are the wheels coming off somehow? And questions about Adames and the 7 errors. And baseball is such a immediate, gratification kind of sport, what have you done for me lately? They just completely turn it around with that. Things go haywire in the 9th inning, and suddenly in the 11th inning, they scored 9 runs. Are you kidding me? That was just such a wild game. There were so many things that happened in that game. And today was a little bit wild, too, at times. But, yeah, taking 2 of 3 in Chicago, that's a pretty big deal, I think, especially when things start off so poorly.
Yeah, the poorly part I wasn't real concerned about because, Susan, when we travel and you travel for your job and I travel with the ball club, and if I'm tired broadcasting a game, and if you're tired sitting in the press box getting ready to write an article on the game or a piece on the game, what are they feeling like when they have to hit 96 miles an hour? I didn't even go on the trip, but I was tired from the weekend, but that was for lack of self-discipline on my part. But I've been on those flights, and so have you. When you get in really late, and all of a sudden, even though it's Wrigley Field, and there's 30,000 people, and you're fired up for the game, that lasts for about 2 or 3 innings, and all of a sudden, boom, it's just like a wave that hits you. And I used to find myself standing in center field just staring into the strike zone. And as a broadcaster, I'd find myself just staring at the screen in the booth, I should probably say something right now. So while a lot of people felt like I was making excuses the other night when I was on the air, it's a real thing to be tired and to try to concentrate and focus at the highest level, no matter what you do.
Yeah, and you know what? Pete Crow Armstrong really forced 2 of those errors. And in fact, I'm not even sure the first one at Chapman was necessarily really an error. I asked him, if you field that cleanly, do you even get him at first? Because if he fields it cleanly and he doesn't get him at first, that really shouldn't be ruled an error. And he said, well, I expect to make that play, which is not necessarily an answer, Pete Crow Armstrong is deadly quick. So I'm not convinced he would have gotten him even with a perfect play. It was so borderline. And then, one of Adames' errors also, same thing. Just the quickness forces, the pressure it puts on the defense and on the pitching. That showed up that game. And they kept him quiet, really, for the most part, the next 2 games, except for, a couple times when it didn't really matter as much. And then, he gets that weird little ball that gets, Wrigley Field winded in for an RBI, but that one doesn't count.
Yeah, and then we move on to game 2 of the series, and it's 5-3. Ryan Walker comes in. He's been struggling with his command, struggling maybe with his confidence. I can't really assume that. It just looks like it. And then all of a sudden, you're getting calls and your Twitter's blowing up that they should switch to Camilo Duvall. And I came on the air last night, and I said, hey, you got to stick with your closer, man. It's only May 6th, May 7th. And you've built a little equity in the fact that you have the second most wins in the National League right now, where you can play with that a little bit. And if you start jerking guys around and yanking them around, now you lose everybody and nobody knows where they're going. What's been the feel with Ryan? You've been there. You've talked to him. Is he okay? Because I thought today he bounced back really nice, and I love that Bob Melvin put him right back in there and stuck with his closer.
I did too, and I think the one thing we've really learned so far about the Buster Posey front office and Buster and Zach working in conjunction with Bob Melvin is they're okay with being patient. I think they want to give guys who are especially core guys that they rely on, they're going to give them some breathing room. They are not going to make any knee-jerk reaction kind of moves. So I love that. Ryan Walker's confidence, I think, is a little bit wobbly, and he's very, very honest, maybe a little bit to a fault after the game today when we went back to him 2 days in a row. Like, yesterday he was like, the first thing he said was, I came in and I apologized to Justin. Like, I've done that to you twice, man. That's not okay. He's very very, very stand-up closer, which you love to see in a closer. But today he said, like, Bob believes in me even when I don't believe in myself.
Wow.
Which is awesome. But it was an interesting choice of words. And he said, the one thing he has struggled with at times, including going back to college, is sometimes his mental approach. It's something he's really worked on. It's something he's learned. And he said there have been other points in his baseball career where going through something like he went through last night, getting yanked in the middle of an inning might have really sent him into a spiral. But because he's gone through that before, he knows how to deal with it. Like this time, and that the fact he's kind of had a little rough start to the season overall, he can get through it. But he said, confidence and the mental side is something he does struggle with at times, which you don't often hear players be quite that honest about stuff like that. I love it. That has been, since you were playing, that has been one of the big changes is players are much more willing to acknowledge some of the mental struggles that they go through and some of the issues that they deal with. It's not seen as any sort of like, oh, you're not tough enough kind of thing. People are much more open about vulnerabilities and things like that. I love that. But I do know that there are going to be probably some old school baseball people who go like, oh, well, that's your closer. I think that's even better. He's gone through it. He knows how to handle it. He acknowledges it. He's not just trying to deal with it on his own. It's not crushing him silently somewhere. He's doing the right things. So it was really interesting, kind of eye-opening, and it kind of makes you think like, I think, Bob gets this, and he's, he knows that he's got a guy who can figure this out because he's done it before.
Talking to Susan Slusser from the Chronicle. Nice enough to join us after the Giants take 2 out of 3 from the Cubs and go to 24-14. Second most wins in the National League. These guys deal with so much more than we did, Susan. Like, we used to call it getting nervous. We used to call it being bummed after a game. Now it's anxious and depression. And they go on social media. I've talked to some Giants pitchers, some relievers that are friends of mine, and they go on social media after the game, and there's death threats in their DMs, and they give up a couple of runs. I mean, these are things we didn't have to deal with. Even on my Twitter last night, I said something about, like, you follow me, something like, too bad for JV. I feel bad for him. He didn't get his first Giants win, and it was like, Ryan Walker sucks. He's the worst. Or like, I mean, like, these are things we didn't have to deal with. Maybe once in a while, a fan would boo you, or you'd go sign an autograph and somebody would tell you suck. But the stuff and I'm not sitting here crying me a river. Everybody thinks money solves everything. Well, this guy makes $10 million. He makes $20 million a year. He should be tougher. No, we're all human beings, man. And they have to go through so much more than we had to go through. And I think it's super refreshing. Even if you're supposed to be a badass closer like Brian Wilson and dye your beard black and fear the beard and stay out in the marina until 3 a.m. and that's your persona, whatever. Like it's a little bit different now. And know Ryan Walker and I know Ryan Walker, and there's not a nicer guy on that team. So he's an easy guy to root for, and you feel for him when he gives it up and he's not playing well. But maybe talk about your experiences as a writer and how it's changed, and talking to these guys in what they go through when they're not succeeding.
Yeah, I do think there's more acknowledgement that there is sort of a personal toll that is taken, and that's always been the case. It just never was talked about ever. You did tough it out, and I like that the human side. Everybody deals with stuff. It's not just baseball, and I'm glad you mentioned the thing about the salaries, because I see that somebody yesterday was like, "Oh, I'm sure Willie Adames is crying into his $172 million." So I was like. Or like, oh, he's not trying anymore. I was like, no, you try more. Like sometimes with the more money comes more pressure, or certainly guys will put more pressure on themselves. That happens all the time. You see that. Like now I have to be even better because I'm making even more, and that's never good in baseball. Trying harder in baseball is not a good thing. But yeah, post game, we don't often get a post game interview with a bunch of reporters where somebody's sort of really bearing their soul. It's still unusual, but especially from a position like that, I think it's good. And you know what I think it's really good for is for somebody like Camilo to see that. Camilo is somebody, and this is not unusual, FP, you've seen this. There are some closers where they give it up. They don't want to talk, which kind of puts, reporter, we've still got a report story to write. So it puts teammates in a little bit of an awkward position. You got to go to the catcher or you got to go to the pitching coach and get like, what happened? Well, why didn't you ask him? Well, no, doesn't really want to talk. Or they're snippy or kind of jerks about it. Hey, look, that's we signed up for that. That's why somebody wants to yell at me for a question because they had a bad game. I totally get that. But Camilo sometimes is like, I don't feel like talking, or you guys only ever talk to me when I do bad, which is that's the fate of a closer, sadly, and sometimes that is the truth. Like you don't go to talk to a guy who pitches a 1-2-3 inning because that's not really going to be part of your story. That's fair, totally fair. But the best closers, and Dennis Eckersley was the best ever at this, they're there. They're at their locker. If they give it up, they are there the second the media walk in. They will remain there until the media leaves because they know that that's their job. It's part of their role. And I think it was great for Camilo to see Ryan Walker talk last night after a really rough experience. And then tonight after, and talk about what he's going through and how difficult it can be. I think that's wonderful for a young reliever to see that really is part of your job. And it shows leadership. It really does. You are explaining to everybody what happened so your teammates don't have to. And the teammates kind of want, FP, you kind of want to know what happens too sometimes, Why did you do it like that? Like, what was that? Why'd you throw that pitch in that?
Or what your answer is. Are you making excuses? Are you throwing your catcher under the bus? Are you throwing your manager under the bus? Or are you just standing? It's not even so much standing there. That's part of being a professional, to wear it when you fail. But then as a teammate, I got one ear in his locker and I'm listening, or I'm reading in the paper the next day, or I'm going on Twitter nowadays. Did he own it, or was he making excuses? Was he saying, it was...
know if it's BS or not.
Yeah, it was windy out there today. The mound was slippery. I mean, I've heard some weird... Whatever, if you just say, I suck today... I mean, in the big markets in Philadelphia, New York, or I should say the back east markets, because San Francisco is a big market, but the back east market with Boston's and the Philadelphia and New York, you got to own it when you screw up. And those fans will take nothing less than I suck today when you suck. Yeah. I remember, Susan, and you were there, when I made the error in the ALDS for the A's. I had made one error all season long in AAA and the big leagues, and I was nervous. I sat on a ball. It went between my legs. I Bill Buckner to double play ball. We ended up losing. We had to go back to New York for Game 5, and that was Game 4. And it's something that I live with every day still. But I sat in my locker for an hour after the game and answered all the local media. And then right when I thought I was done, they told me, here comes the New York media from the other side, and I had to answer all the questions again. Yep. Literally, the guys had their clothes on, and they were leaving the clubhouse to go to the bus, to go to the plane, to fly to New York, and I'm still sitting there in my uniform with my eye black on answering questions, man. That's not fun, but it's part of being a professional. And I can't tell you how many times I said, I just sat on the ball. It's a play I've made a million times. I got to make that play, and it probably lost us a game. I mean, I said that a million times.
You got everyone's respect, and everyone in the clubhouse, too. I mean, I've had, I've covered a million rookie closers, and they usually have to learn this is part of your job. It's not fun. It's not fun. It's like get called into your boss's office after you've made a mistake or something. Like you got to answer some questions about something you already feel bad about. Nobody wants to do that. But I always say, look, the worst moment of Dennis Eckersley's life, a Hall of Fame player, was on the biggest stage, the Kirk Gibson home run, of course. He stood there for an hour in the clubhouse afterward, answering question after question patiently, having just done that on the hugest stage. And this is a Hall of Fame player and one of the greatest guys you'll ever run across. And pure respect across the league, forever. But every reporter loves that guy. And I was like, this is a Hall of Famer. Do you want to be a Hall of Famer? This is what Hall of Famers do. And I've had some young closers come back to me a couple of years later and go, thank you so much for telling me that. That makes a huge difference. But my favorite exchange ever with a closer was when Ryan Madsen came to the A's. Like everybody played for the A's at least a year or two. And he played with Philly, and you mentioned the back east thing. He said, you know what, you guys are too nice out here, which we are. We're probably, we're much gentler than New York. He was like, if we have a bad game, we know it. He said, I'm not going to swear on KNBR, but he said, you can just say, why are you so effing bad today? Like, tell me why you're so. And I was like, I am definitely not going to put it like that, Ryan, but yes. Like, we always, we ask the basics. We're just not, aggressive about it. But I was so tempted the next time he blew a save to go up and go, why are you so I didn't, but I tried to sound a little more aggressive about it. But, yeah, there's nice ways to ask, how'd you screw that up? And kind of jerk ways to ask it. So, yeah.
You're always so pro. Have you, talking to Susan Slusser, nice enough to Joyce, have you seen the clubhouse with the Red Sox and following them around, the Jared Duran thing and his mental health? And you know what the best part about that, Susan, is, and you know this, and I lived it, is we're hard on ourselves. And they got them guys mic'd up and they're making outs and they're like, you dumbass, you effing this, talking to themselves, like the negative self-talk. And I think it's good for fans to see how much we as players care and how hard we are on ourselves. So no matter what you say on Twitter, no matter what you yell in the stands, nobody's harder on us than ourselves. Because to get to that level, you have to be ultra competitive, and you also have to be ultra accountable. You can't make excuses for a living and get to the major leagues. You can't make excuses for a living and go anywhere and be successful in life. You have to be accountable. But then sometimes these guys take it so far that you wonder, man, these guys are just beating themselves up. And I think that's where Bob Melvin comes in with the confidence for Ryan Walker. Like, yeah, I got you, man. That's half of his job.
100%. That's you put that absolutely perfectly, FP. It really is. But, yeah, that's the one thing that really drives me nuts from fan responses, either on the radio or on Twitter or whatever, is when people say, either they're not trying or, or whatever. That is the absolute furthest thing, especially in baseball. It's such a long season. It's such a grind. If you weren't putting in a full effort, you would not get through a baseball season. You just wouldn't. You wouldn't last in the league. I mean, everybody is really everyone cares. And guys that snap after a game, I get it. It's because they care. Nobody wants to lose. Nobody wants to mess up. And sometimes there are very legitimate reasons things go sideways, almost all the time, in fact. But nobody wants to make it sound like they're making an excuse. And I love a stand-up guy and a guy who says no excuses. But sometimes you go well, X, Y, and Z, and well, I'm not going to use that as an excuse. Well, you can have an explanation and not make it be an excuse, because there usually is a very good reason why things go sideways.
Susan, the biggest adjustment for me in the real world once I got out of baseball is people just aren't accountable. Nobody says it's my fault in the real world. It's my audio's bad. I can't hear. I'm on the broadcast right now, and it's a nationally televised game. I can't hear. And they're like, so it's not my fault. And then somebody else it's not my fault. Or it's not my fault, and it's not my fault, and it's not my fault. And you get 18 people saying it's not their fault. So I'm just I'm not used to that. I'm used to saying I suck. I was terrible. It's on me. I'll fix it. But imagine, I get it. Imagine if at your work you forgot to send the biggest email of the year. And everybody else is just pissed off about it, and it had to be in, and now we're all having to scramble around for it. And after you forgot to send that email, you had to stand up in your locker, and there was 4 cameras there, and your bosses all had a microphone, and so tell us about the email you forgot to send. And then that's going out on TV, that's going out on social media, and you have to stand up in your cubicle and do a press conference because you forgot to send the most important email of the year.
But in every workplace, if you own it, you get respect there too, and that's what I think people don't realize. When somebody tries to excuse away or blame someone else or finger point or whatever, everyone knows. That's not a secret. When you own something, everyone respects that. When you try to deflect or do anything but own something everyone knows you did, it's obvious. I just don't understand it. I'm coming more from your world, though, FP. I'm used to guys going yep, I messed that up. I feel terrible. I can't wait to get out there again tomorrow and do it right.
Oh, my gosh. This is one of our better interviews ever. I'll just say it as we're doing it live on KNBR, talking to Susan Slusser. All right, let's get back to baseball a little bit. Jung-Hoo Lee had a tough day today, but whatever. That's baseball. I'm like president of the hooligans. I'm president of the Jung-Hoo crew. I think there should be a section at Oracle Park called Whoville, where everybody just dresses up like Who's in Giants gear in tribute to Jung-Hoo Lee. Love the guy. Love everything about him. He's got such bat-to-ball skills. I don't know, Susan, am I way off if I think he has a batting title type of swing?
That's funny. I think somebody on a national podcast asked me that recently, and I was like, I mean, the swing is modeled on Ichiro's. He's got a little Ichiro to him. The bat-to-ball skills are elite. That's the kind of guy that can win a batting title. That's not an easy thing to do. And he's still in a period where there could be a lot of adjustments for him as he sees guys he's never seen before and as guys get more and more of a book on him. But he's so good at the contact, and the swing is so good. And I think it's possible. It's not likely just because that's such a hard thing to do. You're the best, hitter for average on one of 30 teams. But yeah, maybe. I'd love it. Most of the time when you start talking to writers about things like All-Star games, you're like, oh, God, I don't know. Do I have to cover the All-Star game this year? This year I'm like, oh, my God, I get to cover the All-Star game with Jung-Hoo Lee. That's going to be fun because he likes a big stage, man. He's had big games at Yankee Stadium, obviously, a whole weekend. And, he's done it at Wrigley Field. I think he might have a great All-Star game.
Oh, man.
I'm assuming he's going to make it, but of course he will.
I mean, there's a long way to go. We'll see. But, yes, he's got to be the leader in the clubhouse, right? I talked to Justin, his interpreter, on the plane the last trip to San Diego. We were walking down the stairs to the bus, and I said, dude, you got to get thrown out of a game once this year. You remember when Jung-Hoo called him out? I mean, the dynamic of that was so amazing.
I loved it.
I'm like,
I love it. Justin's such a kick in the pants anyway. That would be the best.
Yeah, I said, he goes, FP, everybody in the clubhouse said I should have got thrown out of the game, too. All the players were on him. But, you think about how frustrating it would be to want to argue with an umpire, but you don't speak the language, and you got to call your interpreter out, and then he's got to argue for you. And Justin's such a nice guy. He's probably leaving the expletives out. I don't even think Jung-Hoo would swear. But the whole dynamic of that is just a trip.
Oh, it'd be funny. Kick out Justin, but not Jung-Hoo.
You'd have to. It's a package deal because he's interpreting, and so he's saying what Jung-Hoo is saying.
I don't know who you are, but you're out of here.
I don't know you. You don't have a uniform on. Get back in the dugout. You guys are both gone, and I'm finding you both. That would be awesome.
I don't want Jung-Hoo Lee ever to get kicked out of the game just because I love watching him play, but I would enjoy watching Justin get kicked out. That would be hilarious.
And I love how he interprets for him. Phil Cuzzy was horrible in Philadelphia, and then he just said he had a sensitive day behind the plate.
Sensitive day.
We all have sensitive days. Instead of saying he was horse blank, he's just like, yeah, he had a sensitive day behind the plate. What's not to love about Jung-Hoo Lee? What's not to love about Susan Slusser? Susan, thanks for coming on tonight. I appreciate it. Safe travels. Am I going to see you in Minneapolis?
You will. Can't wait. Let's go out.
Well, I might be going to the basketball game tomorrow night. But
you and the manager and all the honcho bigwig types.
I don't know. My motto in life is swing hard in case you hit it. And I sent a text message and I got lucky to get 2 tickets tomorrow. So I'll see you in Minneapolis. We'll have a. What do you do in Minneapolis? Do you drink beer? What's Minneapolis known for?
Minneapolis is great. Great food. It's a great city.
Nice people.
I've got an uncle there, so we'll hang out with my uncle. All our Warriors writers will be there, which means Aim Killian will be there.
Oh, you guys are
nobody more fun to hang out with.
You guys are
Killian, unless it's you.
You guys are trouble together. All right,
we are trouble.
Well, I'll see you guys. Well, I'll see you tomorrow. I'm getting on a plane early in the morning, and I'm not flying the plane, but I'm getting on the plane. And I'll see you in Minneapolis. Thanks for coming on. Always great to chat with you.
Fantastic. Thanks, FP.
Susan Slusser from the Chronicle will be back after this on the Sports Leader.
This is Sports Phone KNBR. Dial the digits or send us a text at 415-808-KNBR. We're streaming on YouTube all damn day at KNBR 1045.
Thanks to Susan Slusser for coming on tonight. That was one of my favorite interviews ever with her. She was outstanding. We got deep in the weeds with some mental health stuff. But these guys go through a lot now in Major League Baseball with social media and stuff. So hopefully Ryan Walker's getting that confidence back and getting that slider back. I think they'll go hand in hand. Thanks to all the calls tonight. You guys made this show so easy. Full phone lines all night long. Bringing your A game. I love it. It's my favorite part of the show is interacting with you guys. You were awesome. I didn't have the text line up. Maybe I should get the text line up the next show I do. I'm off to Minnesota tomorrow, so I will be on the broadcast Sunday with Joe Rizzo. And I got a 3-day vacation before that, so go Dubs. I'll be at the game tomorrow. Check me out. I'll have my Warriors gear on. Once again, thanks to everybody. Thanks to Raph behind the glass. He's the best in the business. Thanks, Raph. You are awesome. All right, I'll see you guys from Minnesota. And like I say on the way out, every single night, swing hard in case you hit it on the Sports Leader.
This is the flagship of Giants baseball. Double play! KNBR and KNBR FS San Francisco, the sports leader. This is the Infinity Sports Network on KNBR, the sports